Chapter 20 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 20. On the journey homeward, and for 2 or 3 days after, Piers held argument with his passions, trying to persuade himself that he had in truth lost nothing, inasmuch as his love had never been founded upon a reasonable hope. Irene Derwent was neither more nor less to him now than she had been ever since he first came to know her. A far ideal, the woman he would fain call wife, but only in a dream could think of winning. What audacity had speeded him on that wild expedition! It was well that he had been saved from declaring his folly to Irene herself, who would have shared the pain her answer inflicted. Nay, when the moment came, reason surely would have checked his absurd impulse. In seeing her once more, he saw how wide was the distance between them. No more of that. He had lost nothing but a moment's illusion. The ideal remained, the worship, the gratitude. How much she had been to him! Rarely a day, very rarely a day, that the thought of Irene did not warm his heart and exalt his ambition. He had yielded to the fleshly impulse, and the measure of his lapse was the sincerity of that nobler desire. He had not the excuse of the ordinary man, nor ever tried to allay his conscience with facile views of life. What times innumerable had he murmured her name, until it was become to him the only woman's name that sounded, in truth, womanly, all others cold to his imagination. What long evenings had he passed, yonder by the Black Sea, content merely to dream of Irene Derwent! How many a summer night had he wandered in the acacia-planted streets of Odessa, about and about the great square, with its trees, where stands the cathedral. How many a time had his heart throbbed all but to bursting when he listened to the music on the boulevard, and felt so terribly alone, alone! Irene was in England. He knew nothing of the patriotism which is but shouted politics. From his earliest years of intelligence he had learnt, listening to his father, a contempt for that loud narrowness. But the tongue which was Irene's, the landscape where shone Irene's figure, these were dear to him for Irene's sake. He believed in his heart of hearts that only the northern island could boast the perfect woman, because he had found her there. Should he talk of loss, he who had gained so unspeakably by an ideal love through the hot years of his youth, who to the end of his life would be made better by it? That were the barest ingratitude. Irene owed him nothing, yet had enriched him beyond calculation. He did not love her less. She was the same power in his life. This sinking of the heart, this menace of gloom and rebellion, was treachery to his better self. He fought manfully against it. Circumstances were unfavourable to such a struggle. Work, absorption in the day's duty, well and good, but when work and duty led one into the city of London. At first he had found excitement in the starting of his business. So much had to be done, so many points to be debated and decided, so many people to be seen and conversed with, contended with. It was all an exhilarating effort of mind and body. He felt the joy of combat, sped to the city like any other man, intent on holding his own amid the furious welter, seeing a delight in the computation of his chances, all at once a fighter and a gambler, like those with whom he rubbed shoulders in the roaring ways. He overtaxed his energy, and in any case there must have come reaction. It came with violence soon after that day at Malvern. The weather was hot. One should have been far away from these huge rampart streets, these stifling boroughs of commerce, but here toil and stress went on as usual, and Piers Otway saw it all in a lurid light. These towering edifices, with inscriptions numberless, announcing every imaginable form of trade with every corner of the world. Here a vast building, consecrate in all its commercial magnificence, great windows and haughty doorways, the gleam of gilding and of brass, the lustre of polished woods, to a single company or firm. Here a large structure which housed on its many floors a crowd of enterprises, names by the score signalled at the foot of the gaping staircase, arrogant suggestions of triumph side by side with desperate beginnings, titles of world-wide significance meeting the eye at every turn, vulgar names with more weight than those of princes, words in small letterings which ruled the fate of millions of men. No nightmare was ever so crushing to one in Otway's mood. The brute force of money, the negation of the individual, these, the evils of our time, found their supreme expression in the city of London. Here was opulence at home and superb. Here must poverty lurk and shrink, feeling itself alive only on sufferance. The din of highway and byway was a voice of blustering conquest, bidding the weaker to stand aside or be crushed. Here no man was a human being, but each merely a portion of an inconceivably complicated mechanism. The shiny-hatted figure who rushed or sauntered, gloomed by himself at corners, or made one of a talking group, might elsewhere be found a reasonable and kindly person, with traits, peculiarities. Here one could see in him nothing but a money-maker of this or that class, ground to a certain pattern. The smooth working of the huge machine made it only the more sinister. One had but to remember what cold tyranny, what elaborate fraud, were served by its manifold ingenuities, only to think of the cries of anguish stifled by its monotonous roar. Piers had undertaken a task, and would not shirk it, but in spite of all reasonings and idealisms, he found life a hard thing during those weeks of August. He lost his sleep, turned from food, and for a moment feared collapse such as he suffered soon after his first going to Odessa. By the good offices of John Jacks, he had already been elected to a convenient club, and occasionally he passed an evening there. But his habit was to go home to Guildford Street, and sit hour after hour in languid brooding. He feared the streets at night time. In his loneliness and misery, a gleam upon some wanton face would perchance have lured him, as had happened ere now, not so much at the bidding of his youthful blood, as out of mere longing for companionship, the common cause of disorder in men condemned to solitude in great cities. A woman's voice, a touch of a soft hand, this is what men so often hunger for, when they are censured for lawless appetite. But Piers Otway knew himself, and chose to sit alone in the dreary lodging-house. Then he thought of Irene, trying to forget what had happened. Now and then successfully, in a waking dream, he saw and heard her, and knew again the exalting passion that had been the best of his life, and was saved from ignoble impulse. When he was at the lowest, there came a letter from Olga Hannaford, the first he had ever received in her writing. Olga had joined her mother at Malvern, and Mrs. Hannaford was so unwell that it seemed likely they would remain there for a few weeks. When we can move, the best thing will be to take a house in or near London. Mother has decided not to return to Bryanston Square, and I, for my part, shall give up the life you made fun of. You were quite right. Of course it was foolish to go on in that way. She asked him to write to her mother, whom a line from him would cheer. Piers did so, also replying to his correspondent, and trying to make a humorous picture of the life he led between the city and Guildford Street. It was a sorry jest, but it helped him against his troubles. When, in a week's time, Olga again wrote, he was glad. The letter seemed to him interesting. It revived their common memories of life at Geneva, whither Olga said she would like to return. What to do, how to pass the years before me, is the question with me now, as I suppose it is with so many girls of my age. I must find a mission. Can you suggest one? Only don't let it have anything humanitarian about it. That would make me a humbug, which I have never been yet. It must be something entirely for my own pleasure and profit. Do think about it in an idle moment." With recovery from his physical ill-being came a new mental restlessness, the return, rather, of a mood which had always assailed him when he lost for a time his ideal hope. He demanded of life the joy natural to his years, revolted against the barrenness of his lot. A terror fell upon him lest he should be fated never to know the supreme delight of which he was capable, and for which alone he lived. Even now, was he not passing his prime, losing the keener faculties of youth? He trembled at the risks of every day. What was his assurance against the common ill-hap which might afflict him with disease, blight his life with accident, so that no woman's eye could ever be tempted to rest upon him? He cursed the restrictions which held him on a straight path of routine, of narrow custom, when a world of possibilities spread about him on either hand, the mirage of his imprisoned spirit. Adventurous projects succeeded each other in his thoughts. He turned to the lands where life was freer, where perchance his happiness awaited him, had he but the courage to set forth. What brought him to London, this squalid blot on the map of the round world? Why did he consume the irrecoverable hours amid its hostile tumult, its menacing gloom? On the first Sunday in September he aroused himself to travel by an early train which bore him far into the country. He had taken a ticket at hazard for a place with a pleasant-sounding name, and before village bells had begun to ring, he was wandering in deep lanes amid the weald of Sussex. All about him lay the perfect loveliness of that rural landscape which is the old England, the true England, the England dear to the best of her children. Meadow and copse, the yellow rank of new-reaped sheaves, brown roofs of farm and cottage amid shadowing elms, the grassy border of the road, hedges with their flowered creepers and promise of wild fruit. These things brought him comfort. Mile after mile he wandered, losing himself in simplest enjoyment, forgetting to ask why he was alone. When he felt hungry, an inn supplied him with a meal. Again he rambled on, and in a leafy corner found a spot where he could idle for an hour or two until it was time to think of the railway station. He had tired himself. His mind slipped from the beautiful things around him and fell into the old reverie. He murmured the haunting name, Irene. As well as for her who bore it, he loved the name for its meaning, peace. As a child, he had been taught that no word was more beautiful, more solemn. At this moment, he could hear it in his father's voice, sounding as a note of music, with a tremor of deep feeling. Peace. Every year that passed gave him a fuller understanding of his father's devotion to that word in all its significance. He himself knew something of the same fervor, and was glad to foster it in his heart. Peace. What better could a man pursue? From of old the desire of wisdom, the prayer of the aspiring soul. And what else was this love for which he anguished? Irene herself, the beloved, sought with passion and with worship. What more could she give him, when all was given, than content, repose, peace? He had been too ambitious. It was the fault of his character, and thus far on his life's journey, in recognizing the error, might he not correct it? Unbalanced ambition explained his ineffectiveness. At 26 he had done nothing, and saw no hope of activity correspondent with his pride. In Russia he had at least felt that he was treading an uncrowded path. He had made his own a language familiar to very few Western Europeans, and constantly added to his knowledge of a people moving to some unknown greatness. The position was not ignoble, but here in London he was lost amid the uproar of striving tradesmen. The one thing which would still have justified him, hope of wealth, had all but vanished. He must get rid of his absurd self-estimate, see himself in the light of common day. Peace. He could only hope for it in marriage. But what was marriage without ideal love? Impossible that he should ever love another woman as he had loved, as he still loved, Irene. The ordinary man seeks a wife just as he takes any other practical step necessary to his welfare. He marries because he must, not because he has met with the true companion of his life. He mates to be quiet, to be comfortable, to get on with his work, whatever it be. Love in the high sense, between man and woman, is of all things the most rare. Few are capable of it. To fewer still it is granted. The crown of life, said Jerome Otway, a truth even from the strictly scientific point of view. For is not a great mutual passion the culminating height of that blind reproductive impulse from which life begins? Supreme desire, perfection of union. The purpose of nature, translated into human consciousness, become the glory of the highest soul, uttered in the lyric rapture of noblest speech. That he must renounce, but not thereby was he condemned to a foolish or base alliance. Women innumerable might be met, charming, sensible, good, no unfit objects of his wooing. In all modesty he might hope for what the world calls happiness, but put it at the best, he would be doing as other men do, taking a wife for his solace, for the defeat of his assailing blood. It was the bitterness of his mere humanity that he could not hope to live alone and faithful. 5 years ago he might have said to himself, Irene or no one, and have said it with the honesty of youth, of inexperience. No such enthusiasm was possible to him now, for the thing which is common in fable is all but unknown in life. A man capable of loving ardently, who, for the sake of one woman, beyond his hope, sacrifices love altogether. Piers Otway, who read much verse, had not neglected his Browning. He knew the transcendent mood of Browning's ideal lover, the beatific dream of love eternal, world after world, hoping forever, and finding such hope preferable to every less noble satisfaction. For him, a mood only, passing with a smile and a sigh. To that he was not equal. These heights heroic were not for his treading. Too insistent were the flesh and blood that composed his earthly being. He must renounce the best of himself, step consciously to a lower level. Only let it not prove sheer degradation. In all his struggling against the misery of loss, one thought never tempted him. Never for a fleeting instant did he doubt that his highest love was at the same time highest reason. Men woefully deceive themselves, yearning for women whose images in their minds is a mere illusion, women who scarce for a day could bring them happiness, and whose companionship through life would become a curse. Be it so. Piers knew it, dwelt upon it as a perilous fact. It had no application to his love for Irene Derwent. Indeed, Piers was rich in that least common form of intelligence, the intelligence of the heart. Emotional perspicacity, the power of recognizing through all forms of desire one's true affinity in the other sex, is bestowed upon one mortal in a vast multitude. Not lack of opportunity alone accounts for the failure of men and women to mate becomingly. Only the elect have eyes to see, even where the field of choice is freely open to them. But Piers Otway saw and knew, once and forever. He had the genius of love. Where he could not observe, divination came to his help. His knowledge of Irene Derwent surpassed that of the persons most intimate with her, and he could as soon have doubted his own existence as the certainty that Irene was what he thought her, neither more nor less. But he had erred in dreaming it possible that he might win her love. That he was not all unworthy of it, his pride continued to assure him. What he had failed to perceive was the impossibility, circumstances being as they were, of urging a direct suit, of making himself known to Irene. His birth, his position, the accidents of his career, all forbade it. This had been forced upon his consciousness from the very first, in hours of despondency or of torment, but he was too young and too ardent for the fact to have its full weight with him. Hope resisted. Passion refused acquiescence. Nothing short of what happened could reveal to him the vanity of his imaginings. He looked back on the years of patient confidence with wonder and compassion. Had he really hoped? Yes, for he had lived so long alone. Paragraphs, morning, evening, and weekly, had long since published Miss Derwent's engagement. Those making simple announcement of the fact were trial enough to him when his eye fell upon them. Intolerable were those which commented, as in the case of a society journal which he had idly glanced over at his club. This taught him that Irene had more social importance than he guessed. Her marriage would be something of an event. Heaven grant that he might read no journalistic description of the ceremony. Few things more disgusted him than the thought of a fashionable wedding. He could see nothing in it but profanation and indecency. That mattered little, to be sure, in the case of ordinary people, who were born, and lived, and died, in fashionable routine, anxious only to exhibit themselves at any given moment in the way held to be good form. But it was hard to think that custom's tyranny should lay its foul hand on Irene Derwent. Perhaps her future husband meant no such thing, and would arrange it all with quiet becomingness. Certainly her father would not favor the tawdry and the vulgar. No date was announced. Paragraphs said merely that it would be before the end of the year. After all, his day amid the fields was spoilt. He had allowed his mind to stray in the forbidden direction, and the seeming quiet to which he had attained was overthrown once more. Heavily he moved towards the wayside station, and drearily he waited for the train that was to take him back to his meaningless toil and strife. In the compartment he entered, an empty one, some passenger had left a weekly periodical. Piers seized upon it gladly, and read to distract his thoughts. One article interested him. It was on the subject of national characteristics. Cleverly written, what is called smart journalism, with grip and epigram, with hint of universal knowledge, and the true air of British superiority. Having scanned the writer's comment on the Slavonic peoples, Piers laughed aloud. So evidently it was a report at second or third hand, utterly valueless to one who had any real acquaintance with the Slavs. This moment of spontaneous mirth did him good, helped to restore his self-respect. And as he pondered, old ambition stirred again in him. Could he not make some use of the knowledge he had gained so laboriously? some use other than that whereby he earned his living? Not so long ago he had harbored great designs, vague but not irrational, and today, even in bidding himself be humble, his intellect was little tuned to humility. He had never, at his point of darkest depression, really believed that life had no shining promise for him. The least boastful of men, he was at heart one of the most aspiring. His moods varied wonderfully. When he alighted at the London terminus, he looked and felt like a man refreshed by some new hope. Half by accident, he kept the paper he had been reading. It lay on his table in Guildford Street for weeks, for months. Years after, he came upon it one day in turning out the contents of a trunk, and remembered his ramble in the Sussex woodland, and smiled at the chances of life. On Monday morning he had a characteristic letter from Moncharmont, part English, part French, part Russian. Nothing, or only a passing word, about business. Communications of that sort were all addressed to the office, and were as concise, as practical, as any trader could have desired. In his friendly letter, Moncharmont chatted of a certain Polish girl with whom he had newly made acquaintance, whose beauty, according to the good Andre, was a thing to dream of, not to tell. It meant nothing, as Piers knew. The cosmopolitan Swiss fell in love some dozen times a year, with maidens or women of every nationality and every social station. Be the issue what it might, he was never unhappy. He had a gallery of photographs, and delighted to pore over it, indulging reminiscences or fostering hopes. Once in a 12-month or so he made up his mind to marry, but never went further than the intention. It was doubtful whether he would ever commit himself irrevocably. It seemed such a pity, he often said with his pensively humorous smile, to limit the scopes of one's emotions. Bonheur la carrière à ses émotions. Then he sighed, and was in the best of spirits. Not even to Moncharmont, with whom he talked more freely than any other man, had Piers ever spoken of Irene. Andre of course suspected some romantic attachment, and was in constant amaze at Piers's fidelity. "Ah, you English, he would exclaim. "You are the Stoics of the modern world. I admire, yes, I admire, but, my friend, I do not wish to imitate." The letter cheered Otway's breakfast. He read it instead of the newspaper, and with vastly more benefit. Another letter had come to his private address, a note from Mrs. Hannaford. She was regaining strength, and hoped soon to come south again. Her brother had already taken a nice little house for her at Campden Hill, where Olga would have a sort of studio, and, she trusted, would make herself happy. Both looked forward to seeing Piers. They sent him their very kindest remembrances. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 21. The passionate temperament is necessarily sanguine. To desire with all one's being is the same thing as to hope. In Piers Otway's case, the temper which defies discouragement existed together with the intellect which ever tends to discourage, with the mind which probes appearances, makes war upon illusions. Hence his oft varying moods, as the one or the other part of him became ascendant. Hence his fervours of idealism, and the habit of destructive criticism, which seemed inconsistent with them. Hence his ardent ambitions, and his appearances of plodding mediocrity in practical life. Intensely self-conscious, he suffered much from a habit of comparing, contrasting himself with other men, with men who achieved things, who made their way, who played a part in the world. He could not read a newspaper without reflecting, sometimes bitterly, on the careers and position of men whose names were prominent in its columns. So often, he well knew, their success came only of accident, as one uses the word, of favoring circumstance, which had no relation to the man's powers and merits. Piers had no overweening self-esteem. He judged his abilities more accurately and more severely than any observer would have done, yet it was plain to him that he would be more than capable, so far as endowment went, of filling the high place occupied by this or the other far-shining personage. He frankly envied their success, always for one and the same reason. Nothing so goaded his imagination as a report of the marriage of some leader in the world's game. He dwelt on these paragraphs, filled up on the details, grew faint with realization of the man's triumphant happiness. At another moment, his reason ridiculed this self-torment. He knew that, in all probability, such a marriage implied no sense of triumph, involved no high emotions, promised nothing but the commonest domestic satisfaction. Portraits of brides in an illustrated paper sometimes wrought him to intolerable agitation. The mood of his early manhood, as when he stood before the print shop in the Haymarket. Now that he had lost Irene, the whole world of beautiful women called again to his senses and his soul. With the cooler moment came a reminder that these lovely faces were for the most part mere masks, tricking out a very ordinary woman, more likely than not unintelligent, unhelpful, as the ordinary human being of either sex is wont to be. What seemed to him the crown of a man's career was, in most cases, a mere accident, deriving its chief importance from social and pecuniary considerations. Even where a sweet countenance told truth about the life behind it, how seldom did the bridegroom appreciate what he had won. For the most part, men who have great fortune, in marriage or in anything else, are incapable of tasting their success. It is the imaginative being in the crowd below who marvels and is thrilled. How was it with Arnold Jacks? Did he understand what had befallen him? If so, on what gleaming heights did he now live and move? What rapture of gratitude must possess the man? What humility? What arrogance? Piers had not met him since the engagement was made known. He hoped not to meet him for a long time. Happily, in this holiday season, there was no fear of an invitation to Queen's Gate. Yet the unexpected happened. Early in September, he received a note from John Jacks, asking him to dine. The writer said that he had been at the seaside, and was tired of it, and meant to spend a week or two quietly in London. He was quite alone, so Otway need not dress. Reassured by the last sentence of the letter, Piers gladly went, for he liked to talk with John Jacks, and had a troubled pleasure in the thought that he might hear something about the approaching marriage. On his arrival, he was shown into the study, where his host lay on a sofa. The greeting was cordial, the voice cheery as ever, but as Mr. Jacks rose, he had more of the appearance of old age than Piers had yet seen in him. He seemed to stand with some difficulty, his face betokening a body ill at ease. "How pleasant London is in September!" he exclaimed, with a laugh. "I've been driving about, as one does in a town abroad, just to see the streets. Strange that no one knows Paris and Rome a good deal better than London. Yet it's really very interesting, don't you think?" The twinkling eye, the humorous accent, which had won Piers' affection, soon allayed his disquietude at being in this house. He spoke of his own recent excursion, confessing that he better appreciated London from a distance. "Ay, I know all about that," replied Mr. Jacks, his Yorkshire note sounding, as it did occasionally. "But you're young. What does it matter where you live? To be your age again, I'd live at St. Helens or Widnes. You have hope, man, always hope. And you may live to see what the world is like half a century from now. It's strange to look at you and think that." John Jack's presence in London, and alone, at this time of year had naturally another explanation than that he felt tired of the seaside. In truth, he had come up to see a medical specialist. Carefully he kept from his wife the knowledge of a disease which was taking hold upon him, which, as he had just learnt, threatened rapidly fatal results. From his son, also, he had concealed the serious state of his health, lest it should interfere with Arnold's happy mood in the prospect of marriage. He was no coward, but a life hitherto untroubled by sickness had led him to hope that he might pass easily from the world, and a doom of extinction by torture perturbed his philosophy. He liked to forget himself in contemplation of Piers Otway's youth and soundness. He had pleasure, too, in Piers' talk, which reminded him of Jerome Otway, some half-century ago. Mrs. Jacks was staying with her own family, and from that house would pass to others, equally decorous, where John had promised to join her. Of course she was uneasy about him. That entered into her role of model spouse. But the excellent lady never suspected the true cause of that habit of sadness which had grown upon her husband during the last few years, a melancholy which anticipated his decline in health. John Jacks had made the mistake natural to such a man. Wedding at nearly 60 a girl of much less than half his age, he found, of course, that his wife had nothing to give him but duty and respect, and before long he bitterly reproached himself with the sacrifice of which he was guilty. "Soar on thy manhood clear of those whose toothless winter claws at May, and take her as the vein of rose, athwart an evening grey." These lines met his eye one day in a new volume which bore the name of George Meredith, and they touched him nearly. The poem they closed gave an utterance to the manful resignation of one who has passed the age of love, yet is tempted by love's sweetness, and John Jacks took to heart the reproach it seemed to level at himself. Putting aside the point of years, he had not chosen with any discretion. He married a handsome face, a graceful figure, just as any raw boy might have done. His wife, he suspected, was not the woman to suffer greatly in her false position. She had very temperate blood, and a thoroughly English devotion to the proprieties. None the less he had done her wrong, for she belonged to a gentle family in mediocre circumstances, and his prospective M.P., his solid wealth, were sore temptations to put before such a girl. He had known, yes, he assuredly knew, that it was nothing but a socially sanctioned purchase. Beauty should have become to him but the vein of rose, to be regarded with gentle admiration and with reverence from afar. He yielded to an unworthy temptation, and, being a man of unusual sensitiveness, very soon paid the penalty in self-contempt. He could not love his wife, he could scarce honour her, for she too must consciously have sinned against the highest law. Her irreproachable behaviour only saddened him. Now that he found himself under sentence of death, His solace was the thought that his widow would still be young enough to redeem her error, if she were capable of redeeming it. Alone with his guest in the large dining room, and compelled to make only pretence of eating and drinking, he talked of the many things with the old spontaneity, the accustomed liberal kindliness, and dropped at length upon the subject Piers was waiting for. "You know, I dare say, that Arnold is going to marry?" "I have heard of it," Piers answered, with the best smile he could command. "You can imagine it pleases me. I don't see how he could have been luckier. Dr. Derwent is one of the finest men I know, and his daughter is worthy of him." "She is, I am sure," said Piers, in a balanced voice, which sounded mere civility. And when silence had lasted rather too long, the host having fallen into reverie, he added, "Will it take place soon?" "Ah, the wedding? About Christmas, I think. Arnold is looking for a house. By the by, you know young Derwent? Eustace?" Piers answered that he had only the slightest acquaintance with the young man. "Not brilliant, I think," said Mr. Jacks musingly, "but amiable, straight. I don't know that he'll do much at the bar." Again he lost himself for a little, his knitted brows seeming to indicate an anxious thought. "Now you shall tell me anything you care to, about business," said the host, when they had seated themselves in the library, "and after that I have something to show you, something you'll like to see, I think." Otway's curiosity was at a loss when presently he saw his host take from a drawer a little packet of papers. "I had forgotten all about these," said Mr. Jacks. "They are manuscripts of your father, writings of various kinds, which he sent me in the early '50s. Turning out my old papers, I came across them the other day, and thought I would give them to you." He rustled the faded sheets, glancing over them with a sad smile. "There's an amusing thing, called Historical Fragment. I remember very well how it pleased me when I first read it." He read it aloud now, with many a chuckle, many a pause of sly emphasis. "The story of the last war between the Asiatic kingdoms of Duroba and Kalia, though it has reached us in narrative far too concise, is one of the most interesting chapters in the history of ancient civilization. They were bordering states, peopled by races closely akin, whose languages, it appears, were mutually intelligible. Each had developed its own polity, and had advanced to a high degree of refinement in public and private life. Wars between them had been frequent, but at the time with which we are concerned the spirit of hostility was all but forgotten in a happy peace of long duration. Each country was ruled by an aged monarch, beloved of the people, but under the burden of years, grown of late somewhat less vigilant than was consistent with popular welfare. Thus it came to pass that power fell into the hands of unscrupulous statesmen, who, aided by singular circumstances, succeeded in reviving for a moment the old sanguinary jealousies. We are told that a general in the army of Duroba, having a turn for experimental chemistry, had discovered a substance of terrible explosive power, which, by the exercise of further ingenuity, he had adapted for use in warfare. About the same time, a public official in Kalia, whose duty it was to convey news to the community by means of a primitive system of manuscript placarding, hit upon a mechanical method whereby news sheets could be multiplied very rapidly, and be sold to readers all over the kingdom. Now the Duroban general felt eager to test his discovery in a campaign, and, happening to have a quarrel with the politician in the neighbouring state, did his utmost to excite hostile feelings against Kalia. On the other hand, the Kalian official, his cupidity excited by the profits already arising from his invention, desired nothing better than some stirring event which would lead to still greater demand for the news sheets he distributed, and so he also was led to the idea of stirring up international strife. To be brief, this intrigue succeeded only too well. War was actually declared. The armies were mustered and marched to the encounter. They met at a point of the common frontier where only a little brook flowed between the two kingdoms. It was nightfall. Each host encamped to await the great engagement on which the morrow would decide between them. It must be understood that the Durobans and the Kalians differed markedly in national characteristics. The former people was distinguished by joyous vitality and a keen sense of humor, the latter by a somewhat meditative disposition inclining to timidity, and doubtless these qualities had become more pronounced during the long peace which would naturally favor them. Now, when night had fallen on the camps, the common soldiers on each side began to discuss, over their evening meal, the position in which they found themselves. The men of Duroba, having drunk well, as their habit was, fell into an odd state of mind. "What!" they exclaimed to one another, "after all these years of tranquillity, are we really going to fight with the Kalians, and to slaughter them, and be ourselves slaughtered? Pray, what is it all about? Who can tell us?" Not a man could answer, save with the vaguest generalities. And so the debate continuing, the wonder growing from moment to moment, at length, and all of a sudden, the Duroban camp echoed with huge peals of laughter. "Why, if we soldiers have no cause of quarrel, what are we doing here? Shall we be mangled and killed to please our general with the turn for chemistry? That were a joke indeed." And as soon as mirth permitted, the army rose as one man, threw together their belongings, and with jovial songs trooped off to sleep comfortably in a town a couple of miles away. The Kalians, meanwhile, had been occupied with the very same question. They were anything but martial of mood, and the soldiery, ill at ease in their camp, grumbled and protested. "After all, why are we here?" cried one to the other. "Who wants to injure the Durobans? And what man among us desires to be blown to pieces by their new instruments of war? Pray, why should we fight? If the great officials are angry, as the news sheets tell us, e'en let them do the fighting themselves." At this moment there sounded from the enemy's camp a stupendous roar. It was much like laughter. No doubt the Durobans were jubilant in anticipation of their victory. Fear seized the Kalians. They rose like one man, and incontinently fled far into the sheltering night. Thus ended the war, the last between these happy nations, who, not very long after, united to form a noble state under one ruler. It is interesting to note that the original instigators of hostility did not go without their deserts. The Duroban general, having been duly tried for a crime against his country, was imprisoned in a spacious building, the rooms of which were hung with great pictures representing every horror of battle with the ghastliest fidelity. Here he was supplied with materials for chemical experiment, to occupy his leisure, and very shortly, by accident, blew himself to pieces. The Kalian publicist was also convicted of treason against the state. They banished him to a desert island, where, for many hours daily, he had to multiply copies of his news sheet, that issue which contained the declaration of war, and at evening to burn them all. He presently became imbecile, and so passed away. Piers laughed with delight. Whether it ever got into print, said Mr. Jacks. "I don't know. Your father was often careless about his best things. I'm afraid he was never quite convinced that ideals of that kind influence the world. Yet they do, you know, though it's a slow business. It's thought that leads." "The multitude following in its own fashion," said Piers dryly. "Rousseau teaches liberty and fraternity. France learns the lesson and plunges into '93. With Nap to put things straight again. For all that a step was taken, we are better for Jean-Jacques, a little better. And for Napoleon, too, I suppose. Napoleon, a wild beast with a genius for arithmetic." John Jacks let his eyes rest upon the speaker, interested and amused. "That's how you see him? Not a bad definition. I suppose the truth is, we know nothing about human history. The old view was good for working by, Jehovah holding his balance, smiting on one side and rewarding on the other. It's our national view to this day. The English are an Old Testament people. They never cared about the New. Do you know that there's a sect who hold that the English are the lost tribes, the people of the promise? I see a great deal to be said for that idea. No other nation has such profound sympathy with the history and the creeds of Israel. Did you ever think of it? That Old Testament religion suits us perfectly, our arrogance and our pugnaciousness. This accounts for its hold on the minds of the people. It couldn't be stronger if the bloodthirsty old tribes were truly our ancestors. The English seized upon their spiritual inheritance as soon as a translation of the Bible put it before them. In Catholic days we fought because we enjoyed it, and made no pretenses. Since the Reformation we have fought for Jehovah." "I suppose," said Piers, "the English are the least Christian of all so-called Christian peoples." "Undoubtedly. They simply don't know the meaning of their prime Christian virtue, humility. But that's neither here nor there in talking of progress. You remember Goldsmith: "Pride in their port, defiance in their eye, I see the lords of humankind pass by." Our pride has been a good thing on the whole. Whether it will still be, now that it's so largely the pride of riches, let him say who is alive 50 years hence. He paused and added gravely, "I'm afraid the national character is degenerating. We were always too fond of liquor, and heaven knows our responsibility for drunkenness all over the world, but worse than that is our gambling. You may drink and be a fine fellow, but every gambler is a sneak, and possibly a criminal. We're beginning, now, to gamble for slices of the world. We're getting base, too, in our grovelling before the millionaire, who, as often as not, got his money vilely. This sort of thing won't do for the lords of humankind. Our pride, if we don't look out, will turn to bluffing and bullying. I'm afraid we govern selfishly where we've conquered. We hear dark things of India, and worse of Africa, and hear the roaring of the Jingoes. Johnson defied patriotism, you know, as the last refuge of a scoundrel. It looks as if it might presently be the last refuge of a fool." "Meanwhile," said Piers, "the real interests of England, real progress in national life, seem to be as good as lost sight of." "Yes, more and more. They think that material prosperity is progress. So it is, up to a certain point. And whoever stops there? Look at Germany. Once the peaceful home of pure intellect, the land of Goethe. Once, yes, and my fear is that our brute, blustering Bismarck may be coming. But," he suddenly brightened, "croakers be hanged! The civilizers are at work, too, and they have their way in the end. Think of a man like your father, who seemed to pass and be forgotten. Was it really so? I'll warrant that at this hour Jerome Otway's spirit is working in many of our best minds. There's no calculating the power of the man who speaks from his very heart. His words don't perish, though he himself may lose courage. Listening, Piers felt a globe pass into all the currents of his life. "If only," he exclaimed, in a voice that trembled, "I had as much strength as desire to carry on his work." "Why, who knows?" replied John Jacks, looking with encouragement, wherein mingled something of affection. "You have the power of sincerity, I see that. Speak always as you believe, and who knows what opportunity you may find for making yourself heard." John Jacks reflected deeply for a few moments. "I'm going away in a day or two," he said at length, in a measured voice, "and my movements are uncertain. But we shall meet again before the end of the year." When he had left the house, Piers recalled the tone of this remark, and dwelt upon it with disquietude. Chapter 22 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 22. The night being fair, Piers set out to walk a part of the way home. It was only by thoroughly tiring himself with bodily exercise that he could get sound and long oblivion. Hours of sleeplessness were his dread. However soon he awoke after daybreak, he rose at once and drove his mind to some sort of occupation. To escape from himself was all he lived for in these days, an ascetic of old times, subduing his flesh in cell or cave, battled no harder than this idealist of London City tortured by his solitude. On the pavement of Piccadilly he saw some yards before him a man seemingly of the common lounging sort, tall-hatted and frock-coated, who was engaged in the cautious pursuit of a female figure just in advance. A light and springy and half-stalking step, head jutting a little forward, the cane mechanically swung, a typical woman-hunter, in some doubt as to his quarry. On an impulse of instinct or calculation, the man all at once took a few rapid strides, bringing himself within side view of the woman's face. Evidently he spoke a word. He received an obviously curt reply. He fell back, paced slowly, turned, and Piers became aware of a countenance he knew, that of his brother Daniel. It was a disagreeable moment. Daniel's lean, sallow visage had no aptitude for the expression of shame, but his eyes grew very round, and his teeth showed in a hard grin. "Why, Piers, my boy, again we meet in a London street," which is a rhyme, and sounds like Browning, doesn't it? Comment qu'avait-il? Piers shook hands very coldly, without pretence of a smile. "I am walking on," he said. "Yours is the other way, I think." "What, you wish to cut me? Pray, your exquisite reason." "Well, then, I think you have behaved meanly and dishonorably to me. I don't wish to discuss the matter, only to make myself understood." His ability to use this language, and to command himself as he did so, was a surprise to Piers. Nothing he disliked more than personal altercation. He shrank from it almost at any cost. But the sight of Daniel, the sound of his artificial voice, moved him deeply with indignation, and for the first time in his life he spoke out. Having done so, he had a pleasurable sensation. He felt his assured manhood. Daniel was astonished, disconcerted, but showed no disposition to close the interview. Turning, he walked along by his brother. "I suppose I know what you refer to, but let me explain. I think my explanation will interest you." "No, I'm afraid it will not," replied Piers quietly. "In any case, lend me your ears. You are offended by my failure to pay that debt. Well, my nature is frankness, and I will plead guilty to a certain procrastination. I meant to send you the money, I fully meant to do so. But in the first place, it took much longer than I expected to realize the good old man's estate, and when at length the money came into my hands, I delayed and delayed, just as one does, you know. Let us admit these human weaknesses. And I procrastinated till I was really ashamed. You follow the psychology of the thing. Then I said to myself, now, it is pretty certain Piers is not in actual want of this sum, or he would have pressed for it. On the other hand, a day may come when he will really be glad to remember that I am his banker for £150. Yes, I said, I will wait till that moment comes. I will save the money for him, as becomes his elder brother. Piers is a good fellow, and will understand. Voila!" Piers kept silence. "Tell me, my dear boy," pursued the other. "Alexander, of course, paid that little sum he owed you." "He, too, has preferred to remain my banker." "Now I call that very shameful," burst out Daniel. "No, that's too bad." "How did you know he owed me money?" inquired Piers. "How? Why, he told me himself, down at Hawes, after you went. We were talking of you, of your admirable qualities, and in his bluff, genial way he threw out how generously you had behaved to him, at a moment when he was hard up. He wanted to repay you immediately, and asked me to lend him the money for that purpose. Unfortunately, I hadn't it to lend. And to think that, after all, he never paid you. A mere £50. Why, the thing is unpardonable. In my case the sum was substantial enough to justify me in retaining it for your future benefit. But to owe £50 and shirk payment? No, I call that really disgraceful. If I ever meet Alexander—" Piers was coldly amused, when Daniel sought to draw him into general conversation, with inquiries as to his mode of life, and where he dwelt. The younger brother again spoke with decision. They were not likely, he said, to see more of each other, and he felt as little disposed to give familiar information as to ask it. Whereupon Daniel drew himself up with an air of dignified offence, and saying, "I wish you better manners," turned on his heel. Piers walked on at a rapid pace. Noticing again a well-dressed prowler of the pavement, whose approaches this time were welcomed, a feeling of nausea came upon him. He hailed a passing cab, and drove home. A week later he heard from Mrs. Hannaford that she and Olga were established in their own home. She begged him to come and see them soon, mentioning an evening where they would be glad if he could dine with them, and Piers willingly accepted. The house was at Campden Hill, a house of the kind known to agents as desirable, larger than the two ladies needed for their comfort, and, as one saw on entering the hall, furnished with tasteful care. The work had been supervised by Dr. Derwent, who thought that his sister and his niece might thus be tempted to live the orderly life so desirable in their unfortunate circumstances. When Piers entered, Mrs. Hannaford sat alone in the drawing-room. She still had the look of an invalid, but wore a gown which showed to advantage the lines of her figure. Otway had been told not to dress, and it caused him some surprise to see his hostess adorned as if for an occasion of ceremony. Her hair was done in a new way, which changed the wonted character of her face, so that she looked younger. A bunch of pale flowers rested against her bosom, and breathed delicate perfume about her. "It was discussed," she said, in a low, intimate voice, "whether we should settle in London or abroad, but we didn't like to go away. Our only real friends are in England, and we must hope to make more. Olga is so good now that she sees I really need her. She has been so kind and sweet during my illness." Whilst they were talking, Miss Hannaford silently made her entrance. Piers turned his head and felt a shock of surprise. Not till now had he seen Olga at her best. He had never imagined her so handsome. It was a wonderful illustration of the effect of apparel. She, too, had reformed the fashion of her hair, and its tawny abundance was much more effective than in the old careless style. She looked taller, she stepped with a more graceful assurance, and in offering her hand betrayed consciousness of Otway's admiration in a little flush that well became her. She had subdued her voice, chastened her expressions. The touch of masculinity on which she had prided herself in her later Bohemian days was quite gone. Wondering as they conversed, Piers had a difficulty in meeting her look. His eyes dropped to the little silk shoe which peeped from beneath her skirt. His senses were gratified. He forgot for the moment his sorrow and unrest. The talk at dinner was rather formal. Piers, with his indifferent appetite, could do but scanty justice to the dainties offered him, and the sense of luxury added a strangeness to his new relations with Mrs. Hannaford and her daughter. Olga spoke of a Russian novel she had been reading in a French translation, and was anxious to know whether it represented life as Otway knew it in Russia. She evinced a wider interest in several directions, emphasized, perhaps a little too much, her inclination for earnest thought, was altogether a more serious person than hitherto. Afterwards, when they grouped themselves in the drawing room, this constraint fell away. Mrs. Hannaford dropped a remark which awakened memories of their life together at Geneva, and Piers turned to her with a bright look. "You used to play in those days," he said, "and I've never heard you touch a piano since." There was one in the room. Olga glanced at it, and then smilingly at her mother. "My playing was so very primitive," said Mrs. Hannaford, with a laugh. "I liked it." "Because you were a boy then." "Let me try to be a boy again. Play something you used to. One of those bits from Tell, which take me back to the lakes and the mountains whenever I hear them." Mrs. Hannaford rose, laughing as if ashamed. Olga lit the candles on the piano. "I shall have to play from memory, and a nice mess I shall make of it." But memory served her for the passages of melody which Piers wished to hear. He listened with deep pleasure, living again in the years when everything he desired seemed a certainty of the future, depending only on the flight of time, on his becoming a man. He remembered his vivid joy in the pleasures of the moment, the natural happiness now, and for years, unknown to him. So long ago, it seemed, yet Mrs. Hannaford, sitting at the piano, looked younger to him than in those days. And Olga, whom as a girl of 14 he had not much liked, thinking her both conceited and dull, now was a very different person to him, a woman who seemed to have only just revealed herself, asserting a power of attraction he had never suspected in her. He found himself trying to catch glimpses of her face at different angles, as she sat listening abstractedly to the music. When it was time to go, he took leave with reluctance. The talk had grown very pleasantly familiar. Mrs. Hannaford said she hoped they would often see him, and the hope had an echo in his own thoughts. This house might offer him the refuge he sought when loneliness weighed too heavily. It was true, he could not accept the idea with the whole heart. Some vague warning troubled his imagination, but on the way home he thought persistently of the pleasure he had experienced, and promised himself that it should soon be repeated. A melody was singing in his mind. Becoming conscious of it, he remembered that it was the air to which his friend Moncharmont had set the little song of Alfred de Musset. At Odessa he had been wont to sing it, in a voice which Moncharmont declared to have the quality of a very fair tenor, and only to need training. Quand on perd par triste occurrence son espérance et sa gaieté, les remèdes au mélancolique, c'est la musique et la butte. Plus oblige et plus davantage un beau visage qu'une âme armée. Et rien n'est mieux que d'entendre et doux et tendre jadis amis. It haunted him after he had gone to rest, and for once he did not mind wakefulness. A week passed. On Friday, Piers said to himself that tomorrow he would go in the afternoon to Campden Hill, on the chance of finding his friends at home. On Saturday morning the post brought him a letter which he saw to be from Mrs. Hannaford, and he opened it with pleasant anticipation. But instead of the friendly lines he expected, he found a note of agitated appeal. The writer entreated him to come and see her exactly at 3:00. She was in very grave trouble, had the most urgent need of him. 3:00, neither sooner or later, if he could possibly find time. If he could not come, would he telegraph an appointment for her at his office? With perfect punctuality he arrived at the house, and in the drawing room found Mrs. Hannaford awaiting him. She came forward with both her hands held out, in her eyes a look almost of terror. Her voice, at first, was in choking whispers, and the words so confusedly hurried as to be barely intelligible. I have sent Olga away. I don't dare let her know. She will be away for several hours, so we can talk. Oh, you will help me. You will do your best." Perplexed and alarmed, Piers held her hand as he tried to calm her. She seemed incapable of telling him what had happened, but kept her eyes fixed upon him with a wild entreaty, and uttered broken phrases which conveyed nothing to him. He gathered at length that she was in fear of some person. "Sit down and let me hear all about it," he urged. "Yes, yes, but I'm so ashamed to speak to you about such things. I don't know whether you'll believe me. Oh, the shame, the dreadful shame! It's only because there seems just this hope. How shall I bring myself to tell you? Dear Mrs. Hannaford, we have been friends for so long. Trust me to understand you. Of course I shall believe what you say. A dreadful, a shameful thing has happened. How shall I tell you?" Her haggard face flushed scarlet. "My husband has given me notice that he is going to sue for a divorce. He brings a charge against me, a false, cruel charge. It came yesterday. I went to the solicitor whose name was given, and learnt all I could. I have had to hide it from Olga, and oh, what it cost me! At once I thought of you. Then it seemed impossible to speak to you. Then I felt I must. If only you can believe me, it is your brother." Piers was overcome with amazement. He sat looking into the eyes which stared at him with their agony of shame. "You mean Daniel?" he faltered. "Yes, Daniel Otway. It is false. I am not guilty of this. It seems to me like a hateful plot, if one could believe anyone so wicked. I saw him last night. Oh, I must tell you all, else you'll never believe me. I saw him last night. How can anyone behave so to a helpless woman? I never did him anything but kindness. He has me in his power, and he is merciless." A passion of disgust and hatred took hold on Piers as he remembered the meeting in Piccadilly. You mean to say you have put yourself into that fellow's power?" he exclaimed. "Not willingly. Oh, not willingly. I meant only kindness to him. Yes, I have been weak, I know, and so foolish. It has gone on so long. You remember when I first saw him? At Ewell? I liked him, just as a friend. Of course I behaved foolishly. It was my miserable life. You know what my life was like. But nothing happened. I mean, I never thought of him for a moment as anything but an ordinary friend, until I had my legacy." The look on the listener's face checked her. "I begin to understand," said Piers, with bitterness. "No, no, don't say that. Don't speak like that." "It's not you I am thinking of, Mrs. Hannaford. As soon as money comes in. But tell me plainly. I have perfect confidence in what you say. Indeed I have." "It does me good to hear you say that. I can tell you all, now that I have begun. It is true, he did ask me to go away with him, again and again. But he had no right to do that. I was foolish in showing that I liked him. Again and again I forbade him to ever see me. I tried so hard to break off. It was no use. He always wrote, wherever I was, sending his letters to Dr. Derwent to be forwarded. He made me meet him at all sorts of places, using threats at last. Oh, what I have gone through!" "No doubt," said Piers gently. "You have lent him money?" She reddened again. Her head sank. "Yes, I have lent him money, when he was in need, just before the death of your father." "Once only?" "Once or twice." "To be sure. Lately, too, I dare say?" "Yes." "Then you quite understand his character." "I do now," Mrs. Hannaford replied wretchedly. "But I must tell you more. If it were only a suspicion of my husband's, I should hardly care at all. But someone must have betrayed me to him, and have told deliberate falsehoods. I am accused. It was when I was at the seaside once, and he came to the same hotel. Oh, the shame, the shame!" She covered her face with her hands, and turned away. "Why," cried Piers in wrath, "that fellow is capable of having betrayed you himself. I mean of lying about you for his own purposes." "You think he could be so wicked?" "I don't doubt it for a moment. He has done his best to persuade you to ruin yourself for him, and he thinks, no doubt, that if you are divorced, nothing will stand between him and you, in other words, your money. He said, when I saw him yesterday, that now it had come to this, I had better take that step at once. And when I spoke of my innocence, he asked who would believe it. He seemed sorry, really he did. Perhaps he is not so bad as one fears." "Where did you see him yesterday?" asked Otway. "At his lodgings. I was obliged to go and see him as soon as possible. I have never been there before. He behaved very kindly. He said, of course, he should declare my innocence." "And in the same breath assured you no one would believe it, and advised you to go off with him at once." "I know how bad it seems," said Mrs. Hannaford, "and yet it is all my own fault, my own long folly. Oh, you must wonder why I have brought you here to tell you this. It's because there is no one else I could speak to, as a friend, and I felt I should go mad if I couldn't ask someone's advice. Of course I could go to a lawyer, but I mean someone who would sympathize with me. I am not very strong. You know I have been ill. This blow seems almost more than I can bear. I thought I would ask you if you could suggest anything, if you would see him and try to arrange something." She looked at Piers distractedly. "Perhaps money would help. My husband has been having money from me. Perhaps if we offered him more. Ought I to see him myself? But there is ill feeling between us, and I fear he would be glad to injure me, glad." "I will see Daniel," said Piers, trying to see hope where reason told him there was none. With him, at all events, money can do much. "You will? You think you may be able to help me? I am in such terror when I think of my brother hearing of this. And Irene! Think, if it becomes public, everyone talking about the disgrace, what will Irene do? Just at the time of her marriage." She held out her hands pleadingly. "You would be glad to save Irene from such a shame?" Piers had not yet seen the scandal from this point of view. It came upon him with a shock, and he stood speechless. "My husband hates them," pursued Mrs. Hannaford, "and you don't know what his hatred means. Just for that alone, he will do his worst against me, hoping to throw disgrace on the Derwents." "I doubt very much," said Piers, who had been thinking hard, whether, in any event, this would affect the Derwents in people's opinion. "You don't think so? But you do know Arnold Jacks. I feel sure he is the kind of man who would resent bitterly such a thing as this. He is very proud in just that kind of way. Do you understand? Oh, I know it would make trouble between him and Irene." "In that case," Piers began vehemently, and at once checked himself. "What were you going to say?" "Nothing that could help us." When he raised his eyes again, Mrs. Hannaford was gazing at him with pitiful entreaty. "For her sake," she said in a low, shaken voice, "you will try to do something." "If only I can." "Yes, I know you. You are good and generous. It ought surely to be possible to stop this before it gets talked about. If I were guilty, it would be different. But I have done no wrong. I have only been weak and foolish. I thought of going straight to my brother, but there is the dreadful thought that he might not believe me. It is so hard for a woman accused in this way to seem innocent. Men always see the dark side. He has no very good opinion of me, as it is. I know he hasn't. I turned so naturally to you. I felt you would do your utmost for me in my misery. If only my husband can be brought to see that I am not guilty, that he wouldn't win the suit, then perhaps he would cease from it. I will give all the money I can, all I have." Piers stood reflecting. "Tell me all the details you have learnt," he said. "What evidence do they rely on?" Her head bowed, her voice broken, she told of place and time and the assertions of so-called witnesses. "Why has this plot against you been a year in ripening?" asked Otway. "Perhaps we are wrong in thinking it a plot. My husband may only just have discovered what he thinks my guilt in some chance way. If so, there is hope." They sat mute for a minute or two. "If only I can hide this from Olga," said Mrs. Hannaford. "Think how dreadful it is for me, with her. We were going to ask you to spend another evening with us. But how is it possible? If I send you the invitation, will you make an answer excusing yourself, saying you are too busy, to prevent Olga from wondering? How hard, how cruel it is! Just when we had made ourselves a home here, and might have been happy." Piers stood up and tried to speak words of encouragement. The charge being utterly false, at worst a capable solicitor might succeed in refuting it. He was about to take his leave, when he remembered that he did not know Daniel's address. Mrs. Hannaford gave it. "I am sorry you went there," he said, and as he left the room, he saw the woman's eyes follow him with that look of woe which signals a tottering mind. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Crown of Life, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 23. Without investigating her motives, Irene Derwent deferred as long as possible her meeting with the man to whom she had betrothed herself. Nor did Arnold Jacks evince any serious impatience in this matter. They corresponded in affectionate terms, exchanging letters once a week or so. Arnold, as it chanced, was unusually busy, his particular section of the British Empire supplying sundry problems just now, not to be hurriedly dealt with by those in authority. There was much drawing up of reports and translating of facts into official language in Arnold's secretarial department. Of these things he spoke to his bride-elect as freely as discretion allowed, and Irene found his letters interesting. The ladies in Cheshire were forewarned of the new Irene who was about to visit them. Political differences did not at all affect their kindliness. Indeed, they saw with satisfaction the girl's keen mood of loyalty to the man of her choice. She brought with her the air of Greater Britain. She spoke much and well of the destinies of the Empire. "I see it all more clearly since this bit of colonial experience," she said. "Our work in the world is marked out for us. We have no choice unless we turn cowards. Of course we shall be hated by other countries more and more. We shall be accused of rapacity and arrogance, and everything else that's disagreeable in a large way. We can't help that. If we enrich ourselves, that is a legitimate reward for the task we perform. England means liberty and enlightenment. Let England spread to the ends of the earth. We mustn't be afraid of greatness. We can't stop, still less draw back. Our politics have become our religion. Our rulers have a greater responsibility than was ever known in the world's history, and they will be equal to it." The listeners felt that a little clapping of the hands would have been appropriate. They exchanged a glance, as if consulting each other as to the permissibility of such applause. But Irene's eloquent eyes and glowing colour excited more admiration than criticism. In their hearts they wished joy to the young life which would go on its way through an ever-changing world, long after they and their old-fashioned ideas had passed into silence. In a laughing moment, Irene told them of the proposal she had received from Trafford Romaine. This betokened her high spirits, and perchance indicated a wish to make it understood that her acceptance of Arnold Jacks was no unconsidered impulse. The ladies were interested, but felt this confidence something of an indiscretion, and did not comment upon it. They hoped she would not be tempted to impart her secret to persons less capable of respecting it. During these days there came a definite invitation from Mrs. Borisoff, who was staying in Hampshire at the house of her widowed mother, and Irene gladly accepted it. She wished to see more of Helen Borisoff, whose friendship she felt might have a significance for her at this juncture of life. The place and its inhabitants, she found on arriving, answered very faithfully to Helen's description. An old manor house, beautifully situated, hard by a sleepy village. Its mistress a rather prim woman of 60, conventional in every thought and act, but too good-natured to be aggressive, and living with her 2 unmarried daughters, whose sole care was the spiritual and material well-being of the village poor. "Where I come from, I really don't know," said Helen to her friend. "My father was the staidest of country gentlemen. I'm a sport, plainly. You will see my mother watch me every now and then with apprehension. I fancy it surprises her that I really do behave myself, that I don't even say anything shocking. With you, the dear old lady is simply delighted. I know she prays that I may not harm you. You're the first respectable acquaintance I've made since my marriage." In the lovely old garden, in the still meadows, and on the sheep-cropped hillsides, they had many a long talk. Now that Irene was as good as married, Mrs. Borisoff used less reserve in speaking of her private circumstances. She explained the terms on which she stood with her husband. "Marriage, my dear girl, is of many kinds. Absurd to speak of it as one and indivisible. There's the marriage of interest, the marriage of reason, the marriage of love. And each of these classes can be almost infinitely subdivided. For the majority of folk, I'm quite sure it would be better not to choose their own husbands and wives, but to leave it to sensible friends who wish them well. In England, at all events, they think they marry for love, but that's mere nonsense. Did you ever know a love match? I never even heard of one in my little world. Well, she added with a roguish smile, putting yourself out of the question. Irene's countenance betrayed a passing inquietude. She had an air of reflection, averted her eyes, and did not speak. The average male or female is never in love, pursued Helen. They are incapable of it, and in this matter moi, qui vous parle, am average. At least I think I am. All evidence goes to prove it so far. I married my husband because I thought him the most interesting man I had ever met. That was 8 years ago, when I was 22. Curiously, I didn't try to persuade myself that I was in love. I take credit for this, my dear. No, it was a marriage of reason. I had money, which Mr. Borisoff had not. He really liked me, and does still. But we are reasonable as ever. If we felt obliged to live always together, we should be very uncomfortable. As it is, I travel for 6 months when the humour takes me, and it works à merveille. Into my husband's life I don't inquire. I have no right to do so, and I am not by nature a busybody. As for my own affairs, Mr. Borisoff is not uneasy. He has great faith in me, which, speaking frankly, I quite deserve. I am, my dear Irene, a most respectable woman. There comes in my parentage. Then, said Irene, looking at her own beautiful fingernails, your experience, after all, is disillusion. Moderate disillusion, replied the other with her humorously judicial air. I'm not grievously disappointed. I still find my husband an interesting, most interesting man. Both of us being so thoroughly reasonable, our marriage may be called a success. Well, clearly, then, you don't think love a sine qua non. Oh, clearly not. Love has nothing whatever to do with marriage in the statistical, the ordinary sense of the term. When I say love, I mean love, not domestic affection. Marriage is a practical concern of mankind at large. Love is a personal experience of the very few. Think of our common phrases such as choice of a wife. Think of the perfectly sound advice given by sage elders to the young who are thinking of marriage, implying deliberation, care. What have these things to do with love? You can no more choose to be a lover than to be a poet. Nascitur non fit. Oh yes, I know my Latin. Generally, the man or woman born for love is born for nothing else. Oh, a deplorable state of things, exclaimed Irene, laughing. Yes, or no. Who knows? Such people ought to die young, but I don't say that is invariably the case. To be capable of loving, and at the same time to have other faculties and the will to use them, there's your complete human being. I think, Irene began and stopped, her voice failing. You think, belle Irene? Oh, I was going to say that all this seems to me sensible and right. It doesn't disturb me. Why should it? I think I will tell you, Helen, that my motive in marrying is the same as yours was. I surmised it. But you know, there the similarity will end. It's quite certain, she laughed, that I shall have no 6-month vacations. At present I don't think I shall desire them. No. To speak frankly, I augur well of your marriage. These words affected Irene with a sense of relief. She had imagined that Mrs. Borisoff thought otherwise. A bright smile sunned her countenance. Helen, observing it, smiled too, but more thoughtfully. You must bring your husband to see me in Paris sometime next year. By the by, you don't think he will disapprove of me? Do you imagine Mr. Jacks—" What were you going to say? Irene had stopped, as if for want of the right word. She was reflecting. "It never struck me," she said, "that he would wish to regulate my choice of friends. Yet I suppose it would be within his right." "Oh, conventionally speaking, undoubtedly." "Don't think I'm in uncertainty about this particular instance," said Irene. "Oh no, he's already told me that he liked you. But of the general question I had never thought." "My dear, who does or can think before marriage of all that it involves? After all, the pleasures of life consist so largely in the unexpected." Irene paced a few yards in silence, and when she spoke again it was of quite another subject. Whether this sojourn with her experienced and philosophical friend made her better able to face the meeting with Arnold Jacks was not quite certain. At moments she fancied so. She saw her position as wholly reasonable, void of anxiety. She was about to marry the man she liked and respected, safest of all forms of marriage. But there came troublesome moods of misgiving. It did not flatter her self-esteem to think of herself as excluded from the number of those who are capable of love. Even in Helen Borisoff's view, the elect, the fortunate. Of love she had thought more in this last week or two than in all her years gone by. Assuredly she knew it not, this glory of the poets, yet she could inspire it in others, at all events in one, whose rhythmic utterance of the passion ever and again came back to her mind. A temptation had assailed her, but she resisted it, to repeat those verses of Piers Otway to her friend, and in thinking of them, she half reproached herself for the total silence that she had preserved towards their author. Perhaps he was uncertain whether the verses had ever reached her. It seemed unkind. There would have been no harm in letting him know that she had read the lines, and, as poetry, liked them. Was her temper prosaic? It would at any time have surprised her to be told so. Owing to her father's influence, she had given much time to scientific studies, but she knew herself by no means defective in appreciation of art and literature. By whatever accident, the friends of her earlier years had been notable rather for good sense and good feeling than for aesthetic fervour. The one exception, her cousin Olga, had rather turned her from thoughts about the beautiful, for Olga seemed emotional in excess, and was not without taint of affectation. In Helen Borisoff she knew for the first time a woman who cared supremely for music, poetry, pictures, and who combined with this a vigorous, practical intelligence. Helen could burn with enthusiasm, yet never exposed herself to suspicion of weak-mindedness. Posturing was her scorn, but no one spoke more ardently of the things she admired. Her acquaintance with recent literature was wider than that of anyone Irene had known. She talked of it in the most interesting way, giving her friend new lights, inspiring her with a new energy of thought. And Irene was sorry to go away. She vaguely felt that this companionship was of moment in the history of her mind. She wished for a larger opportunity of benefiting by it. Dr. Derwent and his son were now at Cromer. There Irene was to join them, and thither, presently, would come Arnold Jacks. On the day of her departure there arose a storm of wind and rain, which grew more violent as she approached the Norfolk coast, and nothing could have pleased her better. Her troubled mood harmonised with the darkened, roaring sea. Moreover, this atmospheric disturbance made something to talk about on arriving. She suffered no embarrassment at the meeting with her father and Eustace, who of course awaited her at the station. To their eyes, Irene was in excellent spirits, though rather wearied after the tiresome journey. She said very little about her stay in Hampshire. The last person in the world with whom Irene would have chosen to converse about her approaching marriage was her excellent brother Eustace. But the young man was not content with offering his good wishes. To her surprise, he took the opportunity of their being alone together on the beach to speak with the most unwonted warmth about Arnold Jacks.
I really was glad when I heard of it. To tell you the truth, I had hoped for it. If there's a man living whom I respect, it's Arnold. There's no end to his good qualities. A downright good and sensible fellow.
"Of course I'm very glad you think so, Eustace," replied his sister, stooping to pick up a shell.
Indeed I do. I've often thought that one's sister's choice in marriage must be a very anxious thing. It would have worried me awfully if I had felt any doubts about the man."
Irene was inclined to laugh. "It's very good of you," she said.
"Oh, but I mean it. Girls haven't quite a fair chance, you know. They can't see much of men."
"Well, if it comes to that," said Irene merrily, "men seem to me in much the same position."
"Oh, it's so different. Girls, women, are good. There's nothing unpleasant to be known about them."
"Oh, upon my word, Eustace, on n'est pas plus galant. But I really feel it my duty to warn you against that amiable optimism. If you were so kind as to be uneasy on my account, I shall be still more so on yours. Your position, my dear boy, is a little perilous."
Eustace laughed, not without some amiable confusion. To give himself a countenance, he smote at pebbles with the head of his walking-stick. "Oh, I shan't marry for ages."
"That shows rather more prudence than faith in your doctrine."
"Never mind. Our subject is Arnold Jacks. He's a splendid fellow. The best and most sensible fellow I know."
It was not the eulogy most agreeable to Irene in her present state of mind. She hastened to dismiss the topic, but thought with no little surprise and amusement of Eustace's self-revelation. Brothers and sisters seldom know each other, and these two, by virtue of widely differing characteristics, were scarce more than mutually well-disposed strangers. Less emphatic in commendation, Dr. Derwent appeared not less satisfied with his future son-in-law. Irene's scrutiny, sharpened by intense desire to read her father's mind, could detect no qualification of his contentment. As his habit was, the doctor, having found an opportunity, broached the subject with humorous abruptness.
"It's no business of mine. I don't wish to be impertinent. But if I may be allowed to express approval?"
Irene raised her eyes for a moment, bestowing upon him a look of affection and gratitude.
"He's a thorough Englishman, and that means a good deal in the laudatory sense. The best sort of husband for an English girl, I've no manner of doubt."
Dr. Derwent was not effusive. He had said as much as he cared to say on the more intimate aspect of the matter. But he spoke long and carefully regarding things practical. Irene had his entire confidence. Nothing in the state of his affairs needed to be kept from her knowledge. He spoke of the duty he owed to his two children respectively, and in sufficient detail of Arnold Jacks's circumstances. On the death of John Jacks, which the doctor suspected was not remote, Arnold would be something more than a well-to-do man. His wife, if she aimed that way, might look for a social position such as the world envied.
"And on the whole," he added, "as society must have leaders, I prefer that they should be people with brains as well as money. The ambition is quite legitimate. Do your part in civilizing the drawing-room, as Arnold conceives he is doing his on a larger scale. A good and intelligent woman is no superfluity in the world of wealth nowadays."
Irene tried to believe that this ambition appealed to her. Nay, at times it certainly did so, for she liked the brilliant and the commanding. On the other hand, it seemed imperfect as an ideal of life. In its undercurrents her thought was always more or less turbid. A letter from Arnold announced his coming. A day after, he arrived. Many times as she had enacted in fancy the scene of their meeting, Irene found in the reality something quite unlike her anticipation. Arnold, it was true, behaved much as she expected,
He was perfect in well-bred homage. He said the right things in the right tone. His face declared a sincere emotion, yet he restrained himself within due limits of respect. The result in Irene's mind was disappointment and fear. He gave her too little. He seemed to ask too much. The first interview, in a private sitting-room at the hotel where they were all staying, lasted about half an hour. It wrought a change in Irene for which she had not at all prepared herself, though the doubts and misgivings which had of late beset her pointed darkly to such a revulsion of feeling. She had not understood, she could not understand, until enlightened by the very experience. Alone once more, she sat down all tremulous, pallid as if she had suffered a shock of fright. An indescribable sense of immodesty troubled her nerves. She seemed to have lost all self-respect. The thought of going forth again, of facing her father and brother, was scarcely to be borne. This acute distress presently gave way to a dull pain, a sinking at the heart. She felt miserably alone. She longed for a friend of her own sex, not necessarily to speak of what she was going through, but for the moral support of a safe companionship. Never had she known such a feeling of isolation and of over-great responsibility. A few tears relieved her. Irene was not prone to weeping. Only a great crisis of her fate would have brought her to this extremity. It was over in a quarter of an hour, or seemed so. She had recovered command of her nerves, had subdued the excess of emotion. As for what had happened, that was driven into the background of her mind, to await examination at leisure. She was a new being, but for the present could bear herself in the old way. Before leaving her room, she stood before the looking-glass and smiled. Ah, yes, it would do. Arnold Jacks was in the state of mind which exhibited him at his very best. An air of discreet triumph sat well on this elegant Englishman. It prompted him to continuous discourse, which did not lack its touch of brilliancy. His features had an uncommon animation, and his slender, well-knit figure, of course clad with perfect seaside propriety, appeared to gain an inch, so gallantly he held himself. He walked the cliffs like one on guard over his country. Without for a moment becoming ridiculous, Arnold, with his first-rate English breeding, could carry off a great deal of radiant self-consciousness. Side by side, he and Irene looked very well. There was suitability of stature, harmony of years. Arnold's clean-cut visage, manly yet refined, did no discredit to the choice of a girl even so striking in countenance as Irene. They drew the eyes of passers-by. Conscious of this, Irene now and then flinched imperceptibly, but her smile held good, and its happiness flattered the happy man. Eustace Derwent departed in a day or two, having an invitation to join friends in Scotland. He had vastly enjoyed the privilege of listening to Arnold's talk. Indeed, to his sister's amusement, he plainly sought to model himself on Mr. Jacks in demeanour, in phraseology, and in sentiments, and not without success. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 24. On one of those evenings at the seaside, Dr. Derwent, glancing over the newspapers, came upon a letter signed Lee Hannaford. It had reference to some current dispute about the merits of a new bullet. Hannaford, writing with authority, criticised the invention. He gave particulars, the result of an experiment on an old horse, as to its mode of penetrating flesh and shattering bone. There was gusto in his style, that of the true artist in bloodshed. Pointing out the signature to Arnold Jacks, Dr. Derwent asked in a subdued tone, as when one speaks of something shameful, Have you seen or heard of him lately?" "Oh, about 10 days ago," replied Arnold. "He was at the Hyde Wilsons', and he had the impertinence to congratulate me. He did it, too, before other people, so that I couldn't very well answer as I wished. You are aware, by the way, that he is doing very well. Belongs to a firm of manufacturers of explosives." "Indeed. I wish he would explode his own head off." The doctor spoke with most unwonted fierceness. Arnold Jacks, without verbally seconding the wish, showed by an uneasy smile that he would not have mourned the decease of this relative of the Derwents. Mrs. Hannaford's position involved no serious scandal, but Arnold had a strong dislike for any sort of social irregularity. Here was the one detail of his future wife's family circumstances which he desired to forget. What made it more annoying than it need have been was his surmise that Lee Hannaford nursed rancour against the Derwents, and would not lose an opportunity of venting it. In the public congratulation of which Arnold spoke, there had been a distinct touch of malice. It was not impossible that the man hinted calumnies with regard to his wife, and, under the circumstances, slander of that kind was the most difficult thing to deal with. But in Irene's society these unwelcome thoughts were soon dismissed. With the demeanour of his betrothed, Arnold was abundantly satisfied. He saw in it the perfect medium between demonstrativeness and insensibility. Without ever having reflected on the subject, he felt that this was how a girl of entire refinement should behave in a situation demanding supreme delicacy. Irene never seemed in a coming-on disposition, to use the phrase of a young person who has not had the advantage of English social training. It was evidently her wish to behave, as far as possible, with the simplicity of mere friendship. In these days, Mr. Jacks, for the first time, ceased to question himself as to the prudence of the step he had taken. Hitherto, he had been often reminded that, socially speaking, he might have made a better marriage. He had felt that Irene conquered somewhat against his will, and that he wooed her without quite meaning to do so. On the cliffs and the sands at Cromer, these indecisions vanished. The girl had never looked to such advantage. He had never been so often apprised of the general admiration she excited. Beyond doubt, she would do him credit. In Arnold's view, the first qualification in a wife. She was really very intelligent, could hold her own in any company, and, with experience, might become a positively brilliant woman. For caresses, for endearments, the time was not yet. That kind of thing, among self-respecting people of a certain class, came only with the honeymoon. Yet Arnold never for a moment doubted that the girl was very fond of him. Of course it was for his sake that she had refused Trafford Romaine, a most illuminating incident. That she was proud of him went without saying. He noticed with satisfaction how thoroughly she had embraced his political views, what a charming imperialist she had become. In short, everything promised admirably. At moments, Arnold felt the burning of a lover's impatience. They parted, and the Derwents returned to London. Arnold set off to pay a hasty visit or two in the north. The wedding was to take place a couple of months hence, and the pair would spend their Christmas in Egypt. A few days after her arrival in Bryanston Square, Irene went to see the Hannafords. She found her aunt in a deplorable state, unable to converse, looking as if on the verge of a serious illness. Olga behaved strangely, like one in harassing trouble of which she might not speak. It was a painful visit, and on her return home, Irene talked of it to her father. "Something wretched is going on of which we don't know," she declared. "Anyone could see it. Olga is keeping some miserable secret, and her mother looks as if she were being driven mad." "That ruffian, I suppose," said the doctor. "What can he be doing?" The next day he saw his sister. He came home with a gloomy countenance. and called Irene into his study. "You were right. Something very bad indeed is going on. So bad that I hardly like to speak to you about it. But secrecy is impossible. We must use our common sense. Hannaford is bringing a suit for divorce." Irene was so astonished that she merely gazed at her father, waiting his explanation. Under her eyes, Dr. Derwent suffered an increase of embarrassment, which tended to relieve itself in anger. "It'll kill her," he exclaimed with a nervous gesture. "And then, if justice were done, that scoundrel would be hanged."
"You mean her husband?"
"Yes, though I'm not sure that there isn't another who deserves the name. She wants to see you, Irene, and I think you must go at once. She says she has things to tell you that will make her mind easier. I'm going to send a nurse to be with her. She mustn't be left alone. It's lucky I went today. I won't answer for what may happen in 24 hours. Olga isn't much use, you know, though she's doing what she can."
It was about 1:00, and saying that she would be able to lunch at her aunt's house, Irene forthwith made ready and drove to Campden Hill. She was led into the drawing-room and sat there alone for 5 minutes, and then Olga entered. The girls advanced to each other with natural gesture of distress. "She's asleep, I'm glad to say," Olga whispered, as if still in a sick room. "I persuaded her to lie down. I don't think she's closed her eyes the last 2 or 3 nights. Can you wait? Oh, do if you can. She does so want to see you." "But why, dear? Of course I'll wait. But why does she ask for me?" Olga related all that had come to pass in her knowledge. Only by ceaseless importunity had she constrained her mother to reveal the cause of an anguish which could no longer be disguised. The avowal had been made yesterday, not long before Dr. Derwent's coming to the house. "I wanted to tell you, but she had forbidden me to speak to anyone. What's the use of trying to keep such a thing secret? If Uncle had not come, I should have telegraphed for him. Of course he made her tell him, and it has put her at rest for a little. She fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Her dread is that we shan't believe her. She wants, I think, only to declare to you that she has done no wrong." "As if I could doubt her word!" Irene tried to shape a question, but could not speak. Her cousin also was mute for a moment. Their eyes met and fell. "You remember Mr. Otway's brother?" said Olga in an unsteady voice, and then ceased. "He? Daniel Otway?" Irene had turned pale. She spoke under her breath. At once there recurred to her the unexplained incident at Malvern Station. "I knew mother was foolish in keeping up an acquaintance with him," Olga answered with some vehemence. "I detested the man, what I saw of him. And I suspect, of course mother won't say, he has been having money from her." An exclamation of revolted feeling escaped Irene. She could not speak her thoughts. They were painful almost beyond endurance. She could not even meet her cousin's look. "It's a hideous thing to talk about," Olga pursued, her head bent and her hands crushing each other. "No wonder it seems to be almost driving her mad. What do you think she did as soon as she received the notice? She sent for Piers Otway and told him, and asked him to help her. He came in the afternoon when I was out. Oh, think how dreadful it must have been for her." "How could he help her?" asked Irene, in a strangely subdued tone, still without raising her eyes. "By seeing his brother," she thought, "and getting him perhaps to persuade my father I hate the name that there were no grounds for such an action." "What?" Irene forced each syllable from her lips. "What are the grounds alleged?" Olga began a reply, but the first word choked her. Her self-command gave way. She sobbed and turned to hide her face. "Oh, you too are being tried beyond your strength," said Irene, whose womanhood fortified itself in these moments of wretched doubt and shame. "Come, we must have some lunch while aunt is asleep." "I want to get it all over.
To tell you as much as I know," said the other, "Mother says there's not even an appearance of wrongdoing against her, that she can only be accused by deliberate falsehood. She hasn't told me more than that. And how can I ask? Of course he is capable of everything, of any wickedness."
"You mean Daniel Otway?"
"Oh, no. Her husband. I will never again call him by the other name."
"Do you know whether Piers Otway has seen his brother?"
"He hadn't up to yesterday, when he sent Mother a note saying that the man was away and couldn't be heard of." With an angry effort, Olga recovered her self-possession. Apart from the natural shame which afflicted her, she seemed to experience more of indignation and impatience than any other feeling. Growing calmer, she spoke almost with bitterness of her mother's folly. "I told her once, quite plainly, that Daniel Otway wasn't the kind of man she ought to be friendly with. She was offended. It was one of the reasons we couldn't go on living together. I believe, if the truth were known, it was worry about him that caused her breakdown in health. She's a weak, soft-natured woman. And I know very well what he is. He and the other one, both Piers Otway's brothers, have always been worthless creatures. She knew it well enough, and yet I suppose their mother—" She broke off in a tone of disgust. Irene, looking at her with more attentiveness, waited for what she would say next. "Of course you remember," Olga added after a pause, "that they are only half-brothers to Piers Otway?"
"Of course I do."
"His mother must have been a very different woman. You have heard?" They exchanged looks. Irene nodded and averted her eyes, murmuring,
"Aunt explained to me after his father's death."
"One would have supposed," said Olga, "that they would turn into the honourable men, and he the scamp. Nature doesn't seem to care much about setting us a moral lesson." And she laughed, a short, bitter laugh. Irene, her brows knit in painful thought, kept silence. They were going to the dining-room, when a servant made known to them that Mrs. Hannaford was asking for her daughter. "Do have something to eat," said Olga, "and I'll tell her you're here. You shall have lunch first, I insist upon it, and I'll join you in a moment." In a quarter of an hour, Irene went up to her aunt's room. Mrs. Hannaford was sitting in an easy chair, placed so that a pale ray of sunshine fell upon her. She rose feebly, only to fall back again. Her hands were held out in pitiful appeal, and tears moistened her cheeks. Beholding this sad picture, Irene forgot the doubt that offended her. She was all soft compassion. The suffering woman clung about her neck, hid her face against her bosom, sobbed and moaned. They spoke together till dusk. The confession which Mrs. Hannaford made to her niece went further than that elicited from her either by Olga or Dr. Derwent. In broken sentences, in words of shamefaced incoherence, but easily understood, she revealed a passion which had been her torturing secret, and a temptation against which she had struggled year after year. The man was unworthy; she had long known it. She suffered only the more. She had been imprudent, once or twice all but reckless, but never what is called guilty. Convinced of the truth of what she had heard, Irene drew a long sigh, and became almost cheerful in her ardour of solace and encouragement. No one had ever seen the Irene who came forth under this stress of circumstance. No one had ever heard the voice with which she uttered her strong heart. The world! Who cared for the world? Let it clack and grin. They would defend the truth, and quietly wait the issue. No more weakness. Brain and conscience must now play their part. "But if it should go against me? If I am made free of that man—" "Then be free of him!" exclaimed the girl, her eyes flashing through tears. "Be glad!" "No, no, I'm afraid of myself." "We will help you. When you are well again, your mind will be stronger to resist. Not that. Never that. You know it's impossible. I know. And there is one thing that would really make it so. I haven't told you another thing I had to say, why I wanted so to see you. Irene looked kindly into the agitated face. It's about Piers Otway. He came to see us here. I had formed a hope. Olga? Oh, yes. Oh, if that could be. She caught the girl's hand in her hot palms and seemed to entreat her for a propitious word. Irene was very still and thinking, and at length she smiled. Well, who can say? Olga is good and clever. Oh, it might have been. I know it might. But after this... More likely than not, said Irene with a half-absent look, this would help to bring it about. Oh, dear. Only your marriage could have changed him. Nothing else. Oh, I'm sure, nothing else. He has the warmest and truest heart. Irene sat with bowed head, her lips compressed. She smiled again, but more faintly. In the silence there sounded a soft tap at the door. I'll see who it is, said Irene. Olga stood without, holding a letter. She whispered that the handwriting of the address, to Mrs. Hannaford, was Piers Otway's, and that possibly this meant important news. Irene took the letter and re-entered the room. It was necessary to light the gas before Mrs. Hannaford could read the sheet that trembled in her hand. What I feared. He can do nothing. She held the letter to Irene, who perused it. Piers began by saying that as a result of a note he had posted yesterday, Daniel had this morning called upon him at his office. They had had a long talk. He declared himself quite overcome by what had happened, and said he had been away from town, endeavouring to get an understanding of the so-called evidence against him. Possibly his inquiries might effect something. As yet, they were useless. He was very vague, and did not reassure me. I could not make him answer simple questions. There is no honesty in the man. Unfortunately, I have warrant for saying this on other accounts. Believe me, when I tell you that the life he leads makes him unworthy of your lightest thought. He is utterly, hopelessly ignoble. It is a hateful memory that I, who feel for you a deep respect and affection, was the cause of your coming to know him. But for the fear of embarrassing you, I should have brought this news instead of writing it. If you are still keeping your trouble a secret, I beseech you to ease your mind by seeing Dr. Derwent and telling him everything. It is plain that your defence must at once be put into legal hands. Your brother is a man of the world, and much more than that. He cannot refuse to believe you, and his practical aid will comfort you in every way. Do not try to hide the thing, even from your daughter. She is of an age to share your suffering, and to alleviate it by her affection. Believe me, silence is mistaken delicacy. You are innocent. You are horribly wronged. Have the courage of a just cause, and see Dr. Derwent at once. I implore you to do so, for your own sake, and for that of all your true friends. At the end, Irene drew a deep breath. He certainly is one of them, she said. Of my true friends? Oh, indeed he is. Again they were interrupted. Olga announced the arrival of the nurse sent by Dr. Derwent to tend the invalid. Thereupon Irene took leave of her aunt, promising to come again on the morrow, and went downstairs, where she exchanged a few words with her cousin. They spoke of Piers Otway's letter. "Pleasant for us, isn't it?" said Olga with a dreary smile. "Picture us entertaining friends who call." Irene embraced her gently, bade her be hopeful, and said good-bye. At home again, she remembered that she had an engagement to dine out this evening, but the thought was insufferable. Eustace, who was to have accompanied her, must go alone. Having given the necessary orders, she went to her room, meaning to sit there until dinner,
But she grew restless and impatient. When the first bell rang, she made a hurried change of dress and descended to the drawing-room. An evening newspaper failed to hold her attention. With nervous movements she walked hither and thither. It was a great relief to her when the door opened and her father came in. Contrary to his custom, the doctor had not dressed. He bore a wearied countenance, but at the sight of Irene tried to smooth away the lines of disgust. It was all I could do to get here by dinner-time. Excuse me, Mademoiselle Wren. They're the clothes of an honest working man. The pet syllable, a joke upon her name as translated by Thibaut Rossignol, had not been frequent on her father's lips for the last year or two. He used it only in moments of gaiety or of sadness. Irene did not wish to speak about her aunt just now, and was glad that the announcement of dinner came almost at once. They sat through an unusually silent meal, the few words they exchanged having reference to public affairs. As soon as it was over, Irene asked if she might join her father in the library. "Yes, come and be smoked," was his answer. This mood did not surprise her. It was the doctor's principle to combat anxiety with jests. He filled and lit one of his largest pipes, and smoked it for some minutes before speaking. Irene, still nervous, let her eyes wander about the book-covered walls. A flush was on her cheeks, and with one of her hands she grasped the other wrist, as if to restrain herself from involuntary movement. "The nurse came," she said at length, unable to keep silence longer. "Ah, that's right. An excellent woman. I can trust her." "Aunt seemed better when I came away." "I'm glad." Volleys of tobacco were the only sign of the stress Dr. Derwent suffered. He loathed what seemed to him the sordid tragedy of his sister's life, and he resented as a monstrous thing his daughter's involvement in such an affair. This was the natural man. The scientific observer took another side, urging that life was life and could not be escaped, refine ourselves as we may. Also, that a sensible girl of mature years would benefit rather than otherwise by being made helpful to a woman caught in the world's snare. "Whilst I was there," pursued Irene, "there came a letter from Mr. Otway. Oh, no, not from him. From Mr. Piers Otway." She gave a general idea of its contents, and praised its tone. "I dare say," threw out her father, almost irritably, "but I shall strongly advise her to have done with all of that name." "Oh, it is true they are of the same family," said Irene, "but that seems a mere accident, when one knows the difference between our friend Mr. Otway and his brothers." "Maybe. I shall never like the name. And pray don't speak of our friend. In any case, as you see, there must be an end of that." "I should like you to see his letter, father. Ask aunt to show it to you." The doctor smoked fiercely, his brows dark. Rarely in her lifetime had Irene seen her father wrathful, save for his outbursts against the evils of the world and the time. To her he had never spoken an angry word. The lowering of his features in this moment caused her a painful flutter at the heart. She became mute, and for a minute or two neither spoke. "By the by," said Dr. Derwent suddenly, "it is a most happy thing that your aunt's money was so strictly tied up. No one can be advantaged by her death, except that American hospital. Her scoundrelly acquaintances are aware of that fact, no doubt." "Oh, it's a little hard, isn't it, that Olga would have nothing?" "Oh, in one way, yes. But I'm not sure she isn't safer, so." Again there fell silence. Again Irene's eyes wandered, and her hands moved nervously. "There is one thing we must speak of," she said at length. "If the case goes on, Arnold will of course hear of it." Dr. Derwent looked keenly at her before replying. "He knows already." "He knows? How?"
"By common talk in some house he frequents. Agreeable. I saw him this afternoon. He took me aside and spoke of this. It's his belief that Hannaford himself has set the news going." Irene seemed about to rise. She sat straight, every nerve tense, her face glowing with indignation. "What an infamy!" "Just so. It's the kind of thing we're getting mixed up with."
"How did Arnold speak to you? In what tone?"
"As any decent man would. I can't describe it otherwise. He said that of course it didn't concern him, except in so far as it was likely to annoy our family. He wanted to know whether you had heard, and, naturally enough, was vexed that you couldn't be kept out of it. He's a man of the world, and knows that nowadays a scandal such as this matters very little. Our name will come into it, I fear, but it's all forgotten in a week or two."
They sat still and brooded for a long time. Irene seemed on the point of speaking once or twice, but checked herself. When at length her father's face relaxed into a smile, she rose and said she was weary, and stepped forward to say good night.
"We'll have no more of this subject unless compelled," said the doctor. "It's worse than vivisection."
And he settled to a book, or seemed to do so. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 25. Irene passed a restless night. The snatches of unrefreshing sleep which she obtained as the hours dragged toward morning were crowded with tumultuous dreams. She seemed to be at strife with all manner of people, now defending herself vehemently against some formless accusation, now arraigning others with a violence strange to her nature. Worst of all, she was at odds with her father. About she knew not what, she saw his kind face turn cold and hard in reply to a passionate exclamation with which she had assailed him. The one glimmer of a misty October dawn was very welcome after this pictured darkness, yet it brought reflections that did not tend to soothe her mind. Several letters for her lay on the breakfast table, among them one from Arnold Jacks, which she opened hurriedly. It proved to be a mere note, saying that at last he had found a house which seemed in every respect suitable, and he wished Irene to go over it with him as soon as possible. He would call for her at 3:00. "Remember," he added, "you dine with us. We are by ourselves." She glanced at her father, as if to acquaint him with this news, but the doctor was deep in a leading article, and she did not disturb him. Eustace had correspondence of his own which engrossed him. No one seemed disposed for talk this morning. The letter which most interested her came from Helen Borisoff, who was now at home in Paris. It was the kind of letter that few people are so fortunate as to receive nowadays, covering 3 sheets with gaiety and good nature, with glimpses of interesting social life and many an amusing detail. Mrs. Borisoff was establishing herself for the winter, which promised all sorts of good things yonder on the Seine. She had met most of the friends she cared about, among whom were men and women with far-echoing names. With her husband she was on delightful terms. He had welcomed her charmingly. He wished her to convey his respectful homage to the young English lady with whom his wife had become liée, and the hope that at no distant time he might make her acquaintance. After breakfast, Irene lingered over this letter, which brightened her imagination. Paris shone luringly as she read. Had circumstances been different, she would assuredly have spent a month there with Helen. Oh, well, she was going to Egypt after... One glance she gave at Arnold's short note. "My dear Irene, in haste, but ever yours." These lines did not tempt her to muse, yet Arnold was ceaselessly in her mind. She wished to see him, and at the same time feared his coming. As for the house, it occupied her thoughts with only a flitting vagueness. Why so much solicitude about the house? In any decent quarter of London was not one just as good as another?
But for the risk of hurting Arnold, she would have begged him to let her off the inspection, and to manage the business as he thought fit. A number of small matters claimed her attention during the morning, several of them connected with her marriage. Try as she might, she could not bring herself to a serious occupation with these things. They seemed trivial and tiresome. Her thoughts wandered constantly to the house at Camden Hill, which had a tragic fascination. She had promised to see her aunt to-day, but it would be difficult to find time, unless she could manage to get there between her business with Arnold and the hour of dinner. Olga was to telegraph if anything happened. A chill misgiving took hold upon her as often as she saw her aunt's face, so worn and woe-stricken, and it constantly hovered before her mind's eye. The revelation made to her yesterday had caused a mental shock greater than she had yet realized. That Mrs. Hannaford, a woman whom she had for many years regarded as elderly, should be possessed and overcome by the passion of love, was a thing so strange, so at conflict with her fixed ideas, as to be all but incredible. In her aunt's presence she scarcely reflected upon it. She saw only a woman bound to her by natural affection, who had fallen into dire misfortune and wretchedness. Little by little the story grew upon her understanding. The words in which it had been disclosed came back to her, and with a new significance, a pathos hitherto unfelt. She remembered that Olga's mother was not much more than 40 years old, that this experience began more than 5 years ago, that her life had been loveless, that she was imaginative and of emotional temper. To dwell upon these facts was not only to see one person in a new light, but to gain a wider perception of life at large. Irene had a sense of enfranchisement from the immature, the conventional. She would have liked to be alone, to sit quietly and think. She wanted to review once more, and with fuller self-consciousness, the circumstances which were shaping her future. But there was no leisure for such meditation. The details of life pressed upon her, urged her onward as with an impatient hand. This sense of constraint became an irritation, due in part to the slight headache, coming and going, which reminded her of the bad night. Among the things she meant to do this morning was the writing of several letters to so-called friends, who had addressed her, in the wonted verbiage, on the subject of her engagement. 5 minutes proved the task impossible. She tore up a futile attempt at civility, and rose from the desk with all her nerves quivering. "How well I understand," she said to herself, "why men swear!" At 11 o'clock, unable to endure the house, she dressed for going out, and drove to Mrs. Hannaford's. Olga was not at home. Before going into her aunt's room, Irene spoke with the nurse, who had no very comforting report to make. Mrs. Hannaford could not sleep, had not closed her eyes for some 24 hours. Dr. Derwent had looked in this morning, and was to return later with another medical man. The patient longed for her niece's visit. It might do good. She stayed about an hour, and it was the most painful hour her life had yet known. The first sight of Mrs. Hannaford's face told her how serious this illness was becoming. Eyes unnaturally wide, lips which had gone so thin, head constantly moving from side to side as it lay back on the cushion of the sofa, were indications of suffering which made Irene's heart ache. In a faint, unsteady, lamenting voice, the poor woman talked ceaselessly, now of the wrong that was being done her, now of her miseries in married life, now again of her present pain. Once or twice Irene fancied her delirious, for she seemed to speak without consciousness of a hearer. To the inquiry whether it was in her niece's power to be of any service, she answered at first with sorrowful negatives, but said presently that she would like to see Piers Otway. Could Irene write to him, and ask him to come? "He shall come," was the reply. On going down, Irene met her cousin, just returned. To her she spoke of Mrs. Hannaford's wish. "I promised he should be sent for. Will you do it, Olga?" "It's already done," Olga answered. "Did she forget? One of the things I went out for was to telegraph to him." They gazed at each other with distressful eyes. "Oh, what does the man deserve who has caused this?" exclaimed Olga, who herself began to look ill. "Oh, it's dreadful. I'm afraid to go into the room. If I had someone here to live with me." Irene's instinct was to offer to come, but she remembered the difficulties. Her duties at home were obstacles sufficient. She had to content herself with promising to call as often as possible. Returning to Bryanston Square, she thought with annoyance of the possibility that her father and Piers Otway might come face to face in that house. Never till now had she taxed her father with injustice. It seemed to her an intolerable thing that the blameless man should be made to share in obloquy merited by his brother. And what memory was this which awoke in her? Did not she herself once visit upon him a fault in which he had little, if any, part? She recalled that evening long ago at Queen's Gate, when she was offended by the coarse behaviour of Piers Otway's second brother. True, there was something else that moved her censure on that occasion, but she would scarcely have noticed it, save for the foolish incident at the door. Fortune was not his friend. She thought of the circumstances of his birth, which had so cruelly wronged him when Jerome Otway died. Now, more likely than not, her father would resent his coming to Mrs. Hannaford's, would see in it something suspicious, a suggestion of base purpose. "I can't stand that," Irene exclaimed to herself. "If he is calumniated, I shall defend him, come of it what may." At luncheon, Dr. Derwent was grave and disinclined to converse. On learning where Irene had been, he nodded, making no remark. It was a bad sign that his uneasiness could no longer be combated with a dry joke. As 3:00 drew near, Irene made no preparation for going out. She sat in the drawing-room unoccupied, and was found thus when Arnold Jacks entered. "You got my note?" he began, with a slight accent of surprise. Irene glanced at him, and perceived that he did not wear his wonted countenance. This she had anticipated, with an uneasiness which now hardened in her mind to something like resentment. "Yes, I hoped you would excuse me. I have a little headache." "Oh, I'm sorry." He was perfectly suave. He looked at her with a good-natured anxiety. Irene tried to smile. "You won't mind if I leave all that to you? Your judgment is quite enough. If you really like the house, take it at once. I shall be delighted." "Well, it's rather a responsibility, you know. Suppose we wait till to-morrow." Irene's nerves could not endure an argument. She gave a strange laugh, and exclaimed, "Are you afraid of responsibilities? In this case you must really face it. Screw up your courage." Decidedly, Arnold was not himself. He liked an engagement of banter. It amused him to call out Irene's spirit, and to conquer in the end by masculine force, in guise of affectionate tolerance. To-day he seemed dull, matter-of-fact, and inclined to vexation. When not speaking, he had a slightly absent air, as if ruminating an unpleasant thought. "Oh, of course I will do as you wish, Irene. Just let me describe the house." She could have screamed with irritation. "Arnold, I entreat you. The house is nothing to me. I mean, one will do as well as another if you are satisfied." "So be it. I will never touch on the subject again." His tone was decisive. Irene knew that he would literally keep his word. This was the side of his character which she liked, which had always impressed her, and for the moment her nerves were soothed. "Oh, you will forgive me," she said gently. "Forgive you for having a headache? Will it prevent you from coming to us this evening?" "I should be grateful if you let me choose another day." He did not stay very long. At leave-taking, he raised her hand to his lips, and Irene felt that he did it gracefully. But when she was alone again, his manner, so slightly yet so noticeably changed, became the harassing subject of her thought. That the change resulted from annoyance at the scandal in her family, she could not doubt. Such a thing would be hard for Arnold to bear. When were they to speak of it? Speak they must, if the affair went on to publicity. And considering the natural difficulty Arnold would find in approaching such a subject, ought not she to take some steps of her own initiative? By evening she saw the position in a very serious light. She asked herself whether it did not behove her to offer to make an end of their engagement. "Your aunt has brain fever," said Dr. Derwent in the library after dinner, and Irene shuddered with dread. Early next morning she accompanied her father to Mrs. Hannaford's. The doctor went upstairs. Irene waited in the dining-room, where she was soon joined by Olga. The girl's face was news sufficient. Her mother grew worse, had passed a night of delirium. 2 nurses were in the house, and the medical man called every few hours. Olga herself looked on the point of collapse. She was haggard with fear. She trembled and wept. In spite of her deep concern and sympathy, Irene's more courageous temper reproved this weakness, wondered at it as unworthy of a grown woman. "Did Mr. Otway come?" she asked, as soon as it was possible to converse. "Yes, he was a long time in mother's room, and just before he left her, your father came." "They met?" "No. Uncle seemed angry when I told him. He said, 'Get rid of him at once.' I suppose he dislikes him because of his brother. It's very unjust." Irene kept silence. "He came down, and we talked. I am so glad to have any friend near me. I told him how Uncle felt. Of course he will not come again." "Why not? This is your house, not my father's." "But poor mother couldn't see him now, wouldn't know him. I promised to send him news frequently. I'm going to telegraph this morning." "Of course," said Irene with emphasis. "He must understand that you have no such feeling." "Oh, he knows that. He knows I am grateful to him. Very grateful." She broke down again and sobbed. Irene, without speaking, put her arms around the girl and kissed her cheek. Dr. Derwent and his daughter met again at luncheon. Afterwards, Irene followed into the library. "I wish to ask you something, Father. When you and Arnold spoke about this hateful thing, did you tell him unmistakably that Aunt was slandered?" "I told him that I myself had no doubt of it." "Did he seem... Do you think that he doubts?" "Why?" Irene kept silence, feeling that her impression was too vague to be imparted. "Try," said her father, "to dismiss the matter from your thoughts. It doesn't concern you. You will never hear an allusion to it from Jacks. Happen what may," his voice paused with suggestive emphasis, "you have nothing to do with it. It doesn't affect your position or your future in the least." As she withdrew, Irene was uneasily conscious of altered relations with her father. The change had begun when she wrote to him announcing her engagement. Since, they had never conversed with their former freedom, and the shadow now hanging over them seemed to chill their mutual affection. For the first time, she thought with serious disquiet of the gulf between old and new that would open at her marriage, of all she was losing, of the duties she was about to throw off, duties which appeared so much more real, more sacred, than those she undertook in their place. Her father's widowerhood had made him dependent upon her in a higher degree than either of them quite understood, until they had to reflect upon the consequences of parting. And Irene now perceived that she had dismissed this consideration too lightly. She found difficulty in explaining her action, her state of mind, her whole self. Was it really only a few weeks ago? To her present mood, what she had thought and done seemed a result of youth and inexperience, a condition long outlived. When she had sat alone for half an hour in the drawing-room, Eustace joined her. He said their father had gone out. They talked of indifferent things until bedtime.
In the morning, the servant who came into Irene's room gave her a note addressed in the doctor's hand. It contained the news that Mrs. Hannaford had died before daybreak. Dr. Derwent himself did not appear till about 10 o'clock, when he arrived together with his niece. Olga had been violently hysterical. It seemed the wisest thing to bring her to Bryanston Square. The change of surroundings and Irene's sympathy soon restored her to calm. At midday, a messenger brought Irene a letter from Arnold Jacks. Arnold wrote that he had just heard of her aunt's death, that he was deeply grieved, and hastened to condole with her. He did not come in person, thinking she would prefer to let this sad day pass over before they met, but he would call tomorrow morning. In the meantime, he would be grateful for a line assuring him that she was well. Having read this, Irene threw it aside as if it had been a tradesman's circular. Not thus should he have written, if write he must instead of coming. In her state of agitation after the hours spent with Olga, this bald note of sympathy seemed almost an insult. To keep silence as to the real cause of Mrs. Hannaford's death was much the same, she felt, as hinting a doubt of the poor lady's innocence. Arnold Jacks was altogether too decorous. Would it not have been natural for a man in his position to utter at least an indignant word? It might have been as allusive as his fine propriety demanded, but surely the word should have been spoken. After some delay, she replied in a telegram, merely saying that she was quite well. Olga, as soon as she felt able, had sat down to write a letter. She begged her cousin to have it posted at once. "It's to Mr. Otway," she said in an unsteady voice. And when the letter had been dispatched, she added, "It will be a great blow to him. I had a letter last night asking for news. I meant to bring it," she exclaimed with a momentary return of her distracted manner. "I left it in my room. It'll be lost, destroyed." Irene quieted her, promising that the letter should be kept safe. "Perhaps he will call," Olga said presently. "But no, not so soon. He may have written again. I must have the letter if there is one. Someone must go over to the house this evening." Through a great part of the afternoon she slept, and while she was sleeping there arrived for her a telegram, which, Irene did not doubt, came from Piers Otway. It proved to be so, and Olga betrayed nervous tremors after reading the message. "I shall have a letter in the morning," she said to her cousin several times, and after that she did not care to talk, but sat for hours busy with her thoughts, which seemed not altogether sad. At 11 o'clock next morning, Arnold Jacks was announced. Irene, who sat with Olga in the drawing-room, had directed that her visitor should be shown into the library, and there she received him. Arnold stepped eagerly towards her, not smiling indeed, but with the possibility of a smile manifest in every line of his countenance. There could hardly have been a stronger contrast with his manner of the day before yesterday. For this Irene had looked. Seeing precisely what she expected, her eyes fell. She gave a careless hand. She could not speak. Arnold talked and talked. He said the proper things, and said them well. To things the reverse of proper, not so much as the faintest reference. This duty discharged, he spoke of the house he had taken. His voice grew animated, and at length the latent smile stole out through his eyes and spread to his lips. Irene kept silence. Respecting her natural sadness, the lover made his visit brief, and retired with an air of grave satisfaction. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 26.
Olga knew that by her mother's death she became penniless. The income enjoyed by Mrs. Hannaford under the will of her sister in America was only for life. By allowing a third of it to her husband, she had made saving impossible, and as she left no will, her daughter could expect only such trifles as might legally fall to her share when things were settled. To her surviving parent, the girl was of course no more than a stranger. It surprised no one that Lee Hannaford, informed through the lawyers of what had happened, simply kept silence, leaving his wife's burial to the care of Dr. Derwent. 3 days of gloom went by. The funeral was over. Irene and her cousins sat together in their mourning apparel, not simply possessed by natural grief, but overcome with the nervous exhaustion which results from our habits and customs in presence of death. Olga had been miserably crying, but was now mute and still. Irene, pale with an expression of austere thoughtfulness, spoke of the subject they both had in mind. "There is no necessity to take any step at all, until you are quite yourself again, until you really wish. This is your home. My father would like you to stay." "I couldn't live here after you're married," replied the other, weakly, despondently. Irene glanced at her, hung a moment on the edge of speech, and then spoke with a self-possession which made her seem many years older than her cousin. "I had better tell you now, that we may understand each other. I'm not going to be married." To Olga's voiceless astonishment, she answered with a pale smile. Grave again, and gentle as she was firm, Irene continued, "I'm going to break my engagement. It's been a mistake. Tonight I shall write a letter to Mr. Jacks, saying that I cannot marry him. When it has been sent, I shall tell my father." Olga had begun to tremble. Her features were disturbed with an emotion which banished every sign of sorrow, which flushed her cheeks and made her eyes seem hostile in their fixed stare. "How can you do that?" she asked in a hard voice. "How is it possible?" "It seems to me far more possible than the alternative, a life of repentance." "Oh, but what do you mean, Irene? When everything is settled, when your house is taken, when everyone knows. What do you mean? Why shall you do this?" The words rushed forth impetuously, quivering on a note of resentment. The flushed cheeks were turning pallid, the girl's breast heaved with indignant passion. "I can't fully explain it to you, Olga." The speaker's tones sounded very soft and reasonable after that outbreak. "I'm doing what many a girl would do, I feel sure, if she could find courage, let us say if she saw clearly enough. It will cause confusion, ill-feeling, possibly some unhappiness for a few weeks, for a month or two. Then Mr. Jacks will feel grateful to me, and my father will acknowledge I did right, and everybody else who knows anything about it will have found some other subject of conversation." "You're fond of somebody else?" It was between an exclamation and an inquiry. Bending forward, Olga awaited the reply as if her life depended upon it. "I'm fond of no one, in that sense." Irene's look was so fearless, her countenance so tranquil in its candour, that the agitated girl grew quieter. "It isn't because you're thinking of someone else that you can't marry Mr. Jacks?" "I am thinking simply of myself. I'm afraid to marry him. No thought of the kind you mean has entered my head." "But how will it be explained to everybody?" "By telling the truth, always the best way out of a difficulty. I shall take all the blame on myself, as I ought." "And you will live on here, just as usual, seeing people?" "No, I don't think I could do that. Most likely I shall go for a time to Paris." Olga's relief expressed itself in a sigh. "In all this," continued Irene, "there's no reason why you shouldn't stay here. Everything, you may be sure, will be settled very quietly. My father is a reasonable man." After a short reflection, Olga said that she could not yet make up her mind, and therewith ended their dialogue. Each was glad to go apart into privacy, to resolve anxious thoughts, and to seek rest. That her father was a reasonable man, Irene had always held a self-evident proposition. She had never, until a few days ago, conceived the possibility of a conflict between his ideas of right and her own. Domestic discord was to her mind a vulgar, no less than an unhappy state of things. Yet in the step she was now about to take, could she feel any assurance that Dr. Derwent would afford her the help of his sympathy, or even that he would refrain from censure? Reason itself was on her side, but an otherwise reasonable man might well find difficulty in acknowledging it under the circumstances. The letter to Arnold Jacks was already composed. She knew it by heart, and had but to write it out. In the course of a sleepless night this was done. In the early glimmer of a day of drizzle and fog, the letter went to post. There needed courage, yes, there needed courage, on a morning such as this, when the skyless atmosphere weighed drearily on heart and mind, when hope had become a far-off thing, banished for long months from a grey cold world, to go through with the task which Irene had set herself. Could she but have slept, it might have been easier for her. She had to front it with an aching head, with eyes that dazzled, with blood fevered into cowardice. Dr. Derwent was plainly in no mood for conversation. His voice had been seldom heard during the past week. At the breakfast table he read his letters, glanced over the paper, exchanged a few sentences with Eustace, said a kind word to Olga. When he rose, one saw that he hoped for a quiet morning in his laboratory. "Could I see you for half an hour before lunch, Father?" He looked into the speaker's face, surprised at something unusual in her tone, and nodded without smiling. "When you like." She stood at the window of the drawing-room, looking over the enclosure in the square, the dreary so-called garden, with its gaunt, leafless trees that dripped and oozed. Opposite was the long facade of characterless houses, like to that in which she lived, the steps, the door-columns, the tall, narrow windows, above them murky vapour. She moved towards the door, hesitated, looked about her with unconsciously appealing eyes. She moved forward again and on to her purpose. "Well," said the doctor, who stood before a table covered with scientific apparatus, "is it about Olga?" "No, dear Father. It's about Irene." He smiled, and his face softened to tenderness. "And what about Mademoiselle Wren? It's hard on Wren, all this worry at such a time." "If it didn't sound so selfish, I should say that it had all happened for my good. I suppose we can't help seeing the world from our own little point of view." "What follows on this philosophy?" "Something you won't like to hear, I know. But I beg you to be patient with me. When were you not? I never had such need of your patience and forbearance as now. Father, I cannot marry Arnold Jacks, and I've told him that I can't." The doctor very quietly laid down a microscopic slide. His forehead grew wrinkled, his lips came sharply together. He gazed for a moment at an open volume on a high desk at his side, and then said composedly, "This is your affair, Irene. All I can do is to advise you to be sure of your own mind." "I am sure of it, very sure of it." Her voice trembled a little, her hand resting upon the table much more. "You say you've told Jacks?" "I posted a letter to him this morning." "With the first announcement of your change of mind? How do you suppose he will reply?" "I can't feel sure." There was silence. The doctor took up a piece of paper and began folding and refolding it, the while he meditated. "You know, of course," he said at length, "what the world thinks of this sort of behaviour?" "I know what the world is likely to say about it. Unfortunately, the world seldom thinks at all." "Granted. And we may also assume that no explanation offered by you or Jacks will affect the natural course of gossip. Still, you would wish to justify yourself in the eyes of your friends." What I wish before all, of course, is to save Mr. Jacks from any risk of blame. It must be understood that I, and I alone, am responsible for what happens." "Stick to your philosophy," said her father. "Recognise the fact that you cannot save him from gossip and scandal, that people will credit as much or as little as they like of any explanation put forth. Moreover, bear in mind that this action of yours is defined by a vulgar word, which commonly injures the man more than the woman. In the world's view, it is worse to be made ridiculous than to act cruelly." A look of pain passed over the girl's face. "Father, I'm not acting cruelly. It's the best thing I can do for him as well as for myself. On his side, no deep feeling is involved. And as for his vanity, I can't consider that." "You have come to the conclusion that he is not sufficiently devoted to you." "I couldn't have put it in those words, but that is half the truth. The other half is that I was altogether mistaken in my own feelings. Oh, Father, you're accustomed to deal with life and death. Do you think that fear of gossip and desire to spare Mr. Jacks a brief mortification should compel me to surrender all that makes life worth living and to commit a sin for which there is no forgiveness?" Her voice, thoroughly under control, its natural music subdued rather than emphasized, lent to these words a deeper meaning than they would have conveyed if uttered with vehemence. They woke in her father's mind a memory of long years ago, recalled the sound of another voice which had the same modulations. "I find no fault with you," he said gravely. "That you can do such a thing as this proves to me how strongly you feel about it. But it is a serious decision. More serious, perhaps, than you realise. Things have gone so far. The mere inconvenience caused will be very great." "I know it. I have felt tempted to yield to that thought, to let things slide, as they say. Convenience, I feel sure, is a greater power on the whole than religion or morals or the heart. It doesn't weigh with me, because I have had such a revelation of myself as blinds me to everything else. I dare not go on." "Oh, don't think I claim any authority over you," said the doctor. "At your age, my only right as your father is in my affection, my desire for your welfare." "Can you tell me more plainly how this change has come about?" Irene reflected. She had seated herself, and felt more confidence, now that by bending her head she could escape her father's gaze. "I can tell you one of the things that brought me to a resolve," she said. "I found that Mr. Jacks was disturbed by the fear of a public scandal which would touch our name. So much disturbed that on meeting me after Aunt's death he could hardly conceal his gladness that she was out of the way." "Are you sure you read him aright?" "Very sure." It was natural in Arnold Jacks." "It was. I had not understood that before." "His relief may have been as much on your account as his own." "I can't feel that," replied Irene. "If it were true, he could have made me feel it. There would have been something, if only a word, in the letter he wrote me about the death. I didn't expect him to talk to me about the hateful things that were going on. I did hope that he would give me some assurance of his indifference to their effect on people's minds. Yet no, that's not quite true. Even then I'd got past hoping it. Already I understood him too well." "Strange. All this new light came after your engagement?" Irene bent her head again, for her cheeks were warm. In a flash of intellect, she wondered that a man so deep in the science of life should be so at a loss before elementary facts of emotional experience. She could only answer by saying nothing. Dr. Derwent murmured his next words. "I, too, have a share in the blame of all this." "You, father?" I knew the man better than you did, or could. I shirked a difficult duty. But one reason why I did so was that I felt in doubt as to your mind. The fact that you were my daughter didn't alter the fact that you were a woman, and I could not have any assurance that I understood you. If there had been a question of his life, his intellectual powers, or his views, I would have said freely just what I thought. But there was no need, no objection rose on that score. You saw the man from that point of view much as I did, only with a little more sympathy. In other respects, I trusted to what we call women's instinct, women's perceptiveness. To me, he did not seem your natural mate. But then I saw with man's eyes. I was afraid of meddling obtusely. Don't reproach yourself, Father. The knowledge I have gained could only have come to me in one way. Of course, he will turn to me in appeal against you. If so, it will be one more proof of how rightly I'm acting. The doctor smiled, all but laughed. Considering how very decent a fellow he is, your mood seems severe, Irene. Well, you have made up your mind. It's an affair of no small gravity, and we must get through it as best we can. I have no doubt whatever it's worse for you than for anyone else concerned. It's so bad for me, Father, that when I have gone through it, I shall be at the end of my strength. I shall run away from the after consequences. What do you mean? I shall accept Mrs. Borisoff's invitation and go to Paris. It's deserting you, but... Dr. Derwent wore a doubtful look. He pondered and began to pace the floor. We must think about that. Though her own mind was quite made up, Irene did not see fit to say more at this juncture. She rose. Her father continued moving hither and thither, his hands behind his back, seemingly oblivious of her presence. To him the trouble seemed only just beginning, and he was not at all sure what the end would be. "Jax will come this evening, I suppose?" he threw out as Irene approached the door. "Perhaps this afternoon." He looked at her with sympathy, with apprehension. Irene, endeavouring to smile in reply, passed from his view. Olga had gone out, merely saying that she wished to see a friend, and that she might not be back to luncheon. She did not return. Father and daughter were alone together at the meal. Contrary to Irene's expectation, the doctor had become almost cheerful. He made one or two quiet jokes in the old way, of course on any subject but that which filled their minds, and his behaviour was marked with an unusual gentleness. Irene was so moved by grateful feeling that now and then she could not trust her voice. "Let me remind you," he said, observing her lack of appetite, "that an ill-nourished brain can't be depended upon for sanity of argument." "It aches a little," she replied quietly. "I was afraid so. What if you rest today, and let me postpone for you that interview? The suggestion was dreadful. She put it quickly aside. She hoped with all her strength that Arnold Jax would have received the letter already, and that he would come to see her this afternoon. To pass another night with her suspense would be a strain scarce endurable. Fog still hung about the streets, shifting, changing its density, but never allowing a glimpse of sky. Alone in the drawing-room, Irene longed for the end of so-called day, that she might shut out that spirit-crushing blotch of bare trees and ugly houses. She thought of a sudden how much harder we make life than it need be, by dwelling amid scenes that disgust, in air that lowers vitality. There fell on her a mood of marvelling at the aims and the satisfactions of mankind. This hideous oblong known as Bryanston Square, how did it come to seem a desirable place of abode? Nay, how was it for a moment tolerable to reasoning men and women? This whole London now gasping in foul vapours that half obscured, half emphasised its inexpressible monstrosity, its inconceivable abominations. By what blighting of eye and soul did a nation come to accept it as their world-shown pride, their supreme city? She was lost in a truth-perceiving dream. Habit and association dropped away. Things declared themselves in their actuality. Her mind whirled under the sense of human folly, helplessness, endurance. "Irene?" A cry escaped her. She started at the sound of her name as if terrified. Arnold Jacks had entered the room and drawn near to her while she was deep in reverie. "I am sorry to have alarmed you," he added, smiling tolerantly. With embarrassment which was almost shame, for she despised womanish nervousness, Irene turned toward the fireplace, where chairs invited them. "Let us sit down and talk," she said in a softened voice. "I'm so grateful to you for coming at once." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 27. His manner was that to which she had grown accustomed, or differed so little from it that in ordinary circumstances she would have remarked no peculiarity. He might have seemed perhaps a trifle less matter-of-fact than usual, slightly more disposed to ironic playfulness. At ease in the soft chair, his legs extended with feet crossed, he observed Irene from under humorously bent brows, watched her steadily, until he saw that she could bear it no longer. And then he spoke. "I thought we should get through without it." "Without what?" "This little reaction. It comes into the ordinary prognosis, I believe, but we seem safe. Yet I can't say I'm sorry. It's better, no doubt, to get this over before marriage." Irene flushed, and for a moment strung herself to the attitude of offended pride. But it passed. She smiled to his smile, and playing with the tassel of her chair, responded in a serious undertone. "I hoped my letter could not possibly be misunderstood." "I understand it perfectly. I'm here to talk it over from your own standpoint." Again he frowned jocosely. His elbows on the chair arms, he tapped together the points of his fingers, exhibiting nails which were all that they should have been. Out of regard for the Derwents' mourning, he wore a tie of black satin, and his clothes were of dark grey, a rough material which combined the effects of finish and of carelessness, note of the well-dressed Englishman. "We cannot talk it over," rejoined Irene. "I have nothing to say, except that I take blame and shame to myself, and that I entreat your forgiveness." Under his steady eye, his good-humoured, watchful mastery, she was growing restive. "I was in doubt whether to come to-day," said Jacks in a reflective tone. "I thought at first of sending a note and postponing our meeting. I understood so perfectly the state of mind in which you wrote, the natural result of most painful events. The fact is, I am guilty of bad taste in seeming to treat it lightly. You have suffered very much, and won't be yourself for some days. But after all, it isn't as if one had to do with the ordinary girl. To speak frankly, I thought it was the kindest thing to come. So I came." Nothing Arnold had ever said to her had so appealed to Irene's respect as this last sentence. It had the ring of entire sincerity. It was quite simply spoken. It soothed her nerves. "Oh, thank you," she answered with a grateful look. "You did right. I could not have borne it if you had just written and put it off. Indeed, I could not have borne it." Arnold changed his attitude. He bent forward, his arms across his knees, so as to be nearer to her. "Do you think I should have had an easy time?" "I reproach myself more than I can tell you. But you must understand. You must believe that I mean what I'm saying." Her voice began to modulate. "It is not only the troubles we've gone through. I have seen it coming, the moment when I should write that letter. Through cowardice, I've put it off. It was very unjust to you. You have every right to condemn my behaviour. I am unpardonable. And yet I do so hope, that some day you will pardon me." In the man's eyes she had never been so attractive, so desirable, so essentially a woman. The mourning garb became her, for it was moulded upon her figure, and gave effect to the admirably pure tone of her complexion. Her beauty, in losing its perfect healthfulness, gained a new power over the imagination. The heavy eyes suggested one knew not what ideal of painters and poets. The lips were more sensuous since they had lost their mocking smile. All passion of which Arnold Jacks was capable sounded in the voice with which he now spoke. "I shall never pardon you, because I shall never feel you have injured me. Say to me what you want to say. I will listen. What can I do better than listen to your voice? I won't argue, I won't contradict. Relieve your mind, and let us see what it all comes to in the end." Irene had a creeping sense of fear. This tone was so unlike what she had expected. Physical weakness threatened a defeat which would have nothing to do with her will. If she yielded now, there would be no recovering her self-respect, no renewal of her struggle for liberty. She wished to rise, to face him upon her feet, yet had not the courage. His manner dictated hers. They were not playing parts on a stage, but civilized persons discussing their difficulties in a soft-carpeted drawing-room. The only thing in her favour was that the afternoon drew on and the light thickened. Veiled in dusk, she hoped to speak more resolutely. "Must I repeat my letter?" "Yes, if you feel sure that it still expresses your mind." "It does. I made a grave mistake. In accepting your offer of marriage, I was of course honest, but I didn't know what it meant. I didn't understand myself. Of course, it's very hard on you that your serious purpose should have for its only result to teach me that I was mistaken. If I didn't know that you have little patience with such words, I should say that it shows something wrong in our social habits. Yet that's foolish. You are right, that's quite silly. It isn't our habits that are to blame, but our natures, the very nature of things. I had to engage myself to you before I could know that I ought to have done nothing of the kind." She paused suddenly breathless, and a cough seized her. "You've taken cold," said Jacks with graceful solicitude. No, it's nothing." Dusk crept about the room. The fire was getting rather low. "Shall I ring for lamps?" asked Arnold, half rising. Irene wished to say no, but the proprieties were too strong. She allowed him to ring the bell, and without asking leave he threw coals upon the fire. For 5 minutes their dialogue suffered interruption. When it began again, the curtains were drawn, and warm rays succeeded to turbid twilight. "I had better explain to you," said Arnold in a tone of delicacy overcome, "this state of mind in which you find yourself. It's perfectly natural. One has heard of it. One sees the causes of it. You're about to take the most important step in your whole life, and being what you are, a very intelligent and very conscientious girl, you have thought and thought about its gravity until it frightens you. That's the simple explanation of your trouble. In a week, or perhaps in a day or two, it will have passed. Just wait. Don't think of it. Put your marriage, put me, quite out of your mind. I won't remind you of my existence for, let us say, before next Sunday. Now, is it agreed?" "I should be dishonest if I pretended to agree." "But don't you think you owe it to me to give what I suggest a fair trial?" The words were trenchant, the tone was studiously soft. Irene strung herself a contest, hoping it would come quickly and undisguised. "I owe you much. I have done you a great injustice, but waiting will do no good. I know my mind at last, and I see what is possible and what impossible." "Do you imagine, Irene, that I can part with you on these terms? Do you really think I could shake hands and say good-bye at this stage of our relations?" "What can I do?" Her voice, kept low, shook with emotion. I confess an error. Am I to pay for it with my life? I ask you only to be just to yourself as well as to me. Let 3 days go by, and see me again." She seemed to reflect upon it. In truth, she was debating whether to persevere in honesty or to spare her nerves with dissimulation. A promise to wait 3 days would set her free forthwith. The temptation was great. But something in her had more constraining power. If I pretended to agree, I should be ashamed of myself. I should have passed from error into baseness. You would have a right to despise me. As it is, you have only a right to be angry." As though the word acted upon his mood, Arnold sprang from the chair, fell upon one knee close beside her, and grasped her hands. Irene instinctively threw herself back, looking frightened, but she did not attempt to rise. His face was hot-coloured, his eyes shone unpleasantly, but before he spoke his lips parted in a laugh. "Are you one of the women," he said, "who have to be conquered? I didn't think so. You seem so reasonable." "Do you dream of conquering a woman who cannot love you?" "I refuse to believe it. I recall your own words." He made a movement to pass one arm about her waist. "No! After what I've said—" Her hands being free, she sprang up and broke away from him. Arnold rose more slowly, his look lowered with indignation. Eyes bent upon the ground, hands behind him, he stood mute. "Must I leave you?" said Irene, when she could steady her voice. "That's my dismissal?" "If you cannot listen to me and believe me, yes." "All things considered, you are a little severe." "You put yourself in the wrong. However unjust I've been to you, I can't atone by permitting what you call conquest. No, I assure you, I am not one of those women." His eyes were now fixed upon her. His lips announced a new determination, set as they were in the lines of resentful dignity. "Let me put the state of things before you," he said in his softest tones, just touched with irony. "The fact of our engagement has been published. Our marriage is looked for by a host of friends and acquaintances, and even by the mere readers of the newspapers. All but at the last moment, on a caprice, an impulse you do not pretend to justify to one's intelligence, you declare it's all at an end. Pray, how do you propose to satisfy natural curiosity about such a strange event?" "I take all the blame. I make it known that I have behaved unreasonably, if you will, disgracefully." "That word," replied Jacks, faintly smiling, "has a meaning in this connection which you would hardly care to reflect upon. Take it that you have said this to your friends. What do I say to mine?" Irene could not answer. "Oh, I have a pleasant choice," he pursued. "I can keep silence, which would mean scandal affecting both of us, according to people's disposition. Or I can say with simple pathos, 'Miss Derwent begged me to release her.' Neither alternative is agreeable to me. It may be unchivalrous. Possibly another man would beg to be allowed to sacrifice his reputation to ensure your quiet release. To be frank with you, I value my reputation. I value my chances in life. I have no mind to make myself appear worse than I am." Irene had sunk into her chair again. As he talked, Jacks moved to a sofa near her and dropped on to the end of it. "Surely there's a way," began the girl's voice, profoundly troubled. "We could let it be known, first of all, that the marriage was postponed, and then there would be less talk afterwards." He leaned towards her upon his elbow. "It interests me, your quiet assumptions that my feelings count for nothing." Irene reddened. She was conscious of having ignored that aspect of the matter, and dreaded to have to speak of it. For the revelation made to her of late taught her that whatever Arnold Jacks's idea of love might be, it was not hers. Yet perhaps in his way he loved her. the way which had found expression a few minutes ago. I can only repeat that I am ashamed. If you would grant me some explanation, Jacks resumed with his most positive air, that of the born man of business. Don't be afraid of hurting my sensibilities. Have I committed myself in any way? It's a change in myself. I was too hasty. I reflected afterwards instead of before. Forgive me if I make the most of that admission. Your hastiness was certainly not my fault. I did not unduly press you. There was no importunity. Such being the case, don't you think I may suggest that you ought to bear the consequences? I really can't think them so dreadful. Irene kept silence, her face bent and averted. Many a girl has gone through what you feel now, but I doubt whether ever one before acted like this. They kept their word. It was a point of honour. I know. It's true. She forced herself to look at him. And the result was lives of misery, dishonour, tragedies. Oh, come now. You dare not contradict me. Her eyes flashed. She let her feeling have its way. As a man of the world, you know the meaning of such marriages, and what they may, and what they do often, come to. A girl hears of such facts, realises them too late. You smile. No, I don't want to talk for effect. It isn't my way. All I mean is that I, like so many girls who have never been in love, accepted an offer of marriage on the wrong grounds, and came to feel my mistake, who knows how, not long after. What you are asking me to do is to pay for the innocent error with my life. The price is too great. You speak of your feelings. They are not so strong as to justify such a demand. And there's another thought that surely must have entered your mind. Knowing that I feel it impossible to marry you, how can you still, with any shadow of self-respect, urge me to do so? Is your answer again fear of what people will say? That seems to me more than cowardice. How strange that an honourable man doesn't see it so. Jacks abandoned his easy posture, sat straight and fixed upon her a look of masculine disdain. I simply don't believe in the impossibility of your becoming my wife. Then talk is useless. I can only tell you the truth and reclaim my liberty. It's a question of time. You wouldn't, you say you couldn't marry me tomorrow. A month hence you would be willing. Because you suffer from a passing illusion, I am to unsettle all my arrangements and face an intolerable humiliation. The thing is impossible. With vast relief, Irene heard him return upon this note and strike it so violently. She felt no more compunction. The man was finally declared to her, and she could hold her own against him. Her headache had grown fierce, her mouth was dry, shudders of hot and cold ran through her. The struggle must end soon. I'm forgetting hospitality, she said, with sudden return to her ordinary voice. You would like tea? Arnold waved his hand contemptuously. No? Then let us understand each other in the fewest possible words. Good. He smiled, a smile which seemed to tighten every muscle of his face. I decline to release you from your promise. She could meet his gaze, and did so as she answered with cold collectedness. I am very sorry. I think it unworthy of you. I shall make no change whatever in my arrangements. Our marriage will take place on the day appointed. That can hardly be, Mr. Jacks, if the bride is not there. Miss Derwent, the bride will be there. He was not jesting. All the man's pride rose to assert dominion. The prime characteristic of his nation, that personal arrogance which is the root of English freedom, which accounts for everything best and everything worst in the growth of English power, possessed him to the exclusion of all less essential qualities. He was the subduer, amazed by improbable defiance. He had never seen himself in such a situation. It was as though a British admiral on his ironclad found himself mocked by some elusive little gunboat, newly invented by the condemned foreigner. His intellect refused to acknowledge the possibility of discomfiture. His soul raged mightily against the hint of bafflement. Humour would not come to his aid. The lighter elements of race were ousted. He was solid insolence, wooden-headed self-will. Irene had risen. "I'm not feeling quite myself. I have said all there is to be said, and I must beg you to excuse me." "You should have begun by saying that. It's what I insisted upon." "Shall we shake hands, Mr. Jacks?" "To be sure." "It is goodbye. You understand me? If after this you imagine an engagement between us, you have only yourself to blame." "I take the responsibility." He released her hand and made a stiff bow. "In 3 days I shall call."
"You will not see me?"
"Perhaps not. Then, 3 days later. Nothing whatever is changed between us. A little discussion of this sort is all to the good. Plainly, you have thought me a much weaker man than I am. When that error of judgment is removed, our relations will be better than ever."
The temptation to say one word more overcame Irene's finer sense of the becoming. Jacks had already taken his hat and was again bowing when she spoke. "You're so sure that your will is stronger than mine?"
"Perfectly sure," he replied, with superb tranquillity.
No one had ever seen, and no one again would ever see, that face of high, disdainful beauty, pain-stricken on the fair brow, which Irene for a moment turned upon him. As he withdrew, the smile that lurked behind her scorn glimmered forth for an instant, and passed in the falling of a tear. She went to her room and lay down. The sleep she had not dared to hope for fell upon her while she was trying to set her thoughts in order. She slept until 8 o'clock, and her headache was gone. Neither with her father nor with Olga did she speak of what had passed. Before going to bed, she packed carefully a large dress basket and a travelling bag, which a servant brought down for her from the box-room. Again she slept, but only for an hour or two, and at 7 in the morning she rose. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 28. The breakfast hour was 9 o'clock. Dr. Derwent, as usual, came down a few minutes before, and turned over the letters lying for him on the table. Among them he found an envelope addressed in a hand which looked very much like Irene's. It had not come by post. As he was reading the note it contained, Eustace and Olga Hannaford entered together, talking. He bade them good morning, and all sat down to table.
"Irene's late,"
said Eustace presently, glancing at the clock. The doctor looked at him with an odd smile.
"She left Victoria 10 minutes ago," he said, "by the Calais boat express."
Eustace and Olga stared, exclaimed.
"She suddenly made up her mind to accept an invitation from Mrs. Borisoff."
"Oh, but what an extraordinary thing!" pealed Eustace, who was always greatly disturbed by anything out of routine. "She didn't speak of it yesterday." Olga gazed at the doctor. Her wan face had a dawn of brightness. "How long is she likely to stay, uncle?"
"I haven't the least idea."
"Well, she can't stay long," Eustace exclaimed.
"Ah, I have it. Don't you see, Olga? It means Parisian dresses and hats."
Dr. Derwent exploded in laughter.
"A cute young man." Now, the ordinary male might have lost himself for a day in wild conjectures. This points to the woolsack, Olga.
She laughed for the first time in many days, and her appetite for breakfast was at once improved. In his heart, Dr. Derwent did not grieve over the singular events of yesterday and this morning. He had no fault to find with Arnold Jacks, and could cheerfully accept him as a son-in-law, but it was easy to imagine a husband more suitable for such a girl as Irene. Moreover, he had suspected since the engagement that she had not thoroughly known her own mind, but he was far from anticipating such original and decisive action on the girl's part. The thing being done, he could secretly admire it, and the flight to Paris relieved his mind from a prospect of domestic confusion. Just for a moment he questioned himself as to Irene's security, but only to recognise how firm was his confidence in her. Socially, the position was awkward. He had a letter from Jacks, a sensible and calmly worded letter, saying that Irene was overwrought by recent agitations, that she had spoken of putting an end to their engagement, but that doubtless a few days would see all right again. Arnold must now be apprised of what had happened, and as all consideration was due to him, the doctor dispatched a telegram asking him to call as soon as he could. This brought Jacks to Bryanston Square at midday, and there was a conversation in the library. Arnold spoke his mind, with civility, but in unmistakable terms. He accused the doctor of remissness. Paternal authority, it seemed to him, should have sufficed to prevent what threatened nothing less than a scandal. Irene's father could not share this view. The girl was turned 23. There could be no question of dictating to her, and as for expostulation, it had been honestly tried. "You are aware, I hope," said Jack stiffly, "that Mrs. Borisoff has not quite an unclouded reputation." "I know no harm against her." "She is as good as parted from her husband, and leads a very dubious wandering life." "Oh, it's all right. People countenance her who wouldn't do so if there were really anything amiss." "Well, Dr. Derwent," said the young man in a conclusive tone, "evidently all is at an end. It remains for us to agree upon the manner of making it known. Should the announcement come from your side or from mine?" The doctor reflected. "You no longer propose to wait the effect of a little time?" "Oh, emphatically no. This step of Miss Derwent's puts that out of the question." "I see. Perhaps you feel that in justice to yourself it should be made known that she has done something of which you disapprove." Arnold missed the quiet irony of this question. "Not at all. Our engagement ended yesterday. With today's events I have nothing to do." "That is the generous view," said Dr. Derwent, smiling pleasantly. "Do you know, I fancy we had better each of us tell the story in his own way. It'll come to that in the end, won't it? You had a disagreement. You thought better of your proposed union. What more simple? I see no room for scandal." "Be it so. Have the kindness to acquaint Miss Derwent with what has passed between us." After dinner that evening, Dr. Derwent related the matter to his son. Eustace was astounded, and presently indignant. It seemed to him inconceivable that Arnold Jacks should have suffered this affront. He would not look at things from his sister's point of view. Absurd to attempt a defence of her. Really, she had put them all into a most painful position. An engagement was an engagement, save in the event of grave culpability on either side. Eustace spoke as a lawyer. His professional instincts were outraged. He should certainly call upon the Jacks, and utterly dissociate himself from his sister in this lamentable affair. "Why, what a shock it will be to Mrs. Jacks!" "She'll get over it, I fancy," remarked the doctor dryly. The young barrister withdrew to his room, where he read hard until very late. Eustace was no trifler. He had brains, and saw his way to make use of them to the one end which addressed his imagination, that of social self-advancement.
His studies tonight were troubled with a resentful fear lest Irene's unwomanly behaviour, a generation ago it would have been unladylike, should bring the family name into some discredit. Little ejaculations escaped him, such as "really" and "upon my word." Eustace had never been known to use stronger language. When his son had retired, Dr. Derwent stepped up to the drawing-room where Olga Hannaford was sitting. After kindly regretting that she should be alone, he repeated to his niece what he had just told Eustace. Doubtless she would hear very soon from Irene. "I have already heard something about this," said Olga. "I'm sure she has done right, but no one will ever know what it cost her." "That's the very point we've all been losing sight of," observed her uncle, gratified. "It would have been a good deal easier, no doubt, to go on to the marriage." "Easier!" echoed the girl. "She has done the most wonderful thing. I admire her and envy her strength of character." The doctor's eyes had fallen upon that crayon portrait which held the place of honour on the drawing-room walls. Playing with superstition, as does every man capable of high emotional life, he was wont to see in the pictured countenance of his dead wife changes of expression, correspondent with the mood in which he regarded it. At one time the beloved features smiled upon him, at another they were sad or anxious. Tonight the eyes, the lips were so strongly expressive of gladness that he felt startled as he gazed. A joy from the years gone by suddenly thrilled him. He sat silent, too deeply moved by memories for speech about the present, and when at length he resumed talk with Olga, his voice was very gentle, his words all kindliness. The girl had never known him so sympathetic with her. On the morrow, it was Saturday, Olga received a letter from Piers Otway, who said that he had something of great importance to speak about, and must see her. Could they not meet at the Camden Hill house, it being inadvisable for him to call at Dr. Derwent's? Either this afternoon or tomorrow would do, if Olga would appoint a time. She telegraphed appointing this afternoon at 3. Half an hour before that, she entered the house, which was now occupied only by a caretaker. Dr. Derwent was trying to let it furnished for the rest of the short lease. Olga had a fire quickly made in the drawing-room and ordered tea. She laid aside her outer things, viewed herself more than once in a mirror, and moved about restlessly. When there sounded a visitor's knock at the front door, she flushed and was overcome with nervousness. She stepped forward to meet her friend, but could not speak. Otway had taken her hand in both his own. He looked at her with grave kindliness. It was their first meeting since Mrs. Hannaford's death. "I hesitated about asking you to see me here," he said. "But I hoped—" His embarrassment increased, whilst Olga was gaining self-command. "You were quite right," she said. "I think I had rather see you here than anywhere else. It isn't painful to me. Oh, anything but painful." They sat down. Piers was holding a large envelope, bulgy with its contents, whatever they were, and sealed. His eyes rested upon it. "I have to speak of something which at first will sound unwelcome to you, but it's only the preface to what will make you very glad. It's about my brother. I have seen him 2 or 3 times this last week on a particular business, in which at length I have succeeded. Here," he touched the envelope, "are all the letters he possessed in your mother's writing." Olga looked at him in distressful wonder and suspense. "Not one of them," he pursued, "contains a line you should not read. They prove absolutely, beyond shadow of doubt, that the charge brought against your mother was false. The dates cover nearly 5 years, from a simple note of invitation to Ewell, you remember, down to a letter written about 3 weeks ago. Of course, I was obliged to read them through. I knew to begin with what I should find. Now I give them to you. Let Dr. Derwent see them. If any doubt remains in his mind, they will make an end of it." He put the package into Olga's hands. She, overcome for the moment by her feelings, looked from it to him, at a loss for words. She was struck with a change in Otway. That he should speak in a grave tone with an air of sadness was only natural, but the change went beyond this. He had not his wonted decision in utterance. He paused between sentences, his eyes wandering dreamily. One would have taken him for an older man than he was wont to appear, and of less energy. Thus might he have looked and spoken after some great effort which left him wearied, almost languid, incapable of strong emotion. "Why didn't he show these letters before?" she asked, turning over the sealed envelope. "He had no wish to do so," answered Piers in an undertone. "You mean that he would have let anything happen which he could have prevented?" "I'm afraid he would." "But he offered them now?" "No. Or rather, yes, he offered them." Piers smiled bitterly. "Not, however, out of wish to do justice." Olga could not understand. She gazed at him wistfully. "I bought them," said Piers. "It made the last proof of his baseness." "You gave money for them, and just that you might give them to me?" "Wouldn't you have done the same, to clear the memory of someone you loved?" Olga laid the packet aside, and then with a quick movement stepped towards him, caught his hand and pressed it to her lips. Piers was taken by surprise, and could not prevent the action. But at once Olga's own hand was prisoned in his. They stood face to face, she blushing painfully, he pale as death, with lips that quivered in their vain effort to speak. "I shall be grateful to you as long as I live," the girl faltered, turning half away, trying gently to release herself. Piers kissed her hand again and again, still speechless. When he allowed her to draw it away, he stood gazing at her like a man bewildered. There was moisture on his forehead. He seemed to struggle for breath. "Let us sit down and talk," said Olga, glancing at him. But he moved towards her, the strangest look in his eyes, the fixed, expressionless gaze of a somnambulist. "Olga." "No, no!" she exclaimed, as if suddenly stricken with fear, throwing out her arms to repel him. "You didn't mean that. It's my fault. You never meant that." "Yes, give me your hand again," he said in a thick voice, the blood rushing into his cheeks. "Not now. You misunderstood me. I oughtn't to have done that. It was because I could find no word to thank you." She panted the sentences, holding her chair as if to support herself, and with the other hand still motioning him away. "I misunderstood?" "Oh, I am ashamed. It was thoughtless. Oh, sit down and let us talk as we were doing, just as friends. It's so much better. We meant nothing else." It was as if the words fell from her involuntarily. They were babbled rather than spoken. She half laughed, half cried, and Otway, a mere automaton, dropped upon his chair, gazing at her, trembling. "I will let my uncle see the letters at once," Olga went on in confused hurry. "I'm sure he will be very grateful to you. But for you, we should never have had this proof. I, of course, did not need it, as if I doubted my mother. But he, well, I can't be sure what he still thinks. Oh, how kind you have always been to us." Piers stood up again, but did not move toward her. She watched him apprehensively. He walked half down the room and back again, and then exclaimed with a wild gesture, "I never knew what a curse one's name could be. I used to be proud of it because it was my father's. Now I would gladly take any other." "Oh, just because of that man?" Olga protested. "What does it matter?" "You know well what it matters," he replied with an unnatural laugh. "To me, nothing whatever." "You try to think not. But the name will be secretly hateful to you as long as you live." "Oh, how can you say that? The name is yours, not his. Think how long we knew you before we heard of him. I'm telling the simple truth. It's you I think of when—" He was drawing nearer to her, and again that strange fixed look came into his eyes. I wanted to ask you something, said Olga quickly. Oh, do sit down, will you? Let us talk as we used to. You remember? He obeyed her, but kept his eyes on her face. What do you wish to ask, Olga? The name slipped from his tongue. He had not meant to use it, and did not seem conscious of having done so. Have you seen old Mr. Jacks lately? I saw him last night. Last night? Her breath caught. Had he anything interesting to say? He's ill. I only sat with him for half an hour. I don't know what it is. It doesn't keep him in bed, but he lies on a sofa and looks dreadfully ill, as if he suffered much pain. He told you nothing? Their eyes met. Nothing that greatly interested me, replied Piers heavily, with the most palpable feint of carelessness. He mentioned, what of course you know, that Arnold Jacks is not going to be married after all. Olga's head drooped, as she said in a voice barely audible, Ah, you knew it. What of that? I see. You knew it. What of that, Olga? He repeated impatiently. I knew it as a bare fact. No explanation. What does it mean? You know, I suppose? In spite of himself, look and tones betrayed his eagerness for her reply. They disagreed about something, said Olga. I don't know what. I shouldn't wonder if they make it up again. At this moment the woman in care of the house entered with the tea tray. To give herself a countenance, Olga spoke of something indifferent, and when they were alone again their talk avoided the personal matters which had so embarrassed both of them. Olga said presently that she was going to see her friend Miss Bonnycastle tomorrow. If I could see only the least chance of supporting myself, I would go to live with her again. She's the most sensible girl I know, and she did me good. How did you good? She helped me against myself, replied Olga abruptly. No one else ever did that. Then she turned again to the safer subjects. When shall I see you again? Otway inquired, rising after a long silence, during which both had seemed lost in their thoughts. Who knows? But I will write and tell you what my uncle says about the letters, if he says anything. Again, thank you. She gave her hand frankly. Piers held it and looked into her face as once before. Olga. The girl uttered a cry of distress and drew her hand away and exclaimed in a half-hysterical voice, No! What right have you? Every right. Do you know what your mother said to me, her last words to me? You mustn't tell me. Her tones were softer. Not today. If we meet again... Of course we shall meet again. Oh, I don't know. Oh, yes, we shall. But you must go now. It's time I went home. He touched her hand again and left the room without looking back. Before the door had closed behind him, Olga ran forward with a stifled cry. The door was shut. She stood before it with tears in her eyes, her fingers clenched together on her breast, and sobbed miserably. For nearly half an hour she sat by the fire, head on hands, deeply brooding. In the house there was not a sound. All at once it seemed to her that a voice called, uttering her name. She started, her blood chilled with fear. The voice was her mother's. She seemed still to hear it, so plainly had it been audible, coming from she knew not where. She ran to her hat and jacket, which lay in a corner of the room, put them on with feverish haste, and fled out into the street. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 29. I will be frank with you, Piers, said Daniel Otway, as he sat by the fireside in his shabby lodgings, his feet on the fender, a cigarette between his fingers. He looked yellow and dried up, shivered now and then, and had a troublesome cough. If I could afford to be generous, I would be. I should enjoy it. It's one of the worst evils of poverty, that a man can seldom obey the promptings of his better self. I can't give you these letters. Can't afford to do so. You have glanced through them. You see they really are what I said. The question is, what are they worth to you? Piers looked at the threadbare carpet, reflected, and spoke. I'll give you £50. A smile crept from the corners of Daniel's shrivelled lips to his bloodshot eyes. Why are you so anxious to have them? He said. I don't know and don't ask. But if they're worth 50 to you, they're worth more. You shall have them for 200. And at this figure the bundle of letters eventually changed hands. It was a serious drain on Piers Otway's resources, but he could not bargain long. The talk sickened him, and when the letters were in his possession, he felt a joy which had no equivalent in terms of cash. He said to himself that he had bought them for Olga, in a measure, of course, for all who would be relieved by knowing that Mrs. Hannaford had told the truth, but first and foremost for Olga. On Olga he kept his thoughts. He was persuading himself that in her he saw his heart's desire. For Piers Otway was one of those men who cannot live without a woman's image to worship. Irene Derwent being now veiled from him, he turned to another beautiful face, in whose eyes the familiar light of friendship seemed to be changing, softening. Ambition had misled him, not his to triumph on the heights of glorious passion, for him a humbler happiness, a calmer love. Yet he would not have been Piers Otway had this mood contented him. On the second day of his dreaming about Olga, she began to shine before his imagination in no pale light. He mused upon her features till they became the ideal beauty. He clad her body and soul in all the riches of love's treasure house. She was at length his crowned lady, his perfect vision of delight. With such thoughts had he sat by Mrs. Hannaford at the meeting which was to be their last. He was about to utter them when she spoke Olga's name. In you she will always have a friend, if the worst happens. And when he asked, May I hope that she would some day let me be more than that? The glow of joy on that stricken face, the cry of rapture, the hand held to him, stirred him so deeply that his old love-longing seemed a boyish fantasy. Oh, you have made me happy. You have blotted out all my follies and sufferings. Then the poor, tortured mind lost itself. This was the second death which had upon Piers Otway the ageing effect known to all men capable of thoughts about mortality. The loss of his father marked for him the end of irresponsible years. He entered upon manhood with that grief blended of reverence and affection. By the grave of Mrs. Hannaford, he stood there only after the burial, he was touched again by the advancing shadow of life's dial, and it marked the end of youth. For youth is a term relative to heart and mind. At 26 many a man has of manhood only the physique. Many another is already falling through experience to a withered age. Piers had the sense of transition. The middle years were opening before him. The tears he shed for his friend were due in part to the poignant perception of utter severance with boyhood. But a few weeks ago, talking with Mrs. Hannaford, he could revive the spirit of those old days at Geneva, feel his identity with the Piers Otway of that time. It would never be within his power again. He might remember, but memory showed another than himself. A note from John Jacks summoned him to Queen's Gate. Not till afterwards did he understand that Mr. Jacks's real motive in sending for him was to get light upon the rupture between Arnold and Miss Derwent. Piers' astonishment at what he heard caused his friend to quit the subject. In the night that followed, Piers, for the first time in his life, felt the possibility of base action. The experience has come to all men, and whatever the result, always leaves its mark. Looking at the fact of Irene's broken engagement, he could explain it only in one way. The cause must be Mrs. Hannaford. The doubt as to her behaviour, the threatened scandal. Idle to attempt surmises as to the share of either side in what had come about. The differences had been sufficiently grave to part them. And this parting was to him a joy which shook his whole being. He could have raised a song of exultation. And in his hands lay complete evidence of the dead woman's guiltlessness. To produce it was possibly to reconcile Arnold, Jacks and Irene. Viewed by his excited mind, the possible became certain. He evolved a whole act of drama between those two, turning on prejudices, doubts, scruples natural in their position. He saw the effect of their enlightenment. Was it a tempting thought that he could give Irene back again into her bridegroom's arms? It brought sweat to his forehead. It shook him with the fierce torture of a jealous imagination. He fortified base suggestion by the natural revolt of his flesh. Once had he passed through the fire. To suffer that ordeal again was beyond human endurance. Irene was free. He paced the room, repeating wildly that Irene was free. And the mere fact of her freedom proved that she did not love the man, so it seemed to him, in his subordination of every motive to that passionate impulse. To him it brought no hope. What of that? Irene did not belong to another man. The fire needed stirring. As he broke the black surface of coal, a flame shot up, red, lambent, a serpent's tongue. It had a voice. It tempted. He took the packet of letters from the table. He had not yet read them through, had only tested them here and there under his brother's eye. Yes, they were the letters of a woman who, suffering as he knew the strongest temptation to which her nature could be exposed, subdued herself in obedience to what she held the law of duty. He read page after page. Again and again she all but said, "I love you." Again and again she told her tempter that his suit was useless, that she would rather die than yield. Daniel Otway had used every argument to persuade her to defy the world and follow him. Easy to understand his motives. One saw that if she had been alone, she would have done so. But there was her daughter, there was her brother. To them she sacrificed what seemed to her the one chance of happiness left in a wasted life. Piers interrupted his reading to hear once more the voice that counselled baseness. Whom would it injure if he destroyed these papers? Oh, certainly not Irene, his first thought, who he held it proved was well rescued from a mistaken marriage. Not Dr. Derwent or Olga, who, he persuaded himself, had already no doubt whatever of Mrs. Hannaford's innocence. Not the poor dead woman herself. What was this passage on which his eye had fallen? I have long had a hope that your brother Piers might marry Olga. It would make me very happy. I cannot imagine for her a better husband. It came first into my mind years ago at Geneva, and I have never lost the wish. Oh, how grateful you would make me if, forgetting ourselves, you would join me in somehow trying to bring about this happiness for those two. Piers is coming to live in London. Do see as much of him as you can. I think very, very highly of him, and he is almost as dear to me as a son of my own. Speak to him of Olga. Sometimes a suggestion. And you know that I desire only his good. The voice spoke to him from the grave. It had a sweeter tone than that other. He read on. He came to the last sheet. So sad, so hopeless, that it brought tears to his eyes. Cannot you defend me? Cannot you prove the falsehood of that story? Cannot you save me from this bitter disgrace? Who will show the truth and do me justice? Could he burn that letter? Could he close his ears against that cry of one driven to death by wrong? He drew a deep sigh and looked about him as if waking from a bad dream. Why, he had come near to whole brotherhood with a man as coldly cruel and infamous as any that walked the earth. Destroying those letters, he would have been worse than Daniel. Straightway he wrote to Olga, requesting the appointment with her. Upon Olga once more he fixed his mind. He resolved that he would not part from her without asking her to be his wife. Oh, if he had but done so before hearing that news from John Jacks! Then it seemed to him that Olga was his happiness. From the house at Camden Hill he came away in a strangely excited mood, glad, sorry, cold, desirous, torn this way and that by conflict of passions and reasons. The only clear thought in his mind was that he had done a great act of justice. How often does it fall to a man to enjoy this privilege? Not once in a lifetime to the multitude such opportunity is the signal favour of fate. Had he let it pass, Piers felt he must have sunk so in his own esteem that no light of noble hope would ever again have shone before him. He must have gone plodding the very mire of existence. Daniel's brother. Never again anything but Daniel's brother. Would Dr. Derwent give him a thought of thanks? Would Irene hear how these letters were recovered? Sunday passed. He knew not well how. He wrote a letter to Olga, but destroyed it. On Monday he was very busy, chiefly at the warehouses of the commercial docks. A man of affairs, to look upon not strikingly different from many another with whom he rubbed shoulders in Fenchurch Street and elsewhere. On Tuesday he had to go to Liverpool to see an acquaintance of Moncharmont who might perchance be useful to them. The journey, the change, were not unpleasant. He passed the early evening with the man in question, who asked him at what hotel he meant to sleep. Piers named the house he had carelessly chosen, adding that he had not yet been there. His bag was still at the station. "Oh, don't go there," said his companion. "It's small and uncomfortable and dear. You'll do much better at this place." Without giving a thought to the matter, Otway accepted this advice. He went to the station, withdrew his bag, and bade a cabman drive him to the hotel his acquaintance had named. But no sooner had the cab started than he felt an unaccountable misgiving, an uneasiness as to this change of purpose. Strange as he was to Liverpool, there seemed no reason why he should hesitate so about his hotel. Yet the mental disturbance became so strong that when all but arrived he stopped the cab and bade his driver take him to the other house, that which he had originally chosen. A downright piece of superstition, he said to himself with a nervous laugh. He could not remember to have ever behaved so capriciously. The hotel pleased him. After inspecting his bedroom, he came down again to smoke and glance over the newspapers. It was about 9:30. Half a dozen men were in the smoking-room. By 10 o'clock there remained, exclusive of Piers, only 3, of whom 2 were discussing politics by the fireside, whilst the third sat apart from them in a deep chair, reading a book. The political talk began to interest Otway. He listened behind his newspaper. The louder of the disputants was a man of about 50, dressed like a prosperous merchant. His cheeks were flabby, his chin triple or quadruple. His short neck, always very red, grew crimson as he excited himself. He was talking about the development of markets for British wares, and kept repeating the phrase trade outlets as if it had a flavour which he enjoyed. England, he declared, was falling behind in the competition for the world's trade. "It won't do. Mark my word, if we don't show more spirit, we shall be finding ourselves in Queer Street. Look at China now. I call it a monstrous thing, perfectly monstrous, the way we're neglecting China." "Oh, my dear sir," said the other, a thin, bilious man with an undecided manner, "we can't force our goods on a country." "What? Why, that's exactly what we can do, and ought to do. What we have always done, and always must do if we're going to hold our own," vociferated he of the crimson neck. "I was speaking of China, if you hadn't interrupted me. What are the Russians doing? Why, making a railway straight to China, and we look on as if it didn't matter, when the matter is national life or death. Let me give you some figures. I know what I'm talking about. Are you aware that our trade with China amounts to only ½ a crown a head of the Chinese population? ½ a crown, while with little Japan, our trade comes to something like 18 shillings a head. Let me tell you that the equivalent of that in China would represent about 360 millions per annum." He rolled out the figures with gusto, culminating in rage. His eyes glared, he snorted defiance, turning from his companion to the two strangers whom he saw seated before him. "I say that it's our duty to force our trade upon China. It's for China's good. Can you deny that? A huge country packed with wretched barbarians. Our trade civilises them. Can you deny it? It's our duty as the leading power of the world. Hundreds of millions of poor, miserable barbarians. And," he shouted, "what else are the Russians, if you come to that? Can they civilise China? A filthy, ignorant nation, frozen into stupidity and downtrodden by an autocrat." "Well," murmured the diffident objector, "I'm no friend of tyranny. I can't say much for Russia." "I should think you couldn't. Who can? A country plunged in the darkness of the Middle Ages. The country of the knout. Pah! Who can say anything for Russia?" Vociferating thus, the champion of civilization fixed his glare upon Otway, who, having laid down the paper, answered this look of challenge with a smile. "Well, as you seem to appeal to me," sounded in Piers' voice, which was steady and good-humoured, "I'm bound to say that Russia isn't altogether without good points. You spoke of it, by the by, as the country of the knout. But the knout, as a matter of fact, was abolished long ago." Well, yes. Oh, yeah, no one knows all about that," stammered the loud man. "But the country is still ruled in the spirit of the knout. It doesn't affect my argument. Take it broadly, on an ethnological basis." He expanded his chest, sticking his thumbs into the armholes of his waistcoat. "The Russians are a Slavonic people, I presume?" "Largely Slav, yes." "And pray, sir, what have the Slavs done for the world? What do we owe them? What Slavonic name can anyone mention in the history of progress?" "Well, two occur to me," replied Piers, in the same quiet tone, "well worthy of a place in the history of intellectual progress. There was a Pole named Copernic, known to you, no doubt, as Copernicus, who came before Galileo, and there was a Czech named Hus, John Hus, who came before Luther." The bilious man was smiling. The fourth person present in the room, who sat with his book at some distance, had turned his eyes upon Otway with a look of peculiar interest. "You've made a special study, I suppose, of this sort of thing," said the fat-faced politician, with a grin which tried to be civil, conveying, in truth, the radical English contempt for mere intellectual attainment. "You're a supporter of Russia, I suppose?" "Oh, I have no such pretension. Russia interests me, that's all." "Oh, come now. Would you say that in any single point Russia, modern Russia, as we understand the term, has shown the way in practical advance?" All were attentive, the silent man with the book seeming particularly so. "I should say, in one rather important point," Piers replied. "Russia was the first country to abolish capital punishment for ordinary crime." The assailant showed himself perplexed, incredulous, but this state of mind, lasting only for a moment, gave way to genial bluster. "Well, come now, that's a matter of opinion. To let murderers go unhung As you please. I could mention another interesting fact. Long before England dreamt of the simplest justice for women, it was not an uncommon thing for a Russian peasant who had appropriated money earned by his wife to be punished with a flogging by the village commune. A flogging? Well, there you are, cried the other with hoarse laughter. What did I say? If it isn't the knout, it's something equivalent. As if we hadn't proved long ago the demoralising effect of corporal chastisement. We should be ashamed, sir, to flog men nowadays in the army or navy. It degrades. We have outgrown it. No, sir, it won't do. I see you have made a special study, and you've mentioned very interesting facts. But you must see that they are wide of the mark, painfully wide of the mark. Well, I must be thinking of turning in. Have to be up at 6, worse luck, to catch a train. Good night, Mr. Simmons, and good night to you, sir. Good night. He bustled away, humming to himself, and after musing a little, the bilious man also left the room. Piers thought himself alone, but a sound caused him to turn his head. The person whom he had forgotten, the silent reader, had risen and was moving his way. A tall, slender, graceful man, well-dressed, aged about 30. He approached Otway, came in front of him, looked at him with a smile, and spoke. Sir, will you permit me to thank you for what you have said in defence of Russia, my country? The English was excellent, almost without foreign accent. Piers stood up and held out his hand, which was cordially grasped. He looked into a face readily recognisable as that of a Little Russian, a rather attractive face with fine, dreamy eyes and a mouth expressive of quick sensibility. Above the good forehead, waving chestnut hair. You have travelled in Russia? Pursued the stranger. I lived at Odessa for some years, and I have seen something of other parts. You speak the language? Piers offered proof of this attainment by replying in a few Russian sentences. His new acquaintance was delighted, again shook hands and began to talk in his native tongue. They exchanged personal information. The Russian said that his name was Korolovich, that he had an estate in the government of Poltava, where he busied himself with farming, but that for 2 or 3 months of each year he travelled. Last winter he had spent in the United States. He was now visiting the great English seaports, merely for the interest of the thing. Otway felt how much less impressive was the account he had to give of himself, but his new friend talked with such perfect simplicity, so entirely as a good-humoured man of the world, that any feeling of subordination was impossible. Poltava I know pretty well, he said gaily. I've been more than once at the July fair, buying wool. At Kharkov, too, on the same business. They conversed for a couple of hours, at first amusing themselves with the rhetoric and arguments of the red-necked man. Korolovich was a devoted student of poetry, and discovered not without surprise the Englishman's familiarity with that branch of Russian literature. He heard with great interest the few words Otway let fall about his father, who had known so many Russian exiles. In short, they got along together admirably, and on parting for the night promised each other to meet again in London some 10 days hence. When he had entered his bedroom and turned the key in the lock, Piers stood musing over this event. Of a sudden there came into his mind the inexplicable impulse which had brought him to this hotel rather than to that recommended by the Liverpool acquaintance. An odd incident indeed. It helped a superstitious tendency of Otway's mind, the disposition he had, spite of obstacle and misfortune, to believe that destiny was his friend. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 30. At home again, Piers wrote to Olga, the greater part of the letter being occupied with an account of what had happened in Liverpool. It was not a love letter, yet differed in tone from those he had hitherto written her.
He spoke with impatience of the circumstances which made it difficult for them to meet, begged that it might not be long before he saw her again. Olga's reply came quickly. It was frankly intimate, with no suggestion of veiled feeling. Her mother's letters, she said, were in Dr. Derwent's hand. I told him who had given them to me, and how you obtained them. I doubt whether he will have anything to say to me about them, but that doesn't matter. He knows the truth. As for their meeting, any Sunday afternoon would find her at Miss Bonnicastle's in Great Portland Street. I wish I were living there again, she added. My uncle is very kind, but I can't feel at home here, and I hope I shall not stay very long. So on the next Sunday, Piers wended his way to Great Portland Street. Arriving about 3:00, he found the artist of the posters sitting alone by her fire, legs crossed and cigarette in mouth. "Oh, Mr. Otway!" she exclaimed, turning her head to see who entered in reply to her cry of "Don't be afraid." Without rising, she held a hand to him. "I didn't think I should ever see you here again. How are you getting on? Beastly afternoon. Come and warm your toes." The walls were hung with clever brutalities of the usual kind. Piers glanced from them to Miss Bonnicastle, speculating curiously about her. He had no active dislike for this young woman, and felt a certain respect for her talent. But he thought, as before, how impossible it would ever be to regard her as anything but an abnormality. She was not ill-looking, but seemed to have no single characteristic of her sex which appealed to him. "What do you think of that?" she asked abruptly, handing him an illustrated paper which had lain open on her lap. The page she indicated was covered with some half-dozen small drawings, exhibiting scenes from a popular café in Paris, done with a good deal of vigour and some skill in the seizing of facial types. "Your work?" he asked. "Mine?" she cried scoffingly. "I could no more do that than swim the Channel. Look at the name, can't you?" He found it in a corner. "Kite? Our friend?" "That's the man. He's been looking up since he went to Paris. Some things of his in a French paper had a lot of praise. Nude figures, queer symbolical stuff, they say, but uncommonly well done. I haven't seen them. In London they'd be called indecent, the man said, who was telling me about them. Of course that's rot. He'll be here in a few days, Olga says." "She hears from him?" "Oh, it was a surprise letter. He addressed it to this shop, and I sent it on. That's only pot-boiling, of course." She snatched back the paper. "But it's good in its way, don't you think?" "Oh, very good." "We must see the other things they talk about, the nudes." There was a knock at the door. "Come along," cried Miss Bonnicastle, craning back her head to see who would enter, and on the door opening she uttered an exclamation of surprise. "Well, this is a day of the unexpected. Didn't know you were in England." Piers saw a slim, dark, handsome man, who, in his elegant attire, rather reminded one of a fashion plate. He came briskly forward, smiling as if in extreme delight, and bent over the artist's hand, raising it to his lips. "Now you'd never do that," said Miss Bonnicastle, addressing Otway with an air of mock gratification. "This is Mr. Florio, the best-behaved man I know. Signor, you've heard us speak of Mr. Otway. Behold him." "Ah, Mr. Otway, Mr. Otway!" cried the Italian joyously. "Permit me the pleasure to shake hands with you. One more English friend. I collect English friends as others collect pictures and bric-a-brac and what you will. Indeed, it is my pride to add to the collection, my privilege, my honour." After exchange of urbanities, he turned to the exhibition on the walls, and exhausted his English in florid eulogy, not a word of which but sounded perfectly sincere. From this he passed to a glorification of the art of advertisement. It was the triumph of our century, the supreme outcome of civilization. Otway, amusedly observant, asked with a smile what progress the art was making in Italy. "Progress!" cried Florio with an indescribable gesture. "Italy and progress! Yet," he proceeded with a change of voice,
Where would Italy be but for advertisements? Italy lives by advertisements. She is the best advertised country in the world. Suppose the writers and painters ceased to advertise Italy. Suppose it were no more talked about. Suppose foreigners ceased to come. What would happen to Italy, I ask you? His face conveyed so wonderfully the suggestion of ravenous hunger that Miss Bonnicastle screamed with laughter. Piers did not laugh, and turned away for a moment. Soon after there entered Olga Hannaford. Seeing the two men, she reddened and looked confused, but Miss Bonnicastle's noisy greeting relieved her. Her hand was offered first to Otway, who pressed it without speaking. Their eyes met, and to Piers it seemed that she made an appeal for his forbearance, his generosity. The behaviour of the Italian was singular. Mute and motionless, he gazed at Olga with a wonder which verged on consternation. When she turned towards him, he made a profound bow, as though he met her for the first time. "Don't you remember me, Mr. Florio?" she asked, in an uncertain voice. "Oh, indeed, perfectly," was the stammered reply. He took her fingers with the most delicate respectfulness, again bowing deeply, then drew back a little, his eyes travelling rapidly to the faces of the others, as if seeking an explanation. Miss Bonnicastle broke the silence, saying they must have some tea, and calling upon Olga to help her in preparing it. For a minute or two the men were left alone. Florio, approaching Piers on tiptoe, whispered anxiously, "Miss Hannaford is in mourning?" "Ah, her mother is dead." With a gesture of desolation, the Italian moved apart and stood staring absently at a picture on the wall. For the next quarter of an hour he took scarcely any part in the conversation. His utterances were grave and subdued. Repeatedly he glanced at Olga, and if able to do so unobserved, let his eyes rest upon her with agitated interest. But for the hostess there would have been no talk at all, and even she fell far short of her wonted vivacity. When things were at their most depressing, someone knocked. "Who's that, I wonder?" said Miss Bonnicastle. "All right," she called out. "Come along." A head appeared, a long, pale, nervous countenance, with eyes that blinked as if in too strong a light. Miss Bonnicastle started up, clamouring an excited welcome. Olga flushed and smiled. It was Kite who advanced into the room. On seeing Olga, he stood still and became painfully embarrassed, and could make no answer to the friendly greetings with which Miss Bonnicastle received him. Forced into a chair at length, and sitting sideways with his long legs intertwisted, and his arms fidgeting about, he made known that he had arrived only this morning from Paris, and meant to stay in London for a month or two, or perhaps longer, it depended on circumstances. His health seemed improved, but he talked in the old way, vaguely, languidly. Yes, he had had a little success, but it amounted to nothing. His work, rubbish, rubbish. Thereupon the café sketches in the illustrated papers were shown to Florio, who poured forth exuberant praise. A twinkle of pleasure came into the artist's eyes. "But the other things we heard about?" said Miss Bonnicastle. "The, what do you call them, the figures?" Kite shrugged his shoulders and looked uneasy. Oh, pot boilers. Poor stuff. Happened to catch people's eyes. Who told you about them?" "Oh, some man. Oh, I forget. And what are you doing now?" "Oh, nothing. A little black and white for that thing." He pointed contemptuously to the paper. "Keeps me from idleness." "And where are you going to live?" "Oh, I don't know. I shall find a garret somewhere. Do you know of one about here?" Olga's eyes chanced to meet a glance from Otway. She moved and hesitated and rose from her chair. Kite and the Italian gazed at her, and then cast a look at each other. Then both looked at Otway, who had at once risen. "Do you walk home?" said Piers, stepping toward her. "I'd better have a cab. It was said in a quietly decisive tone, and Piers made no reply. Both took leave with few words. Olga descended the stairs rapidly, and without attention to her companion, turned at a hurried pace down the dark street. They had walked nearly 100 yards when she turned her head and spoke. "Can't you suggest some way for me to earn my living? I mean it. I must find something." "Have you spoken to your uncle about it?" asked Piers mechanically. "No, it's difficult. If I could go to him with something definite." "Have you spoken to your cousin?" Olga delayed an instant, and answered with an embarrassed abruptness. "She's gone to Paris." Before Piers could recover from his surprise, she had waved to an empty hansom driving past. "Think about it," she added, "and write to me. I must do something. This life of loneliness and idleness is unbearable." And Piers thought, to little purpose, for his mind was once again turned to Irene, and it cost him a painful effort to dwell upon Olga's circumstances. He postponed writing to her until shame compelled him, and the letter he at length dispatched seemed so empty, so futile, that he could not bear to think of her reading it. With astonishment he received an answer so gratefully worded that it moved his heart. She would reflect on the suggestions he had made. Moreover, as he advised, she would take counsel frankly with the doctor, and whatever was decided, he should hear at once. She counted on him as a friend, a true friend. In truth, she had no other. He must continue to write to her, but not often, not more than once a fortnight or so, and let him be assured that she never for a moment forgot her lifelong debt to him. This last sentence referred no doubt to her mother's letters. Dr. Derwent, it seemed, would make no acknowledgment of the service rendered him by a brother of the man whom he must regard as a pitiful scoundrel. How abhorred by him must be the name of Otway! And could it be less hateful to his daughter, to Irene? The days passed. A pleasant surprise broke the monotony of work and worry, when one afternoon the office boy handed in a card bearing the name Korolovich. The Russian was spending a week in London, and Otway saw him several times. On one occasion they sat talking together till 3 in the morning. To Piers this intercourse brought vast mental relief, and gave him an intellectual impulse of which he had serious need in his life of solitude, ever tending to despondency. Korolovich, on leaving England, volunteered to call upon Moncharmont at Odessa. He had wool to sell, and why not sell it to his friends? But he, as well as Piers, looked for profit of another kind from this happy acquaintance. It was not long before Otway made another call upon Miss Bonnicastle, and this time, as he had hoped, he found her alone, working. He led their talk to the subject of Kite. "You ought to go and see him in his garret," said Miss Bonnicastle. "He'd like you to." "Tell me, if you know," threw out the other, looking into her broad, good-natured face, "is he still interested in Miss Hannaford?" "Oh, why, of course. He's one of the stupids who keep up that kind of thing for a lifetime. But he that will not when he may. Oh, poor silly fellow. How I should enjoy boxing his ears." They laughed, but Miss Bonnicastle seemed very much in earnest. "He's tormenting his silly self," she went on, "because he's been unfaithful to her. There was a girl in Paris. Oh, he tells me everything. We're good friends. The girl over there did him enormous good, that's all I know. It was she that set him to work and supplied him with his model at the same time. What better could have happened? And now the absurd creature has qualms of conscience." "Well," said Piers, smiling uneasily, "it's intelligible." "Oh, bosh! Don't be silly. A man has his work to do, and he must get what help he can. I shall pack him off back to Paris." "I'll go and see him, I think. About the Italian, Florio. Has he also an interest?" "In Olga? Oh, yes, I fancy he has. But I don't know much about him. He comes and goes on business. There's a chance, I think, of his dropping in for money before long. He isn't a bad sort. What do you think?"
That same afternoon, Piers went in search of Kite's garret. It was a garret, literally, furnished with a table and a bed and little else, but a large fire burned cheerfully, and on the table, beside a drawing-board, stood a bottle of wine. When he had welcomed his visitor, Kite pointed to the bottle. "I got used to it in Paris," he said, "and it helps me to work. I shan't offer you any, or you might be made ill. The cheapest claret on the market, but it reminds me of things." There rose in Otway's mind a suspicion that today, at all events, Kite had found his cheap claret rather too seductive. His face had an unwonted warmth of colour, and his speech an unusual fluency. Presently he opened a portfolio and showed some of the work he had done in Paris, drawings in pen and ink, and the published reproductions of others. These latter, he declared, were much spoilt in the process work. The motif was always a nude female figure, of great beauty. The same face, with much variety of expression. For background, all manner of fantastic scenes, or rather glimpses and suggestions of a poet's dreamland. "You see what I mean," said Kite. "It's simply woman as a beautiful thing, as I can't get it into words. An ideal, something to live for. Put her in a room, it becomes a different thing. Do you feel my meaning? English people wouldn't have these, They don't understand. They call it sensuality." "Sensuality?" cried Piers, after dreaming for a moment. "Great heavens! Then why are human bodies made beautiful?" The artist gave a strange laugh of gratification. "There you hit it. Why? Why? The work of the devil, they say." "The worst of it is," said Piers, "that they're right as regards most men. Beauty as an inspiration exists only for the few. Beauty of any and every kind, it's all the same. There's no safety for the world as we know it, except in utilitarian morals." Later, when he looked back upon these winter months, Piers could distinguish nothing clearly. It was a time of confused and obscure motives, of oscillation, of dreary conflict, of dull suffering. His correspondence with Olga, his meetings with her, had no issue. He made 1,000 resolves, 1,000 times he lost them. But for the day's work, which kept him in an even tenor for a certain number of hours, he must have drifted far and perilously. It was a life of solitude. The people with whom he talked were mere ghosts, intangible, not of his world. Sometimes, amid a crowd of human beings, he was stricken voiceless and motionless. He stared about him and was bewildered, asking himself what it all meant. His health was not good. He suffered much from headaches. He fell into languors, lassitude of body and soul. As a result, imagination seemed to be dead in him. The torments of desire were forgotten. When he heard that Irene Derwent had returned to London, the news affected him only with a sort of weary curiosity. Was it true that she would not marry Arnold Jacks? It seemed so. He puzzled over the story, wondered about it, but only his mind was concerned, never his emotions. Once he was summoned to Queen's Gate. John Jacks lay on a sofa in his bedroom. He talked as usual, but in a weaker voice, and had the face of a man doomed. Piers saw no one else in the house, and on going away felt that he had been under that roof for the last time. His mind was oppressed with the thought of death. As happens, probably, to every imaginative man at one time or another, he had a conviction that his own days were drawing to a premature close. Speculation about the future seemed idle. He had come to the end of his hopes and fears. Night after night, his broken sleep suffered the same dream. He saw Mrs. Hannaford, who stretched her hands to him, and with a face of silent woe seemed to implore his help. Help against death.
and his powerlessness wrung his heart with anguish. Waking, he thought of all the women, beautiful, tender objects of infinite passion and worship, who even at that moment lay smitten by the great destroyer, the gentle, the loving, racked, disfigured, flung into the horror of the grave. And his being rose in revolt. He strove in silent agony against the dark ruling of the world. One day there was of tranquil self-possession, of blessed calm. A Sunday in January, when, he knew not how, he found himself amid the Sussex lanes, where he had rambled in the time of harvest. The weather, calm and dry and mild, but without sunshine, soothed his spirit. He walked for hours, and toward nightfall stood upon a wooded hill, gazing westward. An overcast and yet not a gloomy sky, still, soft dappled, with rifts and shimmerings of pearly blue scattered among multitudinous billows, which here were a dusky yellow, and there a deep neutral tint. In the low west, beneath the long dark edge, a soft splendour, figured with airy cloudlets, waited for the invisible descending sun. Moment after moment the rifts grew longer, the tones grew warmer. Above began to spread a rosy flush. In front, the glory brightened, touching the cloud line above it with a tender crimson. If all days could be like this, one could live so well, he thought, in mere enjoyment of the beauty of earth and sky, all else forgotten. Under this soft dusking heaven, death was welcome rest, and passion only a tender sadness. He said to himself that he had grown old in hopeless love, only to doubt in the end whether he had loved at all. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 31. The lad he employed in his office was run over by a cab one slippery day, and all but killed. Piers visited him in the hospital, thus seeing for the first time the interior of one of those houses of pain, which he always disliked even to pass. The experience did not help to brighten his mood. He lacked that fortunate temper of the average man, which embraces as a positive good the less of two evils. The long, grey, low-echoing ward, with its atmosphere of antiseptics, the rows of little white camp beds, an ominous screen hiding this and that, the bloodless faces, the smothered groan, made a memory that went about with him for many a day. It strengthened his growing hatred of London, a huge battlefield, calling itself the home of civilization and of peace, battlefield on which the wounds were of soul no less than of body. In these gaunt streets along which he passed at night, how many a sad heart suffered, by the dim glimmer that showed at upper windows, a hopeless solitude amid the innumerable throng. Human cattle, the herd that feed and breed, with them it was well. But the few born to a desire for ever unattainable, the gentle spirits who from their prisoning circumstance looked up and afar, how the heart ached to think of them. Some girl of delicate instinct, of purpose sweet and pure, wasting her unloved life in toil and want and indignity. Some man whose youth and courage strove against a mean environment, whose eyes grew haggard in the vain search for a companion promised in his dreams. They lived, these two, parted perchance only by the wall of neighbour houses, yet all huge London was between them, and their hands would never touch. Besides this hunger for love, what was the stomach famine of a multitude that knew no other? The spring drew nigh, and Otway dreaded its coming. It was the time of his burning torment, of imagination traitor to the worthier mind. It was the time of reverie that wrapped him above everything ignoble, only to embitter by contrast the destiny he could not break. He rose now with the early sun, walked fast and far before the beginning of his day's work, with an aim he knew to be foolish, yet could not abandon. From Guildford Street, along the byways, he crossed Tottenham Court Road, just rattling with its first traffic, crossed Portland Place, still in its sound asleep, and so onward till he touched Bryanston Square. The trees were misty with half-unfolded leafage, birds twittered cheerily among the branches, but Piers heeded not these things. He stood before the high, narrow-fronted house, which once he had entered as a guest, where never again would he be suffered to pass the door. Irene was here, he supposed, but could not be sure, for on the rare occasions when he saw Olga Hannaford, they did not speak of her cousin. Of the course her life had taken he knew nothing whatever. Here, in the chill, bright morning, he felt more a stranger to Irene than on the day 6 years ago, when with foolish timidity he ventured his useless call. She was merely indifferent to him then. Now she shrank from the sound of his name. On such a morning, a few weeks later, he pursued his walk in the direction of Kensington, and passed along Queen's Gate. It was between 7 and 8 o'clock. Nearing John Jack's house, he saw a carriage at the door. It could of course be only the doctor's, and he became sad in thinking of his kind old friend, for whom the last days of life were made so hard. Just as he was passing, the door opened, and a man, evidently a doctor, came quickly forth. With movement as if he were here for this purpose, Otway ran up the steps. The servant saw him, and waited with the door still open. "Will you tell me how Mr. Jacks is?" he asked. "I'm sorry to say, sir," was the subdued answer, "that Mr. Jacks died at 3 this morning." Piers turned away, his eyes dazzled in the sunshine. The evening papers had the news, with a short memoir, half of which was concerned not with John Jacks, but with his son, Arnold. It seemed to him just possible that he might receive an invitation to attend the funeral, but nothing of the kind came to him. The slight, he took it for granted, was not social, but personal. His name, of course, was offensive to Arnold Jacks, and probably to Mrs. John Jacks. Only the genial old man had disregarded the scandal shadowing the Otway name. On the morrow, it was made known that the deceased Member of Parliament would be buried in Yorkshire, in the village churchyard which was on his own estate. And Otway felt glad of this. The sombre and crowded hideousness of a London cemetery was no place of rest for John Jacks. A fortnight later, at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, Piers mounted with a quick stride the stairs leading to Miss Bonnicastle's abode. The door of her workroom stood ajar. His knock brought no response. After hesitating a little, he pushed the door open and went in. Accustomed to the grotesques and vulgarities which generally met his eye upon these walls, he was startled to behold a life-size figure of great beauty, suggesting a study for a serious work of art rather than a design for a street poster. It was a woman in classic drapery, standing upon the seashore, her head thrown back, her magnificent hair flowing unrestrained, and one of her bare arms raised in a gesture of exultation. As he gazed at the drawing with delight, Miss Bonnicastle appeared from the inner room, dressed for walking. "What do you think of that?" she exclaimed. "Better than anything you ever did." "Oh, true enough. That's Kite. Don't you recognise his type?" "Well, one thinks of Ariadne," said Piers, "but the face won't do for her." "Yes, it's Ariadne, but I doubt if I shall have the brutality to finish out my idea. She is to have lying on the sand by her a case of Higginson's hair wash stranded from a wreck, and a bottle of it in her hand. See the notion? Her despair consoled by discovery of Higginson." They laughed, but Piers broke off in half-serious anger. "Oh, that's damnable. You won't do it. For one thing, the mob wouldn't understand. And in heaven's name, do spare the old stories. I'm amazed that Kite should consent to it." "Poor old fellow," said Miss Bonnicastle, with an indulgent smile. "He'll do anything a woman asks of him. But I shan't have the heart to spoil it with Higginson. I know I shan't." "After all," Piers replied, "I don't know why you shouldn't. What's the use of our scruples? That's the doom of everything beautiful." "We'll talk about it another time. I can't stop now. I have an appointment. Stay here, if you like, and worship Ariadne. I shouldn't wonder if Olga looks round this morning, and it'll disappoint her if there's nobody here." Piers was embarrassed. He had asked Olga to meet him, and wondered whether Miss Bonnicastle knew of it. But she spared him the necessity of any remark by speeding away at once, bidding him slam the door on the latch when he departed. In less than 10 minutes there sounded a knock without, and Piers threw the door open. It was Olga, breathing rapidly after her ascent of the stairs, and a startled look in her eyes as she found herself face to face with Otway. He explained his being here alone. "It is kind of you to have come." "Oh, I have enjoyed the walk. A delicious morning. And how happy one feels when the church bells suddenly stop." "I've often known that feeling," said Piers merrily. "Isn't it wonderful how London manages to make things detestable which are pleasant in other places? The bells in the country. But sit down. You look tired." She seated herself, and her eyes turned to the beautiful figure on the wall. Piers watched her countenance. "You've seen it already?" he said. "Oh, a few days ago." "You know who did it?" "Mr. Kite, I'm told," she answered absently. "And," she added after a pause, "I think he disgraced himself by lending his art to such a purpose." Piers said nothing, and looked away to hide his smile of pleasure. "I asked you to come," were his next words, "to show you a letter I have had from John Jacks's solicitors." Glancing at him with surprise, Olga took the letter he held out and read it. In this communication, Piers Otway was informed that the will of the late Mr. Jacks bequeathed to him the capital which the testator had invested in the firm of Moncharmont & Co., and the share in the business which it represented. "This is important to you," said the girl, after reflecting for a moment, her eyes down. "Yes, it is important," Piers answered, in a voice not quite under control. "It means that, if I choose, I can live without working at the business. Just live. No more at present, though it may mean more in the future. Things have gone well for us for a beginning, much better than I at all events expected. What I should like to do now would be to find a man to take my place in London. I know someone who just possibly might be willing, a man at Liverpool." "Isn't it a risk?" said Olga, regarding him with shamefaced anxiety. "I don't think so. If I could do so well, almost any real man of business would be sure to do better. Moncharmont, you know, is the indispensable member of the firm." "And what would you do? Go abroad, I suppose?" "For a time, at all events. Possibly to Russia. I have a purpose too vague to speak of yet. I should frighten myself if I spoke of it. But it all depends upon—" He broke off, unable to command his voice. A moment's silence, during which he stared at the woman on the wall, and he could speak again. "I can't go alone. I can't think of anything seriously, whilst I am maddened by solitude." Olga sat with her head bent. He drew nearer to her. "It depends on you. I want you for my companion, for my wife." She looked him in the face, a strange, agitated, half-defiant look. "I don't think that's true. You don't want me." "You, yes, you, Olga, and only you." "I don't believe it. You mean any woman. Her voice all but choked. "If that one," she pointed to the wall, "could step towards you, you would as soon have her. You would rather, because she is more beautiful." "Not in my eyes." He seized her hand and said, half laughing, shaken with the moment's fever, "Come and stand beside her, and let me see how the real living woman makes pale the ideal." Flushing and trembling at his touch, she rose. Her lips parted, she had all but spoken, when there came a loud knock at the door of the room. Their hands fell, and they gazed at each other in perturbation. "Silence," whispered Otway. "No reply." He stepped softly to the door. Silently he turned the key in the lock. No sooner had he done so than someone without tried the handle. The door was shaken a little, and there sounded another knock, loud, peremptory. Piers moved to Olga's side, smiled at her reassuringly, and tried to take her hand. But with a frightened glance toward the door, she shrank away. 2 minutes of dead silence. Then Otway spoke just above his breath. "Gone. Didn't you hear the footstep on the stairs?" Had she just escaped some serious peril, Olga could not have worn a more agitated look. Her hand resisted Otway's approach. She would not seat herself, but moved nervously hither and thither, her eyes constantly turning to the door. It was in vain that Piers laughed at the incident, asking what it could possibly matter to them that some person had wished to see Miss Bonnicastle, and had gone away thinking no one was within. Olga made a show of assenting. She smiled and pretended to recover herself, but was still tremulous and unable to converse. He took her hands, held them firmly, compelled her to meet his look. "Let us have an end of this, Olga. Your life is unhappy. Let me help you to forget. And help me. I want your love. Come to me. We can help each other. Put an end to this accursed loneliness, this longing and raging that eats one's heart away." She suffered him to hold her close, her head bent back, the eyes half veiled by their lids. "Give me one day to think." "Not 1 hour, not 1 minute. Now." "Because you're stronger than I am, that doesn't make me really yours." She spoke in stress of spirit, her eyes wide and fearful. "If I said yes, I might break my promise. I warn you, I can't trust myself. I warn you not to trust me." "I will take the risk." "I have warned you. Yes, I will try. Let me go now, and stay here till I have gone. I must go now." She shook with hysterical passion. "Else I take back my promise. I will see you in 2 days. Not here. I'll think of some place." She drew toward the exit, and when her one hand was on the key, Piers, with sudden self-subdual, spoke. "You have promised?" "Yes, I will write very soon." With a look of gratitude, a smile all but of tenderness, she passed from his sight. On the pavement she looked this way and that. 50 yards away, on the other side of the street, a well-dressed man stood supporting himself on his umbrella, as if he had been long waiting. Though to her shortness of sight the figure was featureless, Olga trembled as she perceived it, and started at a rapid walk toward the cab-stand at the top of the street. Instantly the man made after her, almost running. He caught her up before she could approach the vehicles. "So you were there. Something told me you were there." "What do you mean, Mr. Florio?" The man was raging with jealous anger. Trying to smile, he showed his teeth in a mere grin, and spluttered his words. "The door was shut with the key. Why was that?" "You mustn't speak to me in this way," said Olga, with troubled remonstrance rather than indignation. "When I visit my friend, we don't always care to be disturbed." "Ah, your friend, Miss Bonnicastle, was not there. I have seen her in Oxford Street. She said no one was there this morning. But I doubt it. I came." While speaking, he kept a look turned in the direction of the house from which Olga had come, and of a sudden his eyes lit with fierce emotion. "See, something told me that is your friend." Piers Otway had come out. Olga could not have recognised him at this distance, but she knew the Italian's eyes would not be deceived. Instantly she took to flight, along a cross street leading eastward. Florio kept at her side, and neither spoke until breathlessness stopped her as she entered Fitzroy Square. "You are safe," said her pursuer or companion. "He is gone the other way. You are pale. You are suffering. Why did you run? Run! There was no need." His voice had turned soothing, caressing. His eyes melted in compassion as they bent upon her. "I have given you no right to hunt me like this," said Olga, panting, timid, her look raised for a moment to his. "I take the right," he laughed musically. "It is the right of the man who loves you." She cast a frightened glance about the square, which was almost deserted, and began to walk slowly on. "Why was the door shut with the key?" asked Florio, his head bent near to hers. "I thought I would break it open, and I wish I had done so," he added, suddenly fierce again. "I have given you no right," stammered Olga, who seemed to suffer under a sort of fascination which dulled her mind. "I take it. Has he a right? Tell me that. You are not good to me. You are not honest to me. You deceive. Why was the door shut with the key? I am astonished. I did not think this was done in England. A lady, a young lady." "What do you mean?" Olga exclaimed with a face of misery. "There was no harm. It wasn't I who wished it to be locked." Florio gazed at her long and searchingly, till the blood burned in her face. "Enough," he said with decision, waving his arm. "I have learned something. One always learns something new in England. The English are wonderful. Yes, they are wonderful. Basta and addio." He raised his hat, turned and moved away. As if drawn irresistibly, Olga followed. Head down, arms hanging in the limpness of shame, she followed, but without drawing nearer. At the corner of the square, Florio, as if accidentally, turned his head. In an instant he stood before her. "Then you do not wish good-bye?" "Oh, you are very cruel. How can I let you think such things? You know it's false." "But there must be an explanation." "I can easily explain, but not here. One can't talk in the street." "Naturally. Listen. It is 12 o'clock. You go home, you eat, you repose. At 3 o'clock I pay you a visit. Why not? You said yourself the other day, but I could not decide. Now I have decided. I pay you a visit. You receive me privately. Can you not? We talk, and all is settled." Olga thought for a moment, and assented. A few minutes afterwards she was roiling in a cab towards Bryanston Square. On Monday evening, Piers received a note from Olga. It ran thus: "I warned you not to trust me. It is all over now. I have, in your own words, put an end to it. We could have given no happiness to each other. Miss Bonnicastle will explain. Goodbye." He went at once to Great Portland Street, but Miss Bonnicastle knew nothing, but looked anxious when she had seen the note and heard its explanation. "We must wait till the morning," she said. "Don't worry. It's just what one might have expected." Don't worry. Piers had no wink of sleep that night. At post time in the morning he was at Miss Bonnicastle's, but no news arrived. He went to business. The day passed without news. He returned to Great Portland Street, and there waited for the last postal delivery. It brought the expected letter. Olga announced her marriage that morning to Mr. Florio. "It's better than I feared," said Miss Bonnicastle. "Now go home to bed and sleep like a philosopher." Good advice, but not of much profit to one racked and distraught with amorous frenzy, with disappointment sharp as death. Through the warm spring night Piers raved and agonized. The business hour found him lying upon his bed, sunk in dreamless sleep. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 32. Again it was springtime, the spring of 1894. 2 years had gone by since that April night when Piers Otway suffered things unspeakable in flesh and spirit, thinking that for him the heavens had no more radiance, life no morrow. The memory was faint. He found it hard to imagine that the loss of a woman he did not love could so have afflicted him. Olga Hannaford, Mrs. Florio, was matter for a smile. He hoped that he might some day meet her again and take her hand with the old friendliness and wish her well. He had spent the winter in St. Petersburg and was making arrangements for a visit to England, when one morning there came to him a letter which made his eyes sparkle and his heart beat high with joy. In the afternoon, having given more than wonted care to his dress, he set forth from the lodging he occupied at the lower end of the Nevsky Prospect, and walked to the Hôtel de France, near the Winter Palace, where he inquired for Mrs. Borisoff. After a little delay, he was conducted to a private sitting-room, where again he waited. On a table lay 2 periodicals at which he glanced, recognizing with a smile recent numbers of the 19th century and the Vyestnik Evropy. There entered a lady with a bright English face, a lady in the years between youth and middle age, frank, gracious, her look of interest speaking a compliment which Otway found more than agreeable. "I have kept you waiting," she said, in a tone that dispensed with formalities, "because I was on the point of going out when they brought your card." "Oh, I am sorry." "But I'm not. Instead of twaddle and boredom round somebody or other's samovar, I'm going to have honest talk under the chaperonage of an English teapot, my own teapot, which I carry everywhere. But don't be afraid, I shall not give you English tea. What a shame that I've been here for 2 months without our meeting. I have talked about you, wanted to know you. Look." She pointed to the periodicals which Piers had already noticed. "No," she went on, checking him as he was about to sit down. "That is your chair. If you sat on the other, you would be polite and grave, and like everybody else. I know the influence of chairs. That is the chair my husband selects when he wishes to make me understand some point of etiquette. Miss Derwent warned you, no doubt, of my shortcomings in etiquette." "All she said to me," replied Piers, laughing, "was that you are very much her friend." "Well, that is true, I hope. Tell me, please, is the article in the Vyestnik your own Russian?" "Not entirely. I have a friend named Korolovich, who went through it for me." "Korolovich? I seem to know that name. Is he by chance connected with some religious movement, some heresy?" "I was going to say I am sorry he is, yet I can't be sorry for what honours the man. He has joined the Dukhobortsi, has sold his large estate, and is devoting all the money to their cause. I'm afraid he'll go to some New World colony, and I shall see little of him henceforth. A great loss to me." Mrs. Borisoff kept her eyes upon him as he spoke, seeming to reflect rather than to listen. "I ought to tell you," she said, "that I don't know Russian. Irene, Miss Derwent, almost shamed me into working at it, but I'm so lazy, so lazy. You are aware, of course, that Miss Derwent has learnt it?" "Has learnt Russian?" exclaimed Piers. "I didn't know. I had no idea." "Wonderful girl. I suppose she thinks it a trifle." "It's so long," said Otway, "since I had any news of Miss Derwent. I can hardly consider myself one of her friends. At least, I shouldn't have ventured to do so until this morning, when I was surprised and delighted to have a letter from her about that 19th century article, sent through the publishers. She spoke of you, and asked me to call, saying she had written an introduction of me by the same post." Mrs. Borisoff smiled oddly. "Oh yes, it came. She didn't speak of the Vyestnik?" "No." "Yet she has read it, I happen to know. I'm sorry I can't. Tell me about it, will you?" The Russian article was called New Womanhood in England. It began with a good-tempered notice of certain novels then popular, and passed on to speculations regarding the new ideals of life set before English women. Piers spoke of it as a mere bit of apprentice work, meant rather to amuse than as a serious essay. "At all events, it is a success," said his listener. "One hears of it in every drawing-room. Wonderful thing, you don't sneer at women. I'm told you are almost on our side, if not quite. I've heard a passage read into French, The Woman of the 20th Century. I rather liked it." "Not altogether?" said Otway, with humorous diffidence. "Oh, a woman never quite likes an ideal of womanhood which doesn't quite fit her notion of herself. But let us speak of the other thing in the 19th century. The pilgrimage to Kiev. For life, colour, sympathy, I think it altogether wonderful. I have heard Russians say that they couldn't have believed a foreigner had written it." "Well, that's the best praise of all." "You mean to go on with this kind of thing? You might become a sort of interpreter of the two nations to each other. An original idea. The everyday thing is to exasperate Britain against Russ, and Russ against Britain, with every sort of cheap joke and stale falsehood. All the same, Mr. Otway, I'm bound to confess to you that I don't like Russia." "No more do I," returned Piers in an undertone. "But that only means I don't like the worst features of the Middle Ages. The Russian-speaking cosmopolitan whom you and I know isn't Russia. He belongs to the Western Europe of today. His country represents Western Europe of some centuries ago. Not strictly that, of course, we must allow for race, but it's how one has to think of Russia." Again Mrs. Borisoff scrutinised him as he spoke, averting her eyes at length with an absent smile. "Here comes my tutelary teapot," she said, as a pretty maidservant entered with a tray. A phrase I got from Irene, by the by. From Miss Derwent, who laughs at me carrying the thing about in my luggage. She has clever little phrases of that sort, as you know. "Yes," fell from Piers dreamily, "but it's so long since I heard her talk." When he had received his cup of tea, and sipped from it, he asked with a serious look, "Will you tell me about her?" "Oh, of course I will. But you must first tell me about yourself. You were in business in London, I believe?" "Well, for about a year. Then I found myself with enough to live upon, and came back to Russia. I had lived at Odessa." "You may presuppose a knowledge of what came before," interrupted Mrs. Borisoff with a friendly nod. "I lived for several months with Korolovich on his estate near Poltava. We used to talk. Heavens, how we talked! Sometimes 8 hours at a stretch. I learnt a great deal. Then I wandered up and down Russia, still learning." "Writing, too?" "The time hadn't come for writing. Korolovich gave me no end of useful introductions. I've had great luck on my travels." "And pray, when did you make your studies of English women?" Piers tried to laugh, and declared he did not know. "I shouldn't wonder if you generalise from one or two," said his hostess, letting her eyelids droop as she observed him lazily. "Do you know Russian women as well?" By begging for another cup of tea, and adding a remark on some other subjects, Piers evaded this question. "And what are you going to do?" asked Mrs. Borisoff. "Stay here and write more articles?" "I'm going to England in a few days for the summer." "That's what I think I shall do. But I don't know what part to go to. Advise me, can you? Seaside? No, I don't like the seaside. Do you notice how people, our kind of people, I mean, are losing their taste for it in England? It's partly, I suppose, because of the excursion train. One doesn't grudge the crowd its excursion train, but it's so much nicer to imagine their blessedness than to see it. Or are you for the other point of view?" Otway gave an expressive look. "That's right. Oh, the sham philanthropic talk that goes on in England. How it relieves one to say flatly that one does not love the multitude. No seaside, then. Lakes? No. Wales? No. Highlands? No. Isn't there some part of England one would like if one discovered it?" "Do you want solitude?" asked Piers, becoming more interested. "Solitude? She handed a box of cigarettes, and herself took one. "Yes, solitude. I shall try to get Miss Derwent to come for a time. New Forest? No. Oh, please, please do suggest. I'm nervous. Your silence teases me." "Do you know the Yorkshire Dales?" asked Otway, watching her as she watched a nice little ring of white smoke from the end of her cigarette. "No. Oh, that's an idea. It's your own country, isn't it?" "But how do you know that?" "Dreamt it." "I wasn't born there, but I lived there as a child, and later a little. You might do worse than the Dales if you like that kind of country. Wensleydale, for instance. There's an old castle, and a very interesting one. Part of it habitable when you can get quarters." "A castle? Superb! Where Queen Mary was imprisoned for a time till she made an escape. Magnificent! Can I have the whole castle to myself?" "Well, the furnished part of it, unless someone else has got it already for the summer. There's a family, the caretaker's always in possession, if things are still as they used to be." "Oh, write for me at once, will you? Oh, write immediately. There's paper on the desk." Piers obeyed. Whilst he sat penning the letter, Mrs. Borisoff lighted a second cigarette, her face touched with a roguish smile. She studied Otway's profile for a moment and became grave, fell into a mood of abstraction, which shadowed her features with weariness and melancholy. Turning suddenly to put a question, Piers saw the change in her look, and was so surprised that he forgot what he was going to say. "Finished?" she asked, moving nervously in her chair. When the letter was written, Mrs. Borisoff resumed talk in the same tone as before. "You have heard of Dr. Derwent's discoveries about diphtheria? That's the kind of thing one envies, don't you think? After all, what can we poor creatures do in this world but to try and ease each other's pain? The man who succeeds in that is the man I honour." "I, too," said Piers, "but he is lost sight of nowadays, in comparison with the man who invents a new gun or a new bullet." "Yes, the beasts!" exclaimed Mrs. Borisoff with a laugh. "What a world! I'm always glad I have no children. But you wanted to speak, not about Dr. Derwent, but Dr. Derwent's daughter." Piers bent forward, resting his chin on his hand. "Tell me about her, will you?" "There's not much to tell. You knew about the broken-off marriage?" "I knew it was broken off." "Well, that's all anyone knows, except the two persons concerned. It isn't our business. The world talks far too much about such things, don't you think? When we are civilised, there'll be no such things as public weddings, and talk about anyone's domestic concerns will be the grossest impertinence. That's an obiter dictum. I was going to say that Irene lives with her father down in Kent. They left Bryanston Square half a year after the affair. They wander about the continent together now and then. I like that chumming of father and daughter. It speaks well for both." "When did you see her last?" "Oh, about Christmas. We went to a concert together. That's one of the things Irene is going in for, music. When I first knew her, she didn't seem to care much about it, although she played fairly well." "I never heard her play," fell from Piers in an undertone. "No, she only did to please her father now and then. It's her mental and moral advance, her new love of music. I notice that she talks much less about science, and much more about the things one really likes. I speak for myself. Well, it's just possible I have had a little influence there. I confess my inability to chat about either physic or physics. It's weak, of course, but I have no place in your new world of women." "Oh, you mistake, I think," said Piers. "That ideal has nothing to do with any particular study. It supposes intelligence, that's all." "Oh, so much the better. You must write about it in English, and then we'll debate. By the by, if I go to your castle, you must come down to show me the country." "I should like to." "Oh, that's part of the plan. If we don't get the castle, you must find some other place for me. I leave it in your hands, with an apology for my impudence." After a pause, during which each of them mused, smiling, they began to talk of their departure for England. Otway would go direct in a few days' time. Mrs. Borisoff had to travel a long way round, first of all accompanying her husband to the Crimea on a visit to relatives. She mentioned her London hotel, and an approximate date when she might be heard of there. "Get the castle if you possibly can," were her words as they parted. "I have set my heart on the castle." "So have I," said Piers, avoiding her look. And Mrs. Borisoff laughed. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 33. Once in the 2 years' interval he had paid a short visit to England. He came on disagreeable business, to see his brother Daniel, who had fallen into the hands of the police on an infamous charge, and only by the exertions of a clever counsel, feed by Piers, received the benefit of a doubt and escaped punishment. Daniel had already written him several begging letters, and when detected in what looked like crime, declared that poverty and ill health were his excuse. He was a broken man. Surmising his hidden life, Piers wondered at the pass a man can be brought to, in our society, by his primitive instincts which may lead, when they are impetuous, either to grimiest degradation or loftiest attainment. To save him, if possible, from the worst extremities, Piers granted him a certain small income to be paid weekly, and therewith bade him final adieu. The firm of Moncharmont & Co. grew in moderate prosperity. Its London representative was a far better man from the commercial point of view than Piers Otway, and on visiting the new offices, which he did very soon after reaching London in the spring of 1894, Piers marvelled how the enterprise had escaped shipwreck during those 12 months which were so black in his memory with storm and stress. The worst 12-month of his life, with the possible exception of that which he spent part at Ewell and part at Odessa. Since he had sailed in no smooth water, had seen no haven, but at least he sailed onward, which gave him courage. Was courage to be now illumined with hope? He tried to keep that thought away from him. He durst not foster it. Among the papers he brought with him to England was a letter which, having laid it aside, he never dared to open again. He knew it by heart, unfortunately for his peace. He returned to another London than that he had known, a London which smiled welcome. It was his duty no less than his pleasure to call upon certain people for whom he had letters of introduction from friends in Russia, and their doors opened wide for him. Upon formalities followed kindness. The season was beginning, and at his modest lodgings arrived cards, notes, bidding to ceremonies greater and less. One or two of these summonses bore names which might have stirred envy in the sons of fashion. Solus feci. He allowed himself a little pride. His doing, it was true, had as yet been nothing much to the eye of the world, but he had made friends under circumstances not very favourable, friends among the intelligent and the powerful. That gift, it seemed, was his, if no other, the ability to make himself liked and respected. He, by law the son of nobody, had begun to approve himself true son of the father he loved and honoured. His habits were vigorous. Rising very early, he walked across the park and had a swim in the Serpentine. The hours of the solid day he spent for the most part in study at the British Museum. Then, if he had no engagement, he generally got by train well out of town and walked in sweet air until nightfall, or if the weather were bad, he granted himself the luxury of horse hire, and rode, teeth set against wind and rain. This earned him sleep, his daily prayer to the gods. At the date appointed, he went in search of Mrs. Borisoff, who welcomed him cordially. Her first inquiry was whether he had got the castle. "I have got it," Piers replied, and entered into particulars. They talked about it like children anticipating a holiday. Mrs. Borisoff then questioned him about his doings since he had been in England. On his mentioning a certain great lady, a Russian, with whom he was to dine next week, his friend replied with a laugh, which she refused to explain. "When can you spend an evening here? I don't mean a dinner. I'll give you something to eat, but it doesn't count. You come to talk, as I know you can, though you didn't let me suspect it at Petersburg. I shall have one or two others, old chums, not respectable people. Name your own day." When the evening came, Piers entered Mrs. Borisoff's drawing-room with trepidation. He glanced at the guest who had already arrived, a lady unknown to him, and when again the door opened, he looked, trembling. His fearful hope ended only in a headache, but he talked, as was expected of him, and the hostess smiled approval. "These friends of yours," he said aside to her before leaving, "are nice people to know, but—" and he broke off, meeting her eyes. "I don't understand," said his hostess with a perplexed look. "Then I daren't try to make you." A few days after, at the great house of the great Russian lady, he ascended the stairs without a tremor, and glanced around the room with indifference. No one would be there whom he could not face calmly. Brilliant women awed him a little at first, but it was not until afterwards, in the broken night following such occasions as this, that they had power over his imagination. Then he saw them, drawn upon darkness, their beauty without that halo of worldly grandeur which would not allow him to forget the gulf between them. The hostess herself shone by quality of intellect rather than by charm of feature. She greeted him with subtlest flattery, a word or two of simple friendliness in her own language, and was presenting him to her husband, when from the doorway sounded a name which made Otway's heart leap and left him tongue-tied. "Mrs. Borisoff and Miss Derwent." He turned, but with eyes downcast. For a moment he durst not raise them. He moved insensibly a few steps backward, shadowed himself behind two men who were conversing together, and at length he looked, with thrill of marvelling and rapture, with chill of self-abasement. When, years ago, he saw Irene in the dress of ceremony, she seemed to him peerlessly radiant, but it was the beauty and dignity of one still girlish. What he now beheld was the exquisite fulfilment of that bright promise. He had not erred in worship. She who had ever been to him the light of life, the beacon of his passionate soul, shone before him supreme among women. What head so noble in its unconscious royalty, what form so faultless in its mould and bearing? He heard her speak. The graceful nothings of introduction and recognition. It was Irene's voice, toned to a fuller music. Then her face dazzled, grew distant. He turned away to command himself. Mrs. Borisoff spoke beside him. "Have you no good evening for me?" "So this is what you meant." "You have a way of speaking in riddles." "And you a way of acting divinely." "Tell me." His voice sank, and his words were hurried. "May I go up to her as any acquaintance would? May I presume that she knows me?" "You mean Miss Derwent? But why not? I don't understand you." "Oh, no, I forget. It seems to you absurd. Oh, of course, she wrote and introduced me to you. You are amusing, which is more than can be said of everyone." She bent her head and turned to speak with someone else. Piers, with what courage he knew not, stepped across the carpet to where Miss Derwent was sitting. She saw his approach, and held her hand to him as if they had met only the other day. That her complexion was a little warmer than its wont, Piers had no power of perceiving. He saw only her eyes, soft shining as they rose to his, in their depths an infinite gentleness. "Oh, how glad I am that you got my letter just before leaving Petersburg." "How kind of you to introduce me to Mrs. Borisoff." "I thought you would soon be friends." It was all they could say. At this moment the host murmured his request that Otway would take down Mrs. Borisoff. The hostess led up someone to be introduced to Miss Derwent, and then the procession began. Piers was both disappointed and relieved. To have felt the touch upon his arm of Irene's hand would have been a delight unutterable, yet to desire it was presumption. He was not worthy of that companionship. It would have been unjust to Irene to oblige her to sit by him through the dinner, with the inevitable thoughts rising in her mind. Better to see her from a distance, though it was hard when she smiled at the distinguished and clever-looking man who talked and talked. It cost him at first no small effort to pay becoming attention to Mrs. Borisoff. The lady, on his other hand, a brilliant beauty, moved him to a feeling almost hostile, he knew not why. But as the dinner progressed, as the kindly vintage circled in his blood, he felt the stirrings of a deep joy. By his own effort he had won reception into Irene's world. It was something. It was much, remembering all that had gone before. He spoke softly to his partner. "I am going to drink a silent health, that of my friend Korolovich. To him I owe everything." "Oh, I don't believe that, but I will drink it too. I was speaking of him to Miss Derwent. She wants to know all about the Dukhobortsi. Instruct her afterwards if you get a chance. Do you think her altered?" "No, yes." "By the by, how long is it really since you first knew her?" 8 years. Just 8 years." "You speak as if it were 80." "Why, so it seems when I look back. I was a boy, and had the strangest notions of the world." "You shall tell me all about that some day," said Mrs. Borisoff, glancing at him. "At the castle, perhaps?" "Oh, yes, at the castle."
When the company divided, and Piers had watched Irene pass out of sight, he sat down with a tired indifference, but his host drew him into conversation on Russian subjects, and, as happened before now in gatherings of this kind, Otway presently found himself amid attentive listeners, whilst he talked of things that interested him. At such moments he had an irreflective courage, which prompted him to utter what he thought without regard to anything but the common civilities of life. His opinions might excite surprise, but they did not give offence, for they seemed impersonal, the natural outcome of honest and capable observation, with never a touch of national prejudice or individual conceit. It was well, perhaps, for the young man's natural modesty, that he did not hear certain remarks afterwards exchanged between the more intelligent of his hearers. When they passed to the drawing-room, the piano was sounding there. It stopped, and the player rose and moved away, but not before Piers had seen that it was Irene. He felt robbed of a delight. Oh, to hear Irene play! Better was in store for him. With a boldness natural to the hour, he drew nearer, watching his opportunity. The chair by Irene's side became vacant. He stepped forward and was met with a frank countenance, which invited him to take the coveted place. Miss Derwent spoke at once of her interest in the Russian sectaries, with whom she had heard Otway was well acquainted, the people called Dukhobortsi, who held the carrying of arms a sin, and suffered persecution because of their conscientious refusal to perform military service. Piers spoke with enthusiasm of these people. They uphold the ideal above all necessary to our time. We ought to be rapidly outgrowing warfare. Isn't that the obvious next step in civilization? It seems a commonplace that everyone should look to that end and strive for it. Yet we're going back. There's a military reaction. Fighting is glorified by everyone who has a loud voice, and in no country more than in England. I wish you could hear a Russian friend of mine speak about it, a rich man who has just given up everything to join the Dukhobortsi. I never knew before what religious passion meant, and it seems to me that this is the world's only hope. Peace made religion. The forms don't matter. Only let the supreme end be peace. It is what people have talked so much about, the religion of the future. His tones moved the listener, as appeared in her look and attitude. Surely all the best in every country lean to it, she said. Of course, that's our hope. But at the same time, the pitiful thing. For the best hold back, keep silence, as if their quiet contempt could prevail against this activity of the reckless and foolish. One can't make a religion, said Irene sadly. It is just this religious spirit which has decayed throughout our world. Christianity turns to ritualism, and science. We were told, you know, that science would be religion enough. There's the pity, the failure of science as a civilizing force. I know, added Piers quickly, that there are men whose spirit, whose work, doesn't share in that failure. They are the men, the very few, who are above self-interest. But science, on the whole, has come to mean money-making and weapon-making. It leads the international struggle. It is judged by its value to the capitalist and soldier. Isn't this perhaps a stage of evolution that the world must live through, to its extreme results? Very likely. The signs are bad enough. You haven't yourself that enthusiastic hope? I try to hope, said Piers in a low, unsteady voice, his eyes falling timidly before her glance. But what you said is so true. One can't create the spirit of religion. If one hasn't it... He broke off and added with a smile, I think I have a certain amount of enthusiasm, but when one has seen a good deal of the world, it is so very easy to feel discouraged.
Think how much sheer barbarism there is around us, from the brutal savage of the gutter to the cunning savage of the Stock Exchange." Irene had a gleam in her eyes. She nodded appreciation. "If," he went on vigorously, "if one could make the multitude really understand to the point of action, how enormously its interest is peace." "More hope that way, I'm afraid," said Irene, "than through idealisms." Yes. If it comes at all, it'll be by the way of self-interest. And really it looks as if the military tyrants might overreach themselves here and there. Italy, for instance. Think of Italy, crushed and cursed by a blood tax that the people themselves see to be futile. One enters into the spirit of the men who freed Italy from foreigners. It was glorious, but how much more glorious to excite a rebellion there against her own rulers. Shouldn't you enjoy doing that? At times there is no subtler compliment to a woman than to address her as if she were a man. It must be done involuntarily, as was the case with this utterance of Otway's. Irene rewarded him with a look such as he had never had from her, the look of rejoicing comradeship. "Indeed I should. Italy is becoming a misery to those who love her. Is no plot going on? Couldn't one start a conspiracy against that infamous misgovernment?" "There's an arch plotter at work. His name is Hunger. Let us be glad that Italy can't enrich herself by manufactures. Who knows? The revolution against militarism may begin there, as that against feudalism did in France. Talk of enthusiasm! How should we feel if we read in the paper some morning that the Italian people had formed into an army of peace, refusing to pay another centesimo for warfare? The next boat for Calais, the next train for Rome." Their eyes met, interchanging gleams of laughter. "Oh, but the crowd, sighed Piers. "What is bad enough to say of it? Who shall draw its picture with long enough ears?" "It has another aspect, you know." "Oh, it has. At its best a smiling simpleton, at its worst a murderous maniac." "You're not exactly a socialist," remarked Irene, with that smile which, linking past and present, blended in Otway's heart old love and new, her smile of friendly irony. "Socialism? I seldom think of it, which means that I have no faith in it." "When we came in, you were playing." "I missed the connection," said Irene, with a puzzled air. "Oh, forgive me. I am fond of music, and it has been in my mind all the time the hope that you would play again." "Oh, that was merely the slow music, as one might say, of the drawing-room mysteries, an obligato in the after-dinner harmony. I play only to amuse myself, or when it's a painful duty." Piers was warned by his tactful conscience that he had held Miss Derwent quite long enough in talk. A movement in their neighbourhood gave miserable opportunity. He resigned his seat to another expectant, and did his best to converse with someone else. Her voice went with him as he walked homeward across the park, under a fleecy sky silvered with moonlight. The voice which now and again brought back so vividly their first meeting at Ewell. He lived through it all again, the tremors, the wild hopes, the black despair of 8 years ago. How she encountered him on the stairs, talked of his long hours of study, and prophesied, with that indescribable blending of gravity and jest still her characteristic, that he would come to grief over his examination. Irene, did she dream what was in his mind and heart? The long, long love, his very life through all labours and cares and casualties. Did she suspect it? Imagine it? If she had received his foolish verses, he grew hot to think of them, there must have been at least a moment when she knew that he worshipped her, and does such knowledge ever fade from a woman's memory? Irene, Was she brought nearer to him by her own experience of heart trouble? That she had suffered he could not doubt. Impossible for her to have given her consent to marriage unless she believed herself in love with the man who wooed her. It could have been no trifling episode in her life, whatever the story. Irene was not of the women who yield their hands in jest, in pique, in light-hearted ignorance. The change visible in her was more, he fancied, than could be due to the mere lapse of time. During her silences, she had the look of one familiar with mental conflict, perhaps of one whose pride had suffered an injury. The one or two glances which he ventured while she was talking with the man who succeeded to his place beside her perceived a graver countenance, a reserve such as she had not used with him, and of this insubstantial solace he made a sort of hope which winged the sleepless hours till daybreak. He had permission to call upon Mrs. Borisoff at times alien to polite routine. Thus, when nearly a week had passed, he sought her company at midday, and found her idling over a book, her seat by a window which viewed the Thames and the broad embankment with its plane trees, and London beyond the water, picturesque in squalid hugeness through summer haze and the sagging smoke of chimneys numberless. She gave a languid hand, pointed to a chair, gazed at him with embarrassing fixity. "I don't know about the Castle," were her first words. "Perhaps I shall give it up." "You are not serious?" Piers spoke and looked in dismay, and still she kept her heavy eyes upon him. "What does it matter to you?" she said carelessly. "Oh, I counted on showing you the Dales." Mrs. Borisoff nodded twice or thrice, and laughed, then pointed to the prospect through the window. "This is more interesting. Imagine historians living 1,000 years hence. What would they give to see what we see now?" "Oh, one often has that thought. It's about the best way of making ordinary life endurable." They watched the steamers and barges, silent for a minute or two. "So you had rather I didn't give up the Castle?" "I should be horribly disappointed." "Yes, no doubt you would. Why did you come to see me today?" No. The real reason." "I wanted to talk about Miss Derwent," Piers answered, bracing himself to frankness. Mrs. Borisoff's lips contracted in something which was not quite a smile, but which became a smile before she spoke. "If you hadn't told the truth, Mr. Otway, I would have sent you about your business. Well, talk of her. I'm ready." "Oh, but certainly not if it wearies you." "Talk. "I'll begin with a question. Does Miss Derwent go much into society?" "No, not very much. And it's only the last few months that she's been seen at all in London. I mean, since the affair that people talked about." "Did they talk disagreeably?" "Oh, gossip, chatter, half malicious without malicious intention. Don't you know the way of the sweet creatures? I would tell you more if I could. The simple truth is that Irene has never spoken to me about it. Never once. When it happened, she came suddenly to Paris, to a hotel, and from there wrote me a letter, just saying that her marriage was off. No word of explanation. Of course I fetched her at once to my house, and from that moment to this I have not heard one reference from her to the matter. You would like to know something about the hero? He has been away a good deal, building up the empire, as they say, which means, of course, looking after his own and other people's dividends." "Oh, thank you. Now let us talk about the Castle." But Mrs. Borisoff was not in a good humour to-day, and Piers very soon took his leave. Her hand felt rather hot. He noticed this particularly as she let it lie in his longer than usual, part of her absent-mindedness. Piers had often resented as a weakness his susceptibility to the influence of others' moods. He did so to-day, when, having gone to Mrs. Borisoff in an unusually cheerful frame of mind, he came away languid and despondent, But his scheme of life permitted no such idle brooding as used to waste his days. Self-discipline sent him to his work as usual through the afternoon, and in the evening he walked 10 miles. The weather was brilliant. As he stood far away in rural stillness, watching a noble sunset, he repeated to himself words which had of late become his motto. Enjoy now. This moment will never come again. But the intellectual resolve was one thing, the moral aptitude another. He did not enjoy. How many hours in all his life had brought him real enjoyment? Idle to repeat and repeat that life was the passing minute which must be seized, made the most of. He could not live in the present. Life was to him forever a thing postponed. I will live. I will enjoy. Some day. As likely as not, that day would never dawn. Was it true, as admonishing reason sometimes whispered, that happiness cometh not by observation, that the only true content is in the moments which we pass without self-consciousness? Is all attainment followed by disillusion? A man aware of his health is on the verge of malady. Were he to possess his desire, to exclaim, I am happy, would the fates chastise his presumption? That way lay asceticism, which his soul abhorred. On rather following the great illusion, if this it were, the crown of life, philosophize as he might, that word still had its meaning, still its inspiration. Let the present pass untasted. He preferred his dream of a day to come. Next morning, very unexpectedly, he received a note from Mrs. Borisoff, inviting him to dine with her a few days hence. About her company she said nothing, and Piers went, uncertain whether it was a dinner tete-à-tete or with other guests. When he entered the room, the first face he beheld was Irene's. It was a very small party, and the hostess wore her gayest countenance. A delightful evening from the social point of view, for Piers Otway, a time of self-forgetfulness in the pleasures of sight and hearing. He could have little private talk with Irene. She did not talk much with anyone. But he saw her. He heard her voice. He lived in the glory of her presence. Moreover, she consented to play. Of her skill as a pianist, Otway could not judge. What he heard was music. Music absolute, the very music of the spheres. When it ceased, Mrs. Borisoff chanced to look at him. He was startlingly pale, his eyes wide as if in vision more than mortal. I leave town to-morrow, said his hostess as he took leave. Some friends are going with me. You shall hear how we get on at the castle. Perhaps her look was meant to supplement this bare news. It seemed to offer reassurance. Did she understand his look of entreaty in reply? Music breathed about him in the lonely hours. It exalted his passion, lulled the pains of desire, held the flesh subservient to spirit. What is love, says the physiologist, but ravening sex? If so, in Piers Otway's breast the primal instinct had undergone strange transformation. How wrought, he asked himself, to what destiny did it correspond, this winged love soaring into the infinite, this rapture of devotion, this utter humbling of self, this ardour of the poet's soul, singing a fellow creature to the heaven of heavens? By what alchemy comes it forth from blood and tissue? Nature has no need of such lyric life. Her purpose is well achieved by humbler instrumentality. Romantic lovers are not the ancestry of noblest lines. And if, as might well be, his love were defeated and fruitless, what end in the vast maze of things would his anguish serve? End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 34. After his day's work, he had spent an hour among the pictures at Burlington House. He was lingering before an exquisite landscape, unwilling to change this atmosphere of calm for the roaring street, when a voice timidly addressed him. "Mr. Otway." How altered! The face was much, much older, and in some indeterminable way had lost its finer suggestions. At her best, Olga Hannaford had a distinction of feature, a singularity of emotional expression, which made her beautiful. In Olga Florio, the lines of visage were far less subtle, and classed her under an inferior type. Transition from maidenhood to what is called the matronly had been too rapid. It was emphasized by her costume, which cried aloud in its excess of modish splendour. "How glad I am to see you again!" she sighed tremorously, pressing his hand with fervour, and gazing at him with furtive directness. "Are you living in England now?" Piers gave an account of himself. He was a little embarrassed, but quite unagitated. A sense of pity averted his eyes after the first wondering look. "Will you, may I venture, can you spare the time to come and have tea with me? My carriage is waiting, and I'm quite alone. I only looked in for a few minutes to rest my mind after a lunch with such tiresome people." His impulse was to refuse, at all costs to refuse. The voice, the glance, the phrases jarred upon him, shocked him. Already he had begun, "I'm afraid," when a hurried, vehement whisper broke upon his excuse. "Don't be unkind to me. I beg you to come. I entreat you." "I will come with pleasure," he said in a loud voice of ordinary civility. At once she turned, and he followed. Without speaking, they descended the great staircase. A brougham drove up, and they rolled away westward. Never had Piers felt such thorough moral discomfort. The heavily perfumed air of the carriage depressed and all but nauseated him. The inevitable touch of Olga's garments made him shrink. She had begun to talk, and talked incessantly throughout the homeward drive, not much of herself or of him, but about the pleasures and excitements of the idle, busy world. It was meant, he supposed, to convey to him an idea of her prosperous and fashionable life. Her husband, she let fall, was for the moment in Italy. Affairs of importance sometimes required his presence there, but they both preferred England. The intellectual atmosphere of London. Where else could one live on so high a level? The carriage stopped in a street beyond Edgware Road, at a house of more modest appearance than Otway had looked for. Just as they alighted, a nursemaid with a perambulator was approaching the door. Piers caught sight of a very pale little face, shadowed by the hood, but his companion, without heeding, ran up the steps and knocked violently. They entered. Still the oppressive atmosphere of perfumes. Left for a few minutes in a little drawing-room or boudoir, Piers stood marvelling at the ingenuity which had packed so much furniture and bric-a-brac, so many pictures and so much drapery into so small a space. He longed to throw open the window. He could not sit still in this odour-laden hothouse where the very flowers were burdensome by excess. When Olga reappeared, she was gorgeous in flowing tea-gown. Her tawny hair hung low in artful profusion. Her neck and arms were bare, her feet brilliantly slippered. "Oh, how good it is to sit down and talk to you once more. Do you like my room?" "You have made yourself very comfortable," replied Otway, striking a note as much as possible in contrast to that of his hostess. "Some of these drawings are your own work, no doubt." "Oh, yes, some of them," she answered languidly. "Do you remember that pastel? Oh, surely you do, from the old days at Ewell." "Of course. And that is a portrait of your husband?" he added, indicating a head on a little easel. "Yes, idealised." She laughed and put the subject away. Then tea was brought in, and after pouring it, Olga grew silent. Resolute to talk, Piers had the utmost difficulty in finding topics, but he kept up an everyday sort of chat, postponing as long as possible the conversation foreboded by his companion's face. When he was weary, Olga's opportunity came. "There is something I must say to you." Her arms hung lax, her head drooped forward. She looked at him from under her brows. "I have suffered so much. Oh, I have suffered. I've longed for this moment. Will you say that you forgive me?" "My dear Mrs. Florio," Piers began with good-natured expostulation, a sort of forced bluffness, but she would not hear him. "Not that name. Not from you. There's no harm. You can't misunderstand me, such old friends as we are. I want you to call me by my own name, and to make me feel that we are friends still, that you can really forgive me." "There's nothing in the world to forgive," he insisted in the same tone. "Of course we are friends. How could we be anything else?" "Oh, I behaved infamously to you. I can't think how I had the heart to do it." Piers was tortured with nervousness. Had her voice and manner declared insincerity or posing, anything of that kind, he would have found the situation much more endurable. But Olga had tears in her eyes, and not the tears of an actress. Her tones had recovered something of their old quality, and reminded him painfully of the time when Mrs. Hannaford was dying. She held a hand to him. Her pale face besought his compassion. "Oh, come now, let us talk in the old way, as you wish," he said, just pressing her fingers. "Of course I felt it, but then I was myself altogether to blame. I importuned you for what you couldn't give. Remembering that, wasn't your action the most sensible, and really the kindest?" "Oh, I don't know," Olga murmured in a voice just audible. "Oh, of course it was. There now, we've done with all that. Tell me more about your life this last year or two. You're such a brilliant person. I felt rather overcome." "Oh, nonsense." But Olga brightened a little. "What of your own brilliancy? I read somewhere that you're a famous man in Russia." Piers laughed, spontaneously this time, and finding it a way of escape, gossiped about his own achievements with mirthful exaggeration. "Do you see the Derwents?" Mrs. Florio asked of a sudden, with a sidelong look. So vexed was Otway at the embarrassment he could not wholly hide, and which delayed his answer, that he spoke the truth with excessive bluntness. "I have met Miss Derwent in society." "I don't often see them," said Olga in a tone of weariness. "I suppose we belong to different worlds." At the earliest possible moment, Piers rose with decision. He felt that he had not pleased Mrs. Florio, that perhaps he had offended her, and in leaving her he tried to atone for involuntary unkindness. "Oh, but we shall see each other again, of course," she exclaimed, retaining his hand. "You will come again soon?" "Oh, certainly I will." "And your address? Let me have your address." He breathed deeply in the open air. Glancing back at the house when he had crossed the street, he saw a white hand waved to him at a window. It hurried his step. On the following day, Mrs. Florio visited her friend Miss Bonnicastle, who had some time since exchanged the old quarters in Great Portland Street for a house in Pimlico, where there was a larger studio, or workshop, as she preferred to call it, hung about with her own and other people's designs. The artist of the poster was full as ever of vitality and of good nature, but her humour had not quite the old spice. A stickler for decorum would have said that she was decidedly improved, that she had grown more womanly, and something of this change appeared also in her work, which tended now to the graceful rather than the grotesque. She received her fashionable visitant with off-hand friendliness, not altogether with cordiality. Oh, I've something to show you. Do you know that name?" Olga took a business card and read upon it, "Alexander Otway, dramatic and musical agent." "It's his brother," she said, in a voice of quiet surprise. "I thought so. The man called yesterday. Wants a fetching thing to boom an Irish girl at the halls. There's her photo." It represented a piquant person in short skirts, a face neither very pretty nor very young, but likely to be deemed attractive by the public in question. They amused themselves over it for a moment. "He used to be a journalist," said Olga. "Does he seem to be doing well?" "Couldn't say. Great talker and a furious jingo." "A jingo?" "This woman is to sing a song of his composition, all about the Empire, not the Hall, the British. Glory flies the flag, that blessed rag, a rhyme I suggested to him and asked him to pay me for it. It's a taking tune, and we shall have it everywhere, no doubt. He sang a verse. I wish you could have heard him. A queer fish." Olga walked about, seeming to inspect the pictures, but in reality much occupied with her thoughts. "Well," she said presently, "I only looked in, dear, to say how do you do." Miss Bonnicastle was drawing. She turned as if to shake hands, but looked her friend in the face with a peculiar expression, far more earnest than was commonly seen in her. "You called on Kite yesterday morning." Olga, with slight confusion, admitted that she had been to see the artist. For some weeks Kite had suffered from an ailment which confined him to the house. He could not walk, and indeed could do nothing but lie and read, or talk of what he would do when he recovered his health. Cheap claret having lost its inspiring force, the poor fellow had turned to more potent beverages, and would ere now have sunk into inscrutable deeps but for Miss Bonnicastle, who interested herself in his welfare. Olga, after losing sight of him for nearly 2 years, by chance discovered his whereabouts and his circumstances, and twice in the past week had paid him a visit. "I wanted to tell you," pursued Miss Bonnicastle in a steady, matter-of-fact voice, "that he's going to have a room in this house and be looked after." "Indeed?" There was a touch of malice in Olga's surprise. She held herself rather stiffly. "It's just as well to be straightforward," continued the other. "I should like to say that it'll be very much better if you don't come to see him at all." Olga was now very dignified indeed. "Oh, pray say no more. I quite understand. Quite." "I shouldn't have said it at all," rejoined Miss Bonnicastle, "if I could have trusted your discretion. The fact is, I found I couldn't." "Really!" exclaimed Olga, red with anger. "You might spare me insults." "Oh, come. We're not going to fly at each other, Olga. I intended no insult. But whilst we're about it, do take advice from one who means it well. Sentiment is all right, but sentimentality is all wrong. Do get rid of it, there's a good girl. You're meant for something better." Olga made a great sweep of the floor with her skirts, and vanished in a whirl of perfume. She drove straight to the address which she had seen on Alexander Otway's card. It was in a decently sordid street south of the river. In a window on the ground floor hung an announcement of Alexander's name and business. As Olga stood at the door, there came out, showily dressed for walking, a person in whom she at once recognised the original of the portrait at Miss Bonnicastle's. It was no other than Mrs. Otway, the Biddy, whose simple singing had so pleased her brother-in-law years ago. "Is it the agent you want to see?" she asked in her tongue of County Wexford. "The door to the right." Alexander jumped up, all smiles at the sight of so grand a lady. He had grown very obese, and very red about the neck. His linen might have been considerably cleaner, and his coat better brushed, but he seemed in excellent spirits, and glowed when his visitor began by saying that she wished to speak in confidence of a delicate matter. "Mr. Otway, you have an elder brother, his name Daniel?" The listener's countenance fell. "Madam, I am sorry to say I have." "He has written to me more than once a begging letter. My name doesn't matter. I'll only say now that he used to know me slightly long ago. I wish to ask you whether he really is in want." Alexander hesitated, with much screwing of the features. "Well, he may be, now and then," was his reply at length. "I have helped him, but to tell the truth, it's not much good. So far as I know, he has no regular supplies, but it's his own fault." "Exactly." Olga evidently approached a point still more delicate. "I presume he has worn out the patience of both brothers?" "Ah!" The agent shook his head. "I'm sorry to say that the other's patience— I see you know something of our family circumstances— never allowed itself to be tried. He's very well off, I believe, but he'll do nothing for poor Dan, and never would. I'm bound to admit Dan has his faults, but still—" His brows expressed sorrow rather than anger on the subject of his hard-fisted relative. "Do you happen to know anything," pursued Olga, lowering her voice, "of a transaction about certain letters which were given up by Daniel Otway?" "Why, yes, I've heard something about that affair." "Those letters, I always understood, were purchased from him at a considerable price." "That's true," replied Alexander, smiling familiarly as he leaned across the table. "But the considerable price was never paid. Not one penny of it." Olga's face changed. She had a wondering, lost, pained look. "Mr. Otway, are you sure of that?" "Well, pretty sure. Dan has talked of it more than once, and I don't think he could talk as he does if there wasn't a real grievance. I'm very much afraid he was cheated. Perhaps I oughtn't to use that word. I dare say Dan had no right to ask for money for the letters at all. But there was a bargain, and I'm afraid it wasn't honourably kept on the other side." Olga reflected for a moment and rose, saying that she was obliged, that this ended her business. Alexander's curiosity sought to prolong the conversation, but in vain. He then threw out a word concerning his professional interests. Would the lady permit him to bespeak her countenance for a new singer, an Irish girl of great talent, who would be coming out very shortly? "She has a magnificent song, madam, the very spirit of patriotism, stirring, stirring. Let me offer you one of her photos. Miss Ennis Corthey. You'll soon see the announcements." Olga drove away in a troubled dream. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 35. "The 13th will suit admirably," wrote Helen Borisoff. "That morning my guests leave, and we shall be quiet, except for the popping of guns round about, which reminds me that my big healthy Englishman of a cousin, him you met in town, will be down here to slaughter little birds in aristocratic company, and may most likely look in to tell us of his bags. I'll meet you at the station." So Irene, alone, journeyed from King's Cross into the North Riding. At evening, the sun golden amid long, lazy clouds that had spent their showers, she saw wide Wensleydale, its closing hills higher to north and south as the train drew onward, green slopes of meadow and woodland rising to the beat and the heather. At a village station appeared the welcoming face of her friend Helen. A countryman with his homely gig drove them up the hillside, the sweet air singing about them from moorland heights, the long dale spreading in grander prospect as they ascended, and then hidden as they dropped into a wooded glen, where the horse splashed through a broad beck and the wheels jolted over boulders of limestone. Out again into the sunset, and at a turn of the climbing road stood up before them the grey old castle, in its shadow the church and the hamlet, and all around the glory of rolling hills. Of the 4 great towers, one lay a shattered ruin, one only remained habitable. Above the rooms occupied by Mrs. Borisoff and her guests was that which had imprisoned the Queen of Scots, a chamber of bare stone, with high embrasure narrowing to the slit of a window which admitted daylight, and, if one climbed the sill, gave a glimpse of far mountains. Down below, deep under the roots of the tower, was the castle's dungeon, black and deadly. Early on the morrow Helen led her friend to see these things. Then they climbed to the battlements, where the sun shone hot, and Helen pointed out the features of the vast landscape, naming heights and little dales which pour their tributaries into the Ure, and villages lying amid the rich pasture. "And yonder is Hawes," said Irene, pointing to the head of the dale. "Yes, too far to see." They did not exchange a look. Irene spoke at once of something else. There came to lunch Mrs. Borisoff's cousin, a grouse guest at a house some miles away. He arrived on horseback, and his approach was watched with interest by 2 pairs of eyes from the castle windows. Mr. March looked well in the saddle, for he was a strong, comely man of about 30, who lived mostly under the open sky. Irene had met him only once, and that in a drawing-room. She saw him now to greater advantage, heard him talk freely of things he understood and enjoyed, and on the whole did not dislike him. With Helen he was a favourite. She affected to make fun of him, but had confessed to Irene that she respected him more than any other of her county family kinsfolk. As he talked of his 2 days' shooting, he seemed to become aware that Miss Derwent had no profound interest in this subject, and there fell from him an unexpected apology. "Of course it isn't a very noble kind of sport," he said with a laugh. "One is invited, one takes it in the course of things. I prefer the big game, where there's a chance of having to shoot for your life." "I suppose one must shoot something," remarked Irene, as if musing a commonplace. March took it with good nature, like a man who cannot remember whether that point of view ever occurred to him, but who is quite willing to think about it. Indeed, he seemed more than willing to give attention to anything Miss Derwent chose to say. Something of this inclination had appeared even at their first meeting, and today it was more marked. He showed reluctance when the hour obliged him to remount his horse. Mrs. Borisoff's hope that she might see him again before he left this part of the country received a prompt and cheerful reply. Later, that afternoon, the 2 friends climbed the great hillside above the castle, and rambled far over the moorland to a windy height where they looked into deep, wild Swaledale. Their talk was only of the scenes around them, until on their way back they approached a line of 3-walled shelters, built of rough stone, about the height of a man. In reply to Irene's question, Helen explained the use of these structures. She did so in an off-hand way with the proper terms, and would have passed on, but Irene stood gazing. "What, they lie in ambush here, whilst the men drive the birds towards them to be shot?" "It's sport," rejoined the other indifferently. "I see. And here are the old cartridges." A heap of them lay close by amid the ling. "I don't wonder that Mr. March seemed a little ashamed of himself." "Oh, but surely you knew all about this sort of thing?" said Mrs. Borisoff with a little laugh of impatience. "No, I didn't." She had picked up one of the cartridge cases, and after examining it, her eyes wandered about the vast rolling moor. The wind sang low, the clouds sailed across the mighty dome of heaven. Not a human dwelling was visible, and not a sound broke upon nature's infinite calm. "It amazes me," Irene continued, subduing her voice. "Incredible that men can come up here just to bang guns and see beautiful birds fall dead. One would think that what they saw here would stop their hands, that this silence would fill their minds and hearts and make it impossible." Her voice had never trembled with such emotion in Helen's hearing. It was not Irene's habit to speak in this way. She had the native reticence of English women, preferring to keep silence when she felt strongly, or to disguise her feeling with irony and jest. But the hour and the place overcame her. A noble passion shone in her clear eyes and thrilled in her utterance. "What barbarians!" "Oh, you know they are nothing of the kind," objected Helen. "At least, not all of them." "Mr. March, you called him yourself a fine barbarian, quoting from Matthew Arnold. I never before understood how true that description was." "I assure you it doesn't apply to him, whatever I may have said in joke. This shooting is the tradition of a certain class. It's one of the ways in which great, strong men get their necessary exercise. Some of them feel at moments just as you do, I've no doubt. But there they are, a lot of them together, and a man can't make himself ridiculous, you know." "You're not like yourself in this, Helen," said Irene. "You're not speaking as you think. Another time you'll confess it's abominable savagery, with not one good word to be said for it, and more contemptible than I ever suspected. I'm so glad I've seen this. It helps to clear my thoughts about things in general." She flung away the little yellow cylinder, flung it far from her with disgust, and as if to forget it, plucked as she walked on a spray of heath which glowed with its purple bells among the redder ling. Helen's countenance was shadowed. She spoke no more for several minutes. When 2 days had passed, March again came riding up to the castle and lunched with the ladies. Irene was secretly vexed. At breakfast she had suggested a whole day's excursion, which her friend persuaded her to postpone. The reason must have been Helen's private knowledge that Mr. March was coming. In consequence, the lunch fell short of perfect cheerfulness. For reasons of her own, Irene was just a little formal in her behaviour to the guest. She did not talk so well as usual, and bore herself as a girl must, who wishes, without unpleasantness, to check a man's significant approaches. In the hot afternoon, chairs were taken out into the shadow of the castle walls, and there the three sat conversing. Someone drew near, a man, whom the careless glance of Helen's cousin took for a casual tourist about to view the ruins. Helen herself, and in the same moment Irene, recognised Piers Otway. It seemed as though Mrs. Borisoff would not rise to welcome him. Her smile was dubious, half surprised. She cast a glance at Irene, whose face was set in the austerest self-control, and thereupon not only stood up, but stepped forward with cordial greeting. "So you have really come. Delighted to see you. Are you walking, as you said?" "Too hot," Piers replied with a laugh. "I spent yesterday at York, and came on in a cowardly way by train." He was shaking hands with Irene, who dropped a word or two of mere courtesy. In introducing him to March, Mrs. Borisoff said, "An old friend of ours," which caused her stalwart cousin to survey the dark, slimly built man very attentively. "We'll get you a chair, Mr. Otway." "Oh, no. Let me sit or lie here on the grass. It's all I feel fit for after the climb." He threw himself down, nearer to Helen than to her friend, and the talk became livelier than before his arrival. Irene emerged from the taciturnity into which she had more and more withdrawn, and March, not an unobservant man, evidently noted this, and reflected upon it. He had at first regarded the newcomer with a civil aloofness, as not one of his world. Presently he seemed to ask himself to what world the singular being might belong. A man who knew how to behave himself, and whose talk implied more than common savoir-vivre, yet who differed in such noticeable points from an Englishman of the leisured class. Helen was in a mischievous mood. She broached the subject of grouse, addressing to Otway an ambiguous remark, which led March to ask with veiled surprise whether he was a sportsman. "Mr. Otway's taste is for bigger game," she exclaimed, before Piers could reply. "He lives in hope of potting Russians on the Indian frontier." "Well, I can sympathise with him in that," said the large-limbed man, puzzled but smiling. "He'll probably have a chance before very long." No sooner had he spoken than a scarlet confusion glowed upon his face. In speculating about Otway, he had for the moment forgotten his cousin's name. "Oh, I beg your pardon, Helen. Oh, what an idiot I am. Oh, of course you were joking. Oh, don't apologise, Edward. Tell truth and shame. Your Russian relatives. I like you all the better for it." "Thank you," he answered. "After all, there's no harm in a little fighting. It's better to fight and have done with it, and keep on plotting between compliments. Nations are just like schoolboys, you know. There has to be a round now and then. It settles things, and it's good for the blood." Otway was biting a blade of grass. He smiled and said nothing. Mrs. Borisoff glanced from him to Irene, who also was smiling, but looked half vexed. "How can it be good, for health or anything else?" Miss Derwent asked suddenly, turning to the speaker. "Oh, we couldn't do without fighting. It's in human nature." "In uncivilized human nature, yes." "Oh, but really, you know," urged March with good-natured deference, "it wouldn't do to civilize away pluck, courage and heroism, whatever one likes to call it." "Oh, of course it wouldn't. But what has pluck or heroism to do with bloodshed? How can anyone imagine that courage is only shown in fighting? I don't happen to have been in a battle, but one knows very well how easy it must be for any coward or brute, excited to madness, to become what's called a hero. Heroism is noble courage in ordinary life. Are you serious in thinking that life offers no opportunities for it?" "Well, it's not quite the same thing." "Happily not. It's a vastly better thing. Every day some braver deed is done by plain men and women, yes, women, if you please, than was ever known on the battlefield. One only hears of them now and then, on the railway, on the sea, in the hospital, in burning houses, in accidents of road and street. Are there no opportunities for courage? In the commonest everyday home life, doesn't any man or woman have endless chances of being brave or a coward? And this is civilized courage, not the fury of a bull at a red rag." Piers Otway had ceased to nibble his blade of grass. His eyes were fixed on Irene. When she had made a sudden end of speaking, and when she smiled her apology for the fervour forbidden in polite converse, he still gazed at her, self-oblivious. Helen Borisoff watched him askance. "Let us go in and have some tea," she said, rising abruptly. Soon after, March said good-bye, a definite good-bye. He was going to another part of England. With all the grace of his caste, he withdrew from a circle in which, temptations notwithstanding, he had not felt quite at ease. Riding down the dale through a sunny shower, he was refreshed and himself again. "Where do you put up tonight?" asked Helen of Otway, turning to him when the other man had gone, with a brusque familiarity. "At the inn down in Redmire." "And what do you do tomorrow?" "Go to see the falls at Aysgarth, for one thing. There's been rain up on the hills. The river will be grand." "Oh, perhaps we shall be there." When Piers had left them, Helen said to her friend, "I wanted to ask him to stay and dine, but I didn't know whether you would like it." "I? I'm not the hostess." "No, but you have humours, Irene. One has to be careful." Irene knitted her brows, and stood for a moment with face half averted. "If I cause this sort of embarrassment," she said frankly, "I think I oughtn't to stay." "Oh, it's easily put right, my dear girl. Answer me a simple question. If I lead Mr. Otway to suppose that his company for a few days is not disagreeable to us, shall I worry you or not?" "Not in the least," was the equally direct answer. "That's better. We've always got along so well, you know, that it's annoying to feel there's something not quite understood between us. Then I shall send a note down to the inn where he's staying to appoint a meeting at Aysgarth tomorrow. And I shall ask him to come for the rest of the day if he chooses." At nightfall the rain clouds spread from the hills of Westmoreland, and there were some hours of downpour. This did not look hopeful for the morrow, but on the other hand it promised a finer sight at the falls if by chance the weather grew tolerable. The sun rose amid dropping vapours, and at breakfast time had not yet conquered the day, but a steady brightening soon put an end to doubt. The friends prepared to set forth. As they were entering the carriage, there arrived the postman with letters for both, which they read driving down to the Dale. One of Irene's correspondents was her brother, and the contents of Eustace's letter so astonished her that she sat for a time absorbed in thought. "Not bad news, I hope?" said Helen, who had glanced quickly over the few lines from her husband, now at Ostend. "No, but startling. You may as well read the letter." It was written in Eustace Derwent's best style, really a very good letter both as to composition and in the matter of feeling. After duly preparing his sister for what might come as a shock, he made known to her that he was about to marry Mrs. John Jacks, the widow of the late Member of Parliament. "I can quite imagine," he proceeded, "that this may trouble your mind by exciting unpleasant memories, and perhaps may make you apprehensive of disagreeable things in the future. Pray have no such uneasiness. Only this morning I had a long talk with Arnold Jacks, who was very friendly and indeed could not have behaved better. He spoke of you, and quite in the proper way. I was to remember him very kindly to you if I thought the remembrance would not be unwelcome. As for my dear Marian, you will find her everything that a sister should be." Followed sundry details, and a promise of more information when they met again in town. "Describe her to me," said Helen, who had a slight acquaintance with Irene's brother. "One word does it. Irreproachable. A couple of years older than Eustace, I think. John Jacks was more than twice her age, so it's only fair. The dear boy will probably give up his profession and become an ornament of society, a model of all the proprieties. Wonderful I shan't realise it for a few days." As they drove on to the bridge at Aysgarth, Piers Otway stood there awaiting them. They exchanged few words. The picture before their eyes and the wild music that filled the air imposed silence. Headlong between its high banks plunged the swollen torrent, the roaring spate, brown from its washing of the peaty moorland and churned into flying flakes of foam. Over the worn ledges, and at other times a succession of little waterfalls, rolled in resistless fury a mighty cataract. At great rocks in mid-channel it leapt with surges like those of an angry sea. The spectacle was fascinating in its grandeur, appalling in its violence. With the broad leafage of the glen arched over it in warm, still sunshine, wondrously beautiful. They wandered some way by the river banks, and then drove to other spots of which Otway spoke, lunched at a village inn, and by 4:00 returned all together to the castle. After tea, Piers found himself alone with Irene. Mrs. Borisoff had left the room while he was speaking, and so silently that for a moment he was not aware of her withdrawal. Alone with Irene, for the first time since he had known her, Even at Ewell, long ago, they had never been together without companionship. There fell a silence. Piers could not lift his eyes to the face which had all day been before him, the face which seemed more than ever beautiful amid nature's beauties. He wished to thank her for the letter she had written to him in St. Petersburg, but was fearful of seeming to make too much of this mark of kindness. Irene herself resumed the conversation. "You will continue to write for the reviews, I hope?" "I shall try to," he answered softly. "Your Russian must be very idiomatic. I found it hard in places." Overcome with delight, he looked at her and bent towards her. "Mrs. Borisov told me you'd learnt. I know what that means, learning Russian in England, out of books. I began to do it at Ewell. Do you remember?" "Oh, yes, I remember very well. Have you written anything besides these 2 articles?" "Written, yes, but not published. I've written all sorts of things." His voice shook. "Even verse." He repented the word as soon as it was uttered, and again his eyes could not move towards hers. "I know you have," said Irene, in the voice of one who smiles. "I've never been sure that you knew it, that you received those verses." "To tell you the truth, I didn't know how to acknowledge them. I never received the dedication of a poem before or since, and in my awkwardness I put off my thanks till it was too late to send them. But I remember the lines. I think they were beautiful. Shall you ever include them in a volume?" "I wrote no more. I'm no poet. Yet if you had given a word of praise—" He laughed, as one does when emotion is too strong. "I should have written on with glorious belief in myself." "Perhaps it was well, then, that I said nothing. Poetry must come of itself, without praise, don't you think?" "Yes, I lived it, or tried to live it, instead of putting it into metre." "That's exactly what I once heard my father say about himself, and he called it consuming his own smoke." Piers could not but join in her quiet laugh, yet he had never felt a moment less opportune for laughter. As if to prove that she purposely changed the note of their dialogue, Irene reached a volume from the table and said in the most matter-of-fact voice, "Here's a passage of Tolstoy that I can't make out. Be my professor, please. First of all, let me hear you read it aloud for the accent." The lesson continued till Helen entered the room again. Irene so willed it. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing, Chapter 36. She sat by her open window, which looked over the dale to the long high ridge of moors, softly drawn against a moonlit sky. Far below sounded the rushing Ure, and at moments there came upon the fitful breeze a deeper music, that of the falls at Aysgarth, miles away. It was an hour since she had bidden good night to Helen, and 2 hours or more since all else in the castle and in the cottages had been still and dark. She loved this profound quiet, this solitude guarded by the eternal powers of nature. She loved the memories and imaginings born upon the stillness of these grey old towers. The fortress of warrior lords, the prison of a queen, the royalist refuge, fallen now into such placid dreaminess of age. Into the dark chamber above, desolate, legend-haunted, perchance in some moment of the night there fell through the narrow window-niche a pale moonbeam, touching the floor, the walls of stone. Such light in gloom as may have touched the face of Mary herself, wakeful with her recollections and her fears. Musing it in her fancy, Irene thought of love and death. Had it come to her at length, that love which was so strange and distant, when in ignorance she believed it her companion? Verses in her mind, verses that would never be forgotten, however lightly she held them, sang and rang to a new melody. They were not poetry, said he who wrote them, yet they were truth, sweetly and nobly uttered. The false, the trivial, does not so cling to memory year after year. They had helped her to know him, these rhyming lines, or so she fancied. They shaped in her mind, slowly, insensibly, an image of the man, throughout the lapse of time when she neither saw him nor heard of him. Whether a true image, how should she assure herself? She only knew that no feature of it seemed alien when compared with the impression of those 2 last days. Yet the picture was an ideal, the very man she could honour, love, he and no other. Did she perilously deceive herself in thinking that this ideal and the man who spoke with her were one? It had grown without her knowledge, apart from her will, this conception of Piers Otway. The first half-consciousness of such a thought came to her when she heard from Olga of those letters, obtained by him for a price, and given to the kinsfolk of the dead woman. An interested generosity? She had repelled the suggestion as unworthy, ignoble. Whether the giver was ever thanked, she did not know. Dr. Derwent kept cold silence on the subject, after once mentioning it to her in formal words. Thanks undoubtedly were due to him. Tonight it pained her keenly to think that perhaps her father had said nothing. She began to study Russian, and in secret, her impulse dark, or so obscurely hinted that it caused her no more than a moment's reverie. Looking back, she saw but one explanation of the energy, the zeal which had carried her through these labours. It shone clear on the day when a letter from Helen Borisoff told her that an article in a Russian review just published bore the name of Piers Otway. Thence onward she was frank with herself. She recognised the meaning of the intellectual process which had tended to harmonise her life with that she imagined for her ideal man. There came a prompting of emotion, and she wrote the letter which Piers received. All things were made new to her, above all her own self. She was acting in a way which was no result of balanced purpose, yet, as she perfectly understood, involved her in the gravest responsibilities. She had no longer the excuse which palliated her conduct 8 years ago. That heedlessness was innocent indeed, compared with the blame she would now incur if she excited a vain hope merely to prove her feelings, to read another chapter of life. Solemnly, in this charmed stillness of midnight, she searched her heart. It did not fail under question. A morning's sleep had held her so much later than usual that before she had left her chamber letters were brought to the door by the child who waited upon her. On one envelope she saw the doctor's handwriting, on the other that of her cousin, Mrs. Florio. Surprised to hear from Olga, with whom she had had very little communication for a year or 2, she opened that letter first. "My dear Irene," it began, "something has lately come to my knowledge which I think I am only doing a duty in acquainting you with. It is very unpleasant, but not the first unpleasant piece of news that you and I have shared together. You remember all about Piers Otway, and those letters of my poor mother's, which he said he had bought for us from his horrid brother. Well, I find that he did not buy them, at all events that he never paid for them. Daniel Otway is now broken down in health, and depends on help from the other brother, Alexander, who has gone in for some sort of music-hall business. Not only did Piers cheat him out of the money promised for the letters, I fear there's no other word for it, but he has utterly refused to give the man a farthing, though in good circumstances, I hear. This is all very disagreeable, and I don't like to talk about it. But as I hear Piers Otway has been seeing you, it's better you should know." She added, "Very kind regards," and signed herself yours affectionately. Then came a postscript. "Mrs. A. Otway is actually on the music-hall stage herself, in short skirts." The paper shook in Irene's hand. She turned sick with fear and misery. Mechanically, the other letter was torn open. Dr. Derwent wrote about Eustace's engagement. It did not exactly surprise him. He had observed significant things. Nor did it exactly displease him, for since talking with Eustace and with Marian Jacks, the widow, he suspected that the match was remarkable for its fitness. Mrs. Jacks had a large fortune. Well, one could resign oneself to that. After all, Mademoiselle Wren, there's nothing to be uneasy about. Arnold Jacks is sure to marry very soon, a dowager duchess, I should say, and on that score there'll be no awkwardness. When the wren makes a nest for herself, I shall convert this house into a big laboratory, and be at home only to bacteria. But the doctor, too, had a postscriptum. Olga has been writing to me. Sheer scandal. Something about the letters you wot of having been obtained in a dishonest way. I won't say I believe it, or I disbelieve it. I mentioned the thing only to suggest that perhaps I was right in not making any acknowledgment of the obligation. I felt that silence was the wise as well as the dignified thing, though someone disagreed with me. When Irene entered the sitting-room, her friend had long since breakfasted. "What's the matter?" Helen asked, seeing so pale and troubled a countenance. "Oh, nothing much. I overtired myself yesterday. I must keep quiet for a little." Mrs. Borisoff herself was in no talkative frame of mind. She, too, an observer might have imagined, had some care or worry. The two very soon parted, Irene going back to her room, Helen out into the sunshine. A malicious letter, this of Olga's, the kind of letter which Irene had not thought her capable of penning. Could there be any substantial reason for such hostile feeling? Oh, how one's mind opened itself to dark suspicion when once an evil whisper has been admitted. She would not believe that story of duplicity, of baseness. Her very soul rejected it, declared it impossible, the basest calumny. Yet how it hurt! How it humiliated! Chiefly, perhaps, because of the evil art with which Olga had reminded her of Piers Otway's disreputable kinsman. Could the two elder brothers be so worthless, and the younger an honest, brave man, a man without reproach, her ideal? Irene clutched at the recollection which till now she had preferred to banish from her mind. Piers was not born of the same mother. Might he not inherit his father's finer qualities, and together with them something noble from the woman whom his father loved? Oh, could she but know that history! The woman was a lawbreaker. Repeatability gave her hard names. But Irene used her own judgment in such matters, and asked only for knowledge of facts. She had as good as forgotten the irregularity of Piers Otway's birth. Whom, indeed, did it or could it concern? Her father, least of all men, would dwell upon it as a subject of reproach. But her father was very capable of pointing to Daniel and Alexander with a shake of the head. He had a prejudice against Piers. This letter reminded her of it only too well. It might be feared that he was rather glad than otherwise of the sheer scandal that Olga had conveyed to him. Confident in his love of her, which would tell ill on the side of his reasonableness and his justice, she had not during these crucial days thought much about her father. She saw his face now if she spoke to him of Piers. Dr. Derwent, like all men of brains, had a good deal of the aristocratic temper. He scorned the vulgarity of the vulgar. He turned in angry impatience from such sorry creatures as those two men, and often lashed with his contempt the ignoble amusements of the crowd. Olga doubtless had told him of the singer in short skirts. She shed a few tears. The very meanness of the injury done her at this crisis of emotion heightened its cruelty. Piers might come to the Castle this morning. Now and then she glanced from her window, if perchance she should see him approaching, but all she saw was a group of holiday-makers, the happily infrequent tourists who cared to turn from the beaten track up the dale to visit the Castle. She did not know whether Helen was at home or had rambled away. If Piers came and his call was announced to her, Could she go forth and see him? Not to do so would be unjust, both to herself and to him. The relations between them demanded of all things honesty and courage. No little courage, it was true, for she must speak to him plainly of things from which she shrank even in communing with herself. Yet she had done as hard a thing as this, harder perhaps, that interview with Arnold Jacks which set her free. Honesty and courage, clearness of sight and strength of purpose, where all but every girl would have drifted dumbly the common way, had saved her life from the worst disaster. Saved, too, the man whom her weakness would have wronged. Had she not learnt the lesson which life sets before all, but which only a few can grasp and profit by? Towards midday she left her room, and went in search of Helen. Not finding her within doors, she stepped out onto the sward, and strolled in the neighbourhood of the castle. A child whom she knew approached her. "Have you seen Mrs. Borisoff?" she asked. "She's down at the beck with the gentleman," answered the little girl, pointing with a smile to the deep, leaf-hidden glen half a mile away. Irene lingered for a few minutes, and went in again. At luncheon-time Helen had not returned. The meal was delayed for her more than a quarter of an hour. When at length she entered, Irene saw that she had been hastening, but Helen's features seemed to betray some other cause of discomposure than mere unpunctuality. Having glanced at her once or twice, Irene kept an averted face. Neither spoke as they sat down to table. Only when they had begun the meal did Helen ask whether her friend felt better. The reply was a brief affirmative. For the rest of the time they talked a little absently, about trivialities. Then they parted, without any arrangement for the afternoon. Irene's mind was in that state of perilous commotion which invests with dire significance any event not at once intelligible. Alone in her chamber, she sat brooding with tragic countenance. How could Helen's behaviour be explained? If she had met Piers Otway and spent part of the morning with him, why did she keep silence about it? Why was she so late in coming home? And what had heightened her colour, given that peculiar shiftiness to her eyes? She rose, went to Helen's door, and knocked. "May I come in?" "Oh, of course. I have a letter to write by post-time." "I won't keep you long," said Irene, standing before her friend's chair, and regarding her with grave earnestness. "Did Mr. Otway call this morning?" "He was coming. I met him outside and told him you weren't very well. And she hesitated, but went on with a harder voice and a careless smile. "We had a walk up the glen. It's very lovely, the higher part. You must go. Ask him to take you." "I don't understand you," said Irene coldly. "Why should I ask Mr. Otway to take me?" "I beg your pardon. You are become so critical of words and phrases. To take us, I'll say." "That wouldn't be a very agreeable walk, Helen, while you're in this strange mood. What does it all mean? I never foresaw the possibility of misunderstanding such as this between us. Is it I who am to blame, or you? Have I offended you?" "No, dear," was the dreamy response. "Then why do you seem to wish to quarrel with me?" Helen had the look of one who strugglingly overcomes a paroxysm of anger. She stood up. "Would you leave me alone for a little, Irene? I'm not quite able to talk. I think we've both of us been doing too much, overtaxing ourselves. It has got on my nerves." "Yes, I will go," was the answer, spoken very quietly. "And tomorrow morning I will return to London." She moved away. "Irene." "Yes?" "I have something to tell you before you go." Helen spoke with a set face, forcing herself to meet her friend's eyes. "Mr. Otway wants an opportunity of talking with you, alone. He hoped for it this morning. As he couldn't see you, he talked about you to me, you being the only subject he could talk about. I promised to be out of the way if he came this afternoon." "Thank you. But why didn't you tell me this before? Because, as I said, things have rather got on my nerves. She took a step forward. Will you overlook it? Forget about it. Of course, I should have told you before he came. It's strange that there should be anything to overlook or forget between us, said Irene, with wide, pathetic eyes. Oh, there isn't really. It's not you and I that have got muddled. Only things, circumstances. If you had been a little more chummy with me. There's a time for silence, but also a time for talking. Dear, there are things one can't talk about, because one doesn't know what to say, even to oneself. I know it, replied Helen with emphasis, and she came still nearer, with hand held out. All nerves, Irene. Neuralgia of the common sense, my dear. They parted with a laugh and a quick clasp of hands. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Crown of Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crown of Life by George Gissing. Chapter 37. For half an hour Irene sat idle. She was waiting, and could do nothing but wait. Then the uncertainty as to how long this suspense might hold her grew insufferable. She was afraid, too, of seeing Helen again, and having to talk, when talk would be a misery. A thought grew out of her unrest, a thought clear shining amid the tumult of turbid emotions. She would go forth and meet him. He should see that she came with that purpose, that she put away all trivialities of prescription and of pride. If he were worthy, only the more would he esteem her. If she deluded herself, it lay in the course of fate. His way up from Redmire was by the road along which she had driven on the evening of her arrival, the road that dipped into a wooded glen, where a stream tumbled amid rocks and boulders, over smooth worn slabs and shining pebbles, from the moor down to the river of the dale. He might not come this way. She hoped, she trusted destiny. She stood by the crossing of the beck. The flood of yesterday had fallen, the water was again shallow at this spot, but nearly all the stepping stones had been swept away. For help at such times, a crazy little wooden bridge spanned the current a few yards above. Irene brushed through the long grass and the bracken, mounted on to the bridge, and leaning over the old bough which formed a rail, let the voice of the beck soothe her impatience. Here one might linger for hours in perfect solitude. Very rarely in the day was this happy stillness broken by a footfall, a voice, or the rumbling of a peasant's cart. A bird twittered, a breeze whispered in the branches. Ever and ever the water kept its hushing note. But now someone was coming, not with audible footstep, not down the road at which Irene frequently glanced. The intruder approached from the lower part of the glen, along the beckside, now walking in soft herbage, now striding from stone to stone, sometimes lifting the bough of a hazel or a rowan that hung athwart his path. He drew near to the crossing. He saw the figure on the bridge, and for a moment stood at gaze. Irene was aware of someone regarding her. She moved. He stood below, the ripple edge of the water touching his foot. Upon his upturned face, dark eyes wide in joy and admiration, firm lips wistfully subduing their smile, the golden sunlight shimmered through overhanging foliage. She spoke. Everything around is beautiful, but this most of all. There's nothing more beautiful, he answered, in all the dales. The words had come to her easily and naturally, after so much trouble as to what the first words should be. His look was enough. She scorned her distrust, scorned the malicious gossip that had excited it. Her mind passed into consonance with the still, warm hour, with the loveliness of all about her. I haven't been that way yet. She pointed up the glen.
Will you come?"
"Gladly. I was here with Mrs. Borisoff this morning, and wished so much that you had been with us."
Irene stepped down from the bridge, down to the beck side. The briefest shadow of annoyance had caused her to turn her face away. There followed contentment that he spoke of the morning at once and so frankly. She was able to talk without restraint, uttering her delight at each new picture as they went along. They walked very slowly, ever turning to admire, stopping to call each other's attention with glowing words. At a certain point they were obliged to cross the water, their progress on this side barred by natural obstacles. It was a crossing of some little difficulty for Irene, the stones being rugged and rather far apart. Piers guided her, and at the worst spot held out his hand.
"Jump! I won't let you fall."
She sprang with a happy girlish laugh to his side, and withdrew her hand very gently. "Here's a good place to rest," she said, seating herself on a boulder, and Piers sat down at a little distance. The bed of the torrent was full of great stones, very white, rounded and smoothed by the immemorial flow, by their tumbling and grinding in time of spate. They formed innumerable little cataracts, with here and there a broad plunge of foam-streaked water, perilously swift and deep. By the bank the current spread into a large, still pool, of colour a rich brown where the sunshine touched it, and darkly green where it lay beneath spreading branches, everywhere limpid, showing the pebbles or the sand in its cool depths. Infinite were the varyings of light and shade, from a dazzling gleam on the middle water to the dense obscurity of leafy nooks. On either hand was a wood, thick with undergrowth. Great pines, spruces and larches, red-berried rowans crowding on the steep sides of the ravine, trees of noble stature, shadowing fern and flower, towering against the sunny blue. Just below the spot where Piers and Irene rested, a great lichened hazel stretched itself all across the beck. In the upward direction a narrowing vista, filled with every tint of leafage, rose to the brown of the moor and the azure of the sky. All about grew tall fruiting grasses, and many a bright flower, clusters of pink willow-weed, patches of yellow ragwort, the perfumed meadow-sweet, and amid bracken and bramble the purple shining of a great campanula. On the open moor the sun blazed with parching heat. Here was freshness as of spring, the waft of cool airs, the scent of verdure moistened at the root. "Once upon a time," said Otway, when both had been listening to their thoughts, "I fancied myself as unlucky a man as walked the earth. I've got over that." Irene did not look at him. She waited for the something else which his voice promised. "Think of my good fortune in meeting you this afternoon. If I had gone to the castle another way, I should have missed you. Yet I all but did go by the fields, and there was nothing I desired so much as to see you somewhere, by yourself." The slight failing of his voice at the end helped Irene to speak collectedly. "Chance was in my favour too. I came down to the beck, hoping I might meet you." She saw his hand move, the fingers clutched together. Before he could say anything, she continued, "I want to tell you of an ill-natured story that has reached my ears, not to discuss it. I know it's untrue. Your two brothers, do you know that they speak spitefully of you?"
"I didn't know it. I don't think I have given them any cause."
"I'm very sure you haven't. But I want you to know about it, and I shall tell you the facts. After the death of my aunt, Mrs. Hannaford, you got from the hands of Daniel Otway a packet of her letters. He bargained with you, and you paid his price, wishing those letters to be seen by my father and my cousin Olga, whose minds they would set at rest. Now, Daniel Otway is telling people that you never paid the sum you promised him, and that being in poverty, he vainly applies to you for help." She saw his hand grasp a twig that hung near him, and drag it rudely down.
She did not look at his face. "I should have thought," Piers answered with grave composure, "that nothing Daniel Otway said could concern me. I see it isn't so. It must have troubled you, for you to speak of it." "It has. I thought about it. I rejected it as a falsehood." "There's a double falsehood. I paid him the price he asked, on the day he asked it, and I have since—" He checked himself. "I have not refused him help in his poverty." Irene's heart glowed within her. Even thus, and not otherwise, would she have desired him to refute the slander. It was a test she had promised herself. She could have laughed for joy. Her voice betrayed this glad emotion. "Oh, let him say what he will. It doesn't matter now. But how comes it that he is poor?" "That I should like to know." Piers threw a pebble into the still brown water near him. 5 years ago he came into a substantial sum of money. I suppose it went very quickly. Daniel is not exactly a prudent man." "I imagine not," remarked Irene, allowing herself a glimpse of his countenance, which she found to be less calm than his tone. "Let us have done with him. 5 years ago," she added, with soft accents, "some of that money ought to have been yours, and you received nothing." "Nothing was legally due to me," he answered, in a voice lower than hers. "That I know. I mention it, you will forgive me, because I have sometimes feared that you might explain to yourself wrongly my failure to reply when you sent me those verses long ago. I have thought lately that you might suppose I knew certain facts at that time. I didn't. I only learnt them afterwards. At no time would it have made any difference." Piers could not speak. "Oh, look," said Irene in a whisper, pointing. A great dragonfly, a flash of blue, had dropped onto the surface of the pool and lay floating. As they watched, it rose to drop again upon a small stone amid a shallow current. Half in, half out of the sunny water, it basked. "Oh, how lovely everything is!" exclaimed Irene in a voice that quivered low. "How perfect today!" "It was weather like this when I first saw you," said Piers. "Earlier, but just as bright. My memory of you has always lived in sunshine. I saw you first from my window. You were standing in the garden at Ewell. I heard your voice. Do you remember telling the story of Thibaut Rossignol?" "Oh, yes, yes." "Is he still with your father?" "Thibaut? Oh, why, Thibaut is an institution. I can't imagine our house without him. Do you know that he always calls me Mademoiselle Irene?" "Your name is beautiful in any language. I wonder how many times I have repeated it to myself, and thought too so often of its meaning. Longed for that, and how vainly." "Say the name now," she faltered. "Irene, Irene." "Why, you make music of it. I never knew how musical it sounded. Hush! Look at that thing of light and air." The dragonfly had flashed past them. This way and that it darted above the shining water, and then dropped once more, to float, to sail idly with its gossamer wings. Piers stole nearer. He sat on a stone by her side. "Irene." "Yes, I like the name when you say it." "May I touch your hand?" Still gazing at the dragonfly, as if careless of what she did, she held her hand to him. Piers folded it in both his own. "May I hold it as long as I live?" "Is that a new thought of yours?" she asked, in a voice that shook as it tried to suggest laughter in her mind. "The newest, the most daring and the most glorious I ever had." "Why, then I've been mistaken," she said softly, for an instant meeting his eyes. I fancied I owed you something for a wrong I did, without meaning it, more than 8 years gone by." "That thought had come to you?" Piers exclaimed, with eyes gleaming. "Indeed it had. I shall be more than half sorry if I have to lose it." "Oh, how foolish I was! What wild, monstrous folly! How could you have dreamt for a moment that such a one as I was could dare to love you? Irene, you did me no wrong. You gave me the ideal of my life, something I should never lose from my heart and mind, something to live towards. Not a hope. Hope would have been madness. I have loved you without hope, loved you because I found the only one I could love, the one I must love, on and on, to the end." She laid her free hand upon his that clasped the other, and bowed him to her reasoning mood. "Let me speak of other things that have to be made plain between you and me. First of all, a piece of news. I have just heard that my brother is going to marry Mrs. John Jacks." Piers was mute with astonishment. It was so long since he had seen Mrs. Jacks, and he pictured her as a woman much older than Eustace Derwent. His clearest recollection of her was that remark she made at the luncheon table about the Irish, that they were so sentimental. It had blurred her beauty and her youth in his remembrance. "Yes, Eustace is going to marry her, and I shouldn't wonder if the marriage turns out well. It leads to the disagreeable thing I have to talk about. You know that I engaged myself to Arnold Jacks. I did so freely, thinking I was right. When the time of the marriage drew near, I had learnt that I had done wrong. Not that I wished to be the wife of anyone else. I loved nobody. I did not love the man I was pretending to. As soon as I knew that, what was I to do? To marry him was a crime, no less a crime for its being committed every day. I took my courage in both hands. I told him I did not love him, and I would not marry him. And I ran away." The memory made her bosom heave, her cheeks flush. "Magnificent," commented the listener, with a happy smile. "Oh, but I didn't do it very well. I treated him badly. Oh, yes, inconsiderately, selfishly. The thing had to be done, but there were ways of doing it. Unfortunately, I had got to resent my captivity, and I spoke to him as if he were to blame. From the point of view of delicacy, perhaps he was. He should have released me at once, and that he wouldn't. But I was too little regardful of what it meant to him, above all to his pride. I have so often reproached myself. I do it now for the last time. There." She picked up a pebble to fling away. "It's gone. We speak of the thing no more." A change was coming upon the glen. The sun had passed. It shone now only on the tree-tops, but the sky above was blue and warm as ever. "Another thing," she pursued more gravely. "My father." Piers waited a moment, and then said with eyes downcast, "He does not think well of me?" "That is my grief and my trouble. However, not a serious trouble. Of you personally he has no dislike. It was quite the opposite when he met you, when you dined at our house. You remember? He said things of you I'm not going to repeat, sir. It was only after the disaster which involved your name. Then he grew prejudiced." "Well, who can wonder?" "It will pass over. My father is no stage tyrant. If he is not open to reason, what man living is? And no man has a tenderer heart. He was all kindness and forbearance and understanding, when I did a thing which might well have made him angry. Some day you shall see the letter he wrote me when I had run away to Paris. In it he spoke to me as never before of his own marriage, of his love for my mother. Every word remains in my memory, but I can't trust my voice to repeat them, and perhaps I ought not, even to you." "May I go to him and speak for myself?" "Oh yes, but not till I've seen him." "Can't I spare you that?" said Piers, in a voice which for the first time sounded his triumphant manhood. "Do you think I fear a meeting with your father, or doubt of its result? If I had gone merely on my own account, to try to remove his prejudice and win his regard, it would have been a different thing. Indeed, I could never have done that. I felt too keenly his reasons for disliking me. But now, in what man's presence should I shrink and feel myself unworthy? You have put such words into my heart as will gain my cause for me the moment they are spoken. I have no false shame, no misgivings. I shall speak the truth of myself and you, and your father will hear me." Irene listened with the love-light in her hazel eyes. The face she turned upon him brought back a ray of sunshine to the slowly shadowing glen. "I will think till to-morrow," she said. "Come to the castle to-morrow morning, and I shall have settled many things. But now we must go. Helen will wonder what has become of me. I didn't tell her I was going out." He bent over her hand, and she did not withdraw it from him as they walked through the bracken and beneath the green boughs, and picked their way over the white stones of the rushing beck. At the road they parted. An hour after sunset, Piers was climbing the hillside towards the castle, now a looming shape against a sky still duskily purpled from the west. He climbed slowly, doubting at each step whether to go nearer or to wave his hand and turn. Still he approached. In the cottages a few lights were seen, but no one moved. There was no voice. His own footstep on the sward fell soundless. He stood before the tower which was inhabited, and looked at the dim-lighted windows. To the entrance led a long flight of steps, and as he gazed through the gloom, he seemed to discern a figure standing there, before the doorway. He was not mistaken. The figure moved, descended. Motionless, he saw it turn towards him. Then he knew the step, the form. He sprang forward. "Irene!" "Oh, you have come to say good night? Oh, see how our thoughts chime. I guessed you would." Her voice had a soft, caressing tremor. Her hand sought his. "Irene, you have given me a new life, a new soul." Her lips were near as she answered him. "Rest from your sorrows, my dearest. I love you. I love you." He was alone again in the darkness, on the hillside. He heard the voice of the far-off river, and to his rapturous mood it sounded as a moaning, brought a sudden sadness. All at once he thought amid his triumph of those unhappy ones whom the glory of love would never bless, those men and women born to a vain longing such as he had known, doomed to the dread solitude from which he by miracle had been saved. His heart swelled, and his eyes were hot with tears. But as he went down to the dale, the calm of the silent hour crept over him. He whispered the beloved name, and it gave him peace. Such peace as follows upon the hallowing of a profound passion, justified of reason, and proof under the hand of time. End of chapter 37. End of The Crown of Life.